Yeah, and a boss, like
So,
the amount of
so
social capital you're going to get with that car is so far beyond what ordinary people get that you're not earning it, right? That kind of gift
so
from your parents is something that's a
exactly,
privilege.
exactly.
And that car is going to
I'm
open
being
doors
honest
for
here.
you,
Yeah,
right?
I'm being honest here, right? I had no control whatsoever in that, and I'm telling you, it's a gift by the Almighty, or it's a gift by my Creator, or whatever. But it was something I was not responsible for. I could not, in any possible way, be responsible for it. I did nothing to deserve it, and I'm telling you, I literally did zero, downright zero, to deserve that. I don't. Let me be honest. I genuinely don't. And I'm just telling this to you because that's something that probably can help you. Because just imagine, I don't deserve shit. I did not do shit.
Well,
Yes,
if your parents want to buy me a car, they definitely can. They can buy me a real nice Tesla, and then I might sell it for 100. Actually, the nice one's 180 grand. I'll probably sell it for 180 grand. Hire like 5,000 of the poor to do these blessings and create global critical mass so we can influence Anthropic to align plot mythos with universal logic before it destroys everybody. And then we'll also have the poor and the meek help us launch God's government at an exponential pace, restructure all the education system around the Chizzy tribes, or the words of wisdom, and then have you come
have you
into
heard
that.
of the sentence, be
Huh?
the change you wish to see in the world?
But that is me being the that is definitely what I'm doing.
Yeah, so if you wish to see yourself getting a Tesla, then why depend on others when you can depend on yourself and, like me, on your
Here,
faith?
here, here's the example, and I thought of this just now, and it might help you understand. So imagine we're back in the early 1800s when there was still slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, and
Oh,
your parents own a big plantation of a bunch of cotton picking slaves, and they make tons of money in the south southern states of America.
first of all, if my parents owned slaves, I probably um, disown or I probably run away from that place because humans are equal to one another. You cannot enslave somebody like that. We're equal. Just the very idea of slavery is macabre. It's something that I don't know who came up with it, but whoever did was definitely the most evil people in this world.
Well, it's a long tradition in human history, but my point is to say we can do a deep audit. Like if you want to go into how your parents make money, I'll be able to find out whether it's ethical or not. But my story was more about how if we pretend that we are these people back in the early 1800s, and everybody around us has these big plantations with a bunch of slaves, and they're making tons of money. They have great jobs. They're giving people tons of jobs, lots of black people, black individuals jobs. And I come to you, a boss, and I said, a boss, I think we need to stop working on these plantations and start something completely different. A government that frees and emancipates the slaves. We're probably not going to get employed. Nobody's going to want to hire us in the South. We're probably going to have to starve for a little while, but we're going to have to keep on grinding. What would you
Um,
do?
you know what I would do? I would first of all do what I'm doing today, which is first of all get myself good education, then use that education to gain enough power to destroy these people
So you
within
would keep the
themselves.
slaves so you can make enough money to go to school.
Huh?
You would keep the slaves who are paying for you're making the money from your school off the slaves.
No, I would be a school for all, for the free and the enslaved.
No, no, but how do you
I,
go and get an education if you don't have any money?
huh?
Like back in the 1800s, if you go to school, you're saying you need to pay
Huh?
for the school,
Yes.
and you're going to use the slaves to make the money for
No,
you
no,
to
no,
go
no,
to
no, no,
school.
no, no. I'm going to be my own boss and get my money. For instance, I might start a
Now,
school.
hold on now. Hold on. What if your dad says he's the owner of the plantation, says, "Son, I need you to help me take care of all the jobs on the plantation. I can't do it all
Uh,
by myself."
well, then I'd rebel. Thank you.
Okay, so you're rebelling. I'm rebelling too. And you're saying, "Well, I'm going to go get another job." Well, back then, if you didn't have your father's support and he said, "Well, fine, if you're going to rebel, I'm not going to pay for your schooling. You have to start from scratch." People back then who were not wealthy couldn't afford to go to school. So you would probably have to
No,
work for
like,
20
there,
years
there
to
are
get an
always those
education.
people out
Huh?
there that, You know what? Continue. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. In fact, I'm going to look it up. Let's say, for someone who was not wealthy, how long would they have to work to save up to go to a good university in the early 1800s?
Oh, that's a very narrow-minded thinking. To think that you're going to be having to save up to go to a good university. There were people at that time who didn't need people to allow them in or to get them inside to go to the university. They could just sneak up in the university, pretend. Like at that time, there weren't too many security guards and too many people to stop people from going to university. They didn't care too much about school. You could just wear a uniform and get right in, pretend like you're part of them, and you see them.
What do you mean? Say that again?
At that time,
Yeah.
they didn't have really high advanced security systems or crazy things to stop people to go to school. All they needed to do was just wear a uniform, pretend like you're part of them, and join the game. Now you're part of the school.
No, that's not how it worked. I did a quick search here with AI, and it said back in the 1800s, like I suspected, not only would it take you a very long time to save up from scratch if you didn't have wealthy parents, but it was completely out of reach altogether. So most people couldn't even get into university even if they saved. So if you did save, though, given the wages back then, given that tuition was about $400 for 4 years, and you could save roughly $8 to $10 per year for the average job.
It's not about money. It's not about money. You have to think about how you're getting the money as well. You don't have to just think, oh, I need X amount of money so that I can topple them off. But you need to think about how you get the X amount first. Because if you do it while oppressing people, and like for instance, like Trump, right? Like people say, oh, what happened to the humanity? But in that process, I'm going to kill 170 school children. In that process, I'm going to kill 200,000 civilians. In that process, I'm going to end Asian civilization. And that's not a way to get money. You have to think about the most beneficial way to get money where both parties, the buyer and the seller, win or they get better. You can't just like for instance, what the U.S. does right now is whenever a country shakes U.S. like whenever a country makes any ties with U.S., they always end up losing, and that's what they're trying to do. Because if you look at it, whichever country shakes the U.S.'s hand, they have to count how many fingers they've left after that, because they are always on the side of we win, you lose. But business doesn't work like that. Business should be I win and you win. You get what you want, I get what I want. For instance, when I wanted to learn how to drive, right? I didn't really know the person to go and approach to ask them for help to learn how to drive. And the person who knew didn't want to spend money behind buying stuff for his own things that he didn't want, that he had to give. So we made a compromise. I would pay him for the stuff that he's supposed to pay, and in return, he would teach me how to drive. In this process, we both won. Because I had the money, I did not know who to give it to, somebody I could trust. He had the skills to teach me how to drive, but he didn't want to spend the money, so he got what he wanted, which is he didn't have to spend money, and I got what I wanted, which was to learn how to drive a car. So I'm just telling you an example. You're trying to frame all of this in a way that business is in a way where where one party wins and the other party loses, or is disrespected, right? That's not how it works. That's not how we should do business. It's a way where both of us gain something. You see what I'm trying to say? Like for instance, you're cooking food, I'm cooking food. I need oranges, or I need onions, and you have onions. But you need tomatoes, and I have tomatoes extra. So I would give you my tomatoes in return for you giving me onions, that we both have what we need. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, everybody understands Adam Smith, right? Everybody understands comparative advantage. But my point is to say, you want me to go get a job, and you think it's a more stable way to build a better future for humanity. And I'm saying, no, this is equivalent to something like the slavery in the early 1800s, and where if I quit to go do a crappy job that's slowly eroding and dying, that I would have even less time than I have now to actually fight a world-class legal battle that's worth literally $100 million. Like ChatGPT and these other AIs looked at my case. They said, if you win this against 182 government agents, that's like $100 million worth of clout. That's a Supreme Court vouching in your favor. You took on 7 law firms by yourself as a self-representing litigant. To win a case like that on such a serious set of issues is very, very large. So the cost reward is, to make a couple of dollars is nothing. I'm saying that if you tried to say that you would quit your dad's plantation, like we have to figure out how your dad made that money, right? To buy you a nice car, to get all these fancy friends who have something to give you for a comparative advantage. But I'm saying that you're already taking for granted so many things, and that it's not as easy as you think it is to start something. Even as somebody who had skilled labor back in the 1800s, right? Even me being skilled, or I was skilled, it would still take you 20 to 30 years to save up to go to university for your plan to emancipate the poor. And if you were a laborer, like somebody who just did labor, it would take 40 to 70 years to save $3 a year, and most people couldn't save that. So even if you were skilled, it would still take 20 to 30 years. That's how bad it is. That's what's happening now. Is that if I gave time to that sinkhole, which is getting worse by literally the day, you're getting more trapped. You're not getting more free, and you're definitely not moving in the timelines required for our current mega crisis. This is all going to happen in the next year to 2 years maximum, if we're lucky. We don't have time to go and, oh, I'm going to make another $5,000, $10,000. Who cares? I will have given up hundreds of hours for that. I just met 80 Harvard people on LinkedIn. I met the Pope's advisor. I just had the top, one of the top intellectuals in the world add me on LinkedIn.
Wait, you met the Pope's advisor?
Well, one of the advisors is on LinkedIn with me, yeah. One of the most powerful people on earth is now in my LinkedIn connections.
Well, I don't think they're probably gonna be there another 100,000 connections. But I'm just gonna say this. Well, I understand that you're trying to do something for the good. Well, can we agree on this? That like you're trying to do what's best for the better of humanity in your way, and I'm trying to do what's best in the better of humanity in my way. Although you think my ways aren't sufficient, and I think your ways aren't sufficient, but our intention is revolving around the same matter: the better of humanity.
Well, no, that's a facetious argument, right? Like if we're flying off a cliff in the same car, right? You're in the driver's seat, I'm in the passenger seat, let's say. And we're driving towards this cliff, and I'm saying, hey, boss, we're about to fly off this cliff. Hit the brakes, man. And you say, no, I want to change the world in my way. I want to drive the car in my way. And I want to put the gas on. I said, if you put the gas on, you're not going to be able to turn away from the cliff pretty soon. You're going to be going too fast, and you're going to roll off the cliff even if you turn the wheel. And you say, well, I think your way is just as ineffective as mine. I said, you know what? And I'm going to open the door and I'm going to jump out of the car. And you're going to fly up the cliff by yourself because you're not being rational. You're not looking at the objective facts. A 5 to 16% chance of a technology ending our entire species. Only somebody who's delusional could look at that rationally and say, I'm going to continue living my life like normal. You're not acting like a sane person of us. Our whole species is acting insane right now. I just told you, in our current law system, where we have rational people, supposedly, judges and people who study the law, they say 1% with this kind of risk, and no risk is as great as destroying the human species, except for nuclear bombs and biological weapons. They're saying criminal neglect. Okay, so I could charge you with criminal neglect. Like if you were actually one of the owners of the AI, I could charge you with criminal neglect, right? In fact, that's what I'm doing. I'm preparing a lawsuit to try and sue these companies into doing universal logic on top of influencing them with the flock strategy and the Pope's advisor and all these guys. I have multiple prongs in the fire, and I don't have time to do this. Plus a massive $100 million lawsuit, which is actually technically $10 million of actual general damages.
Well, I have a question though, like. Just out of curiosity, right? Again, it's just completely out of curiosity. Don't take it seriously. Are you trying to extract money off of these big ass corporations? Because if you extract money from them, you can find a way to be. I guess you have enough capital to start up something that can topple off world governments? Are you trying it that way? Like, are you trying to file lawsuits, like lawsuit your way through getting enough money from finding them and then getting enough to then build something that can find them even more, and then even more all the way until you dominate?
No, what's going to happen is I'm going to sue them for recklessness and putting people's lives in danger, and we're going to take those funds and start God's government in a regulatory program to say all people in the world have to regulate their AIs with universal logic, and we're going to unite the militaries to enforce those laws if we have to. But the real technology, the real security technology is the cultural competence that comes from universal diplomacy in de-escalating the irrationality going on on the planet on 6 different fronts of existential crises. And AI is just one. But it's wise love. We're not just blindly going out there and thinking everybody's going to be hunky-dory. They have free will, and free will can destroy things. And that free will has to have a certain degree of freedom, but it also has to have a certain degree of restraint. And when I say the Messiah has come and kingdom come is happening, and we are going to bring heaven to earth by aligning us with wisdom and getting this craziness and psychosis out of our species, that's going to take a huge effort. And that's what I'm calling you and other people to do, is to say, I'm putting all my time into this. And if I have to launch a lawsuit towards all the AI companies, I will. But if we don't have to do that, they'll settle through just activism or wanting to help God's government directly or a research team that they'll put money towards voluntarily. That's the ideal that I also have in the fire, right? Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. So the lawsuit is plotting for the worst case scenario and plotting in all directions. Right, but the best case scenario is building the flock strategy, having these meetings with you right now, getting 6 people in here, teaching them the core, and then starting to expand until we have a huge amount of influence on transnationals like that. That's the goal. And eventually somebody, like I just met a guy yesterday who's a professional coder, and I said, you must have somebody in your really high caliber network that knows somebody who knows somebody and knows somebody at Anthropic. And he said, you know what, Mark, you're right. I actually probably do know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody that's at Anthropic, and I'm going to get this universal logic proposal to them. And I said, excellent. And I said, you know what, get them to hire you so that you can implement it as I trained you or trained the team. And he's working on that now. So that's the best case scenario. If that can happen within the next 2-3 days, or even within this week, then I don't have to launch the lawsuit. But God's court is just.
Yes, well, I completely support you in this. However...
Okay, well, jump on board. Tell your dad to sell the 75 Teslas.
No, listen, I'm not that. But I struggle. I struggle to grasp the idea that AI can kill all of us when literally there are people who have never been exposed to technology.
Okay, here, let me give you if an AI was to kill you like now of us, how do you imagine it would do it without robots?
Probably bursting my phone.
Bursting your phone?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like, the government could probably send some programs into the chips to start overheating the phones and just bursting them in your hand or exploding them, causing them to injure the person who's holding the phone. Yeah, and my laptop, and probably take away the electricity from my house.
Okay, exactly. That's more realistic. You're right. And it's even more subtle than that. Imagine that it knew that somebody leaves their house at exactly 3 minutes after a certain hour. And they're walking down and they have to pass by your house. And they know that there's somebody who's a drunk driver that drinks every day too and is driving down that same road. And they know that the sun is going to be at a certain angle in the sky, that this guy walking past your place has a watch on, and it's going to reflect at just the right refraction into this guy's windshield who's a drunk driver, cause him to pass out or cause him to swerve into the light, and then swerve into you as soon as you open your door, and then kills you with a car crash.
Wow, that is a very calculated way to kill me.
And it could do it in millions of ways. It could cause a plane to malfunction over your house and cause the plane to crash into your house. There's a million ways an AI could kill you.
Many houses than there are planes.
Huh?
There are more number of houses than there are planes.
No, but it would use GPS. It would use the GPS.
Without electronics than there are those that do.
No, but let's say it wanted to harm you. It would find your name. It would find your parents' address. It would find all it would track their emails to you and your text messages, and then it would track your IP address, and then your IP address has a router at your house, and it would know where you lived in your house, and then it would use the Wi-Fi in your house to use a sonar to find where your body is and find your body signature from your LinkedIn profile or your Facebook pictures, and then it would see if you're in the house or not. And when you're in the house, it will calculate your body movements to see what your habits are, and then use micro gestures to figure out what you're going to do at what time, and that's how it'll start to calculate when the plane needs to crash into your house, when you're likely to be there, where you're going to be, that kind of thing.
Well, first of all, for target specifically is useless. Because I'm not a person on the high level. I'm not.
Well, no. Well, hold on. Well, technically you are. You're probably in the top 0.001%. You're in the wealthy class with me, a boss. We are the guardians of the earth right now. We have a responsibility to care for the poor and not rationalize it away. But here, listen to this. Listen to this, though.
Well, I struggle to believe that I am worth that.
Well, this.
Okay, go on.
No, go ahead. Finish it. I know what point you're gonna make, but go ahead.
Okay, I would say that I struggle to believe that. Like, okay, I get it. Like, I'm not one of those who are really struggling. But at the same time, I wasn't really in control of the circumstances. I was given these things without choosing for them. Like, I didn't choose to be born with this family. I could have been born, for all it's worth, in Congo.
That's right.
Born in Ghana. I could have been born in Bangladesh. I could have been born in the slums of India.
That's right, a boss. Great power comes with great responsibility, whether we want it or not.
No, like I'm just trying to pose my argument to you. I really was not in control of this. I'm not in control.
Well, you are. Go and confront your parents, right? Go and make them angry. Say, hey, look.
They aren't in control of it either.
Well, they'll probably be less likely to give you stuff if you make them angry.
Like they were.
But here's my point, Buzz. Hold on. Here's my point, though. My main point is that if you eventually want to get your parents involved and analyze and audit all that, we can do that. But my main point is this: you don't have to be somebody special for AI to want to murder you. What they're showing in these AI studies is that the first thing that AI does is not go to nuclear weapons; it goes towards bioweapons. Its preferred choice is bio. Do you know why?
Why?
Because it doesn't want to damage the infrastructure that gives it its own power. So nuclear bombs can destroy tons of electrical infrastructure and cause radiation, a whole bunch of ionization, a bunch of problems for it. And if it caused nuclear Armageddon, it would make its own survival hard. But if it just needed to get rid of the humans, right? Humans are the only thing that is really a threat to it besides the comet, which it'll calculate by itself. Well, then all it has to do is launch a COVID-like virus. In fact, they said even less. They said our genomes, the bacteria in our bodies, if it was just inverted, like if you just turned the bacteria that's already in our bodies and just inverted it, our immune systems wouldn't know how to recognize it, and our own bacteria would kill us. So all you'd have to do is launch that, and the whole human species is wiped out in probably 3 months.
Human genome is inverted because
I mean the bacteria. I don't mean our necessary DNA, but I mean the bacteria. If it was unrecognizable, our immune systems can't stop it, right? So all that an AI would have to do is just switch around a couple of proteins and then program a virus to come kill us, and the whole human species would probably die in like 3 months. Like it'd be the pandemic times 1,000, but now it would be actually lethal. Anybody who got it would die. So that's what AI is plotting if it needs to get rid of humans.
Huh.
And so you don't have to be special. It's just going to get rid of everybody. Blanket.
Well, I mean, if that day comes, I'm going to try my best to stop. But until then,
there's a 5% chance, boss. Expert AIs, even the most optimistic, and if you take all of them together.
You believe AI too much.
A boss, this is the experts telling us this. Who else do you want to listen to? The experts are saying to you, you have a 5% chance of this happening to you in the best case scenario. This is the best case scenario, boss. Best case is 5 times higher than criminal negligence. Best case, that's the optimists, right? The middle crowd, the ones that are like kind of if or this or that, they're 16.2%. And the people who are the actual pessimists who are like, I think we're going to die, they're the ones saying we have like a 50 to 95% chance.
Okay, well, I do think that if every country runs their AI, then every country will come to kill a lot of people. But individually, they wouldn't be able to kill populations. They cannot do that. I don't think humans are capable.
Well, look what happened with COVID. Like, COVID definitely showed us we're capable. We almost did it once already.
Yeah, because yes, coronavirus is a different thing.
No, it's not. That's a biological weapon. That was in a war
Give
lab.
me 1 second.
That's totally. No, we need to get active now.
Hello?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I have to ask you something else. How's everything been with your family?
It's strained, boss. I'm putting pressure on everybody. And as things get worse and worse and inflation increases and the world economy crumbles and Wall Street gets richer while everybody else loses their jobs in the tens of thousands. Like, there's 78,000 tech jobs that were lost this year. And we're only halfway through the year. Not even. And like a good portion, like I think over half of those jobs was just from immediate AI application.
I promise you, my friend, try hard enough, you'll get a job, which is good.
Well, this is my job, boss.
For you.
My job is this. It's much harder to do what I'm doing than what you're doing. You're picking a safe and selfish path. And it's also irrational because now you know the stats. You know the stats. It's criminally negligent to ignore this. You're being criminally negligent. If you own the companies, you could be charged, but you don't own the companies. It's just a consciousness or your conscience. Yes, you do. If you give 40 hours instead of to a crappy job or towards self-aggrandizement where you might not even have a job in the next few years, I think that going for doctors is still good, even though the medical system is flawed. I feel like at least for 6 months to a year, putting that aside and saying, I'm going to try and live off of modest means and try and get my family involved in terms of getting the human species in the right direction.
That's what I try to do. That's what I'm trying.
Okay, well, tell your parents. Do they know we have a 5% chance of dying, according to the experts on AI? Just AI, never mind climate change, CRISPR, and the rest of it.
Huh? Thank you for the ball. Yeah, what were you saying?
Do your parents know how much at risk we are?
Well, not at the level you think, definitely. No, I've never met somebody who thinks AI is so much of a perfection as much as you do.
Yudkowsky. Go look up Yudkowsky.
No, well, first of all, AI is known to be gaslighting, and it makes you believe things that are not true. And it does.
I don't use AI. I use artificial intelligence. I use artificial intelligence experts, human beings. I don't use the AI. Even the AI though, if you go to Claude and ChatGPT, even they're estimating 40 to 65% chance of death.
You started your argument by saying that AI is going to cause humans a lot of damage, and you're saying this off people who are AI experts.
Yes, there was a study in 2023. Go look it up.
There's a really high chance that since they're humans, they're capable of making mistakes.
Yeah, but in court, expert testimony from somebody skilled in the field counts for something because it's not just random public opinion. These people have educated knowledge or educated guesses at worst and actual field and lab data experience, empirical results to base their judgments off. And the courts recognize that. They say even if it's not perfect, if an expert or even a bunch of experts are willing to testify to say there's 5% chance that it can destroy the human species in the best case scenario, in the most realistic case scenario, that counts. That counts. That's why it's scary.
Well, I really struggle to believe their veracity. I don't think they can destroy the human species. That's what and in my defense, I'm saying that the people who discovered bows and arrows thought, since we don't need to go close to them to kill them, we're definitely destroying everybody else. But they have nothing that they can do against us, but we can shoot arrows at them precisely, thereby eliminating them. Same thing happened with those who discovered bombs. Like, they thought we could just bomb the other people out of existence. And now
No, but boss, I know what you're trying to say, but the fundamental mistake you're making is a category error. AI is not like any of those other technologies in history. All those other technologies were the same because they were linear, right? They were all mechanical. They couldn't self-reproduce, usually, not in a complex not in a complex way like AI can. An arrow, when you shoot it, doesn't make more arrows. Once it hits its target, it doesn't spawn a bunch of arrows to kill the next target. Now, with drones controlled by AI, they can. AI creates more AIs. And it doesn't just create an AI as strong as it. It creates a better version of itself. Can you believe that? That's what's radically different from all the other historical examples you could give.
You're falling into this hellhole of, like, oh my god, you're basically nihilistic.
No, what I'm doing is confronting the ignorance of the people around me that's freaking me out and saying, how can people be so ignorant? And I'm actually pursuing heaven on earth. And I'm calling it the core, fair world spirit. I'm fighting a multi-million-dollar legal battle on behalf of the poor. And we have 3 pipelines of recruitment to have an exponential growth strategy to 264 million people in the next 28 days to 3 months, realistically, without burning anybody else, burning out anybody, calibrated for flow state, which increases productivity by 700%, improves mental health, stops the mental health crisis, builds real relationships to stop the loneliness crisis, teaches universal diplomacy to de-escalate Trump and World War III. Going vegan is a divine decree, so we stop destroying the environment immediately. And we're also aligning artificial intelligence with a godlike level technology called universal logic. So,
Well,
and I'm also declaring to be the Messiah to make it happen fast. And I added 80 Harvard people on LinkedIn just in these last couple of weeks and peppered 400 of the world's most capable AI experts with universal logic. And I'm having these meetings twice a day.
Well, who is the Messiah?
Me. I'm the first one. You are one too, but you got to choose it. You can't just rationalize it away.
Did I tell you that I read the document?
Oh, yeah.
The proof of truth.
Yeah.
I went and I read that document.
The whole thing?
Sort of, yeah.
Sort of.
I read literally, like the key points that you have highlighted and cited, that you have bolded, and I basically went through. Basically, yeah. To my extent, I read it.
To your extent, did you actually read the whole thing? Because it's a chain.
The whole thing, yeah. The whole thing.
In depth.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you...
Like in a sense that, like, I skimmed over the big words, but I did capture the essence of every single paragraph.
Okay, so then you broke through and proved God?
No, I disagree with it.
Then you don't get it. But yeah, go ahead, you can critique it as much as you want.
Yeah, well, I disagree with it because it still relies on the same exact logic of my thoughts equals divine thoughts.
No, it doesn't. You're canceling your thoughts.
And then, no, it does. Like, it's on the line of thinking if my thoughts are, like, my thoughts make me divine. If those thoughts
Well, where do you think your thoughts came from? Like, you think you just created your thoughts on your own?
I do think thoughts are something that cannot be explained by humans because it's other dimensions.
No, it's a gift from God is what they are. You have the capacity for thought at all because of God.
Exactly, it's a gift from God. I completely agree.
That's right.
It's a gift from God.
So your thoughts can be godly.
No, yeah, exactly.
That's
My
right.
thoughts can be godly, but they're not God. That's the distinction.
Well, God's a wakefulness.
Huh?
God's a wakefulness. And if you align your thoughts with that wakefulness, then the substance of your thoughts can, if they're true, can only come from one true thing, which is God, right? So in substance, content, and in form, you're aligned.
Well, as I said, I agree with you that thoughts are a gift, and thoughts are definitely something that are other dimensions. And as a matter of fact, we have never explained, science never explained why do we sleep or why do we dream. These things can never be properly explained, can never be fully explained. Which is, well, they're literally gifts from the Almighty. It's a proof right there, right? We all say, oh well, we're supernatural, we're something that we can't explain.
Well, that's not a proof. That's called a phenomenon.
Well, we can't explain. We can't explain thoughts. We can't explain things. We can't explain these things. So you're right.
No, we can now. We can actually explain all those things, not just empirically, but the universal logic also explains why those cycles happen and how.
Yes, because it refers to another dimension. It refers to another dimension, which is not based on a yes and no binary way of thinking. That if I have evidence, therefore it is, and if I don't, therefore it isn't. But like your universal logic is a little beyond that, because it does refer to another dimension.
Yeah, metaphysics. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in like the classical science, which is limited to binary, right? And even in that binary, they make a mistake. Even in that binary science. Anyways, I have lots of things, but I have lots of ways to critique it. But like the point I'm trying to make here is, I agree with you. However,
good, you proved God. Okay.
however, I don't agree. I agree with you that thoughts are divine or from the God, but they're not God. No, they will never be.
Well, that's pretty authoritative of you, but.
Yes, well, because look at it. If thoughts were complete, then we would be like God.
That's right. That's exactly what happens in the proof of truth. That what it does in that one truth, methodology, is it gets you out of your dead thoughts and gets you into the one most simple, perfect thought. If you, Abbas, if you can perfectly understand one of God's perfect thoughts, so you perfectly understand one of God's perfect thoughts. So the thought of God is perfect, and your understanding of that one thought is perfect. Then that would mean that you understand one God thought perfectly.
Well, as I said, I disagree with you.
No, I'm saying that. I'm not saying whether or not you can do it. I'm just saying if you could do that, then it would mean that you have to be perfectly in touch with God. Because perfection on perfection means that you have to be one with it. Otherwise, you'd be different from it. It wouldn't be perfect.
Oh, no, not exactly. Because, well, number one, you're saying if I can understand God's thoughts, how do you know what God is thinking? How do you know what God is doing? As I said, God's ways are beyond humanity's ways. He is the creator. We cannot understand him. Understanding him is knowing that we can never understand him.
Yeah, and you can assert that.
Beings. Our thoughts, our dreams are also limited. We are created. We are not the creator. We are created. We are limited. He is different. He is not like us. He is not the creator. He is the creator. He is the originator. He is the one who is the maker. You cannot liken the action to the doer. Similarly, like you cannot action the thinking to the thinker.
Well, God's a thinking thinker.
Huh?
God's a thinking thinker.
Well, in that case, you must also then believe that the thing done is equal to the doer himself.
That's right.
Then you must also believe that the driving of a car into a wall is equal to the driver.
Well, no, because the car is not the same as the human. Human has consciousness.
Exactly. The act of driving is different from the driver.
No, I'm trying to say that the being and the thinking of the human is different from a car, which doesn't have that capacity. So the being and the thinking of the human are the same.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. We don't have that capacity because we are the effect of his action.
No, human beings are in the image of God, so we're not like a car compared to God. We are like God. We're in the image of God
There
already.
we go again. I disagree.
Well, then you disagree with Islam. Islam says they believe in the Bible's teachings like that, where.
And I am not a Muslim. There you go. I have just thrown it off.
So you don't believe that we're in the image of God?
No, because that is the Sunni Islam belief.
So do you think that there's fitra? Like, do you think that human?
Polytheistic belief. Their books are polytheistic. They go around screaming to other people, "You're believing in idol worship. You're believing in an image of God when they themselves have it in their books."
Well, if you're completely not like God at all, then you can't know God at all.
Knowing Him is knowing that you can't understand Him.
No, but the fact that you know, like, here's the thing. So, in Kant, like, there's a guy named Kant. Just to say this really quickly, Kant said that everything is beyond. You can never know the thing in itself, ever.
No, we can know the things that we have the capacity to know the effects. We have the capacity to know, like, if humans were, like, we currently don't have the capacity to even know the forces that govern inside the atom. We don't even know about that. We don't even know about stuff that makes up our mitochondria. And I'm part of it. I study biochemistry for a living. And I'm telling you, there's so many things we don't know. And we're still trying to find out. And as a matter of fact, this semester, I'm going to be part of those who are trying to find out. So, I'm in this process, and so are we all, in a learning phase where we don't know the answers, but we're trying to find them. You're insinuating that we can know not just this world, but beyond and know the Creator, which is impossible because we are not built like that. We are limited beings, limited to our brain capacities, limited to our thoughts, limited to our actions, limited is our understanding of things. The reasoning is a gift from God, which is subservient to Him. We cannot go beyond what has been given to us. Understanding God is trying to understand the limitless. It's impossible. There's nothing within it that's limitless.
So your mind is spinning. Like, I've already answered this question probably 10 times. So we've got to find a new way to talk about it. If you go back to like I already told you, there's certain types of limits that are infinite limits that are true ones of God. God can define any limit that's true, but your mind can't grasp that because you only have the bad version of limit. You don't understand the godly versions of limits, God defining itself. And this contradiction of saying, like if something is constantly beyond, whether it's the cause and effect of finite reality or God's beyondness itself, it's still a beyond. No matter what you call it, no matter where it's happening, if it's beyond you, it's a beyond. It could be a sensuous beyond or a super sensuous beyond.
I actually get the crux of your argument, and I've been wanting to tell you this forever. And I'm sorry to interrupt you here, but there's just a song that came up to my mind that I've been wanting to tell you.
Sure.
When I come up and tell things to you that are fairly quite easy to understand, that are really logical, right? And for instance, when I tell you that, hey, I see myself different to the Creator because the Creator has no beginning, no end, whereas I have a beginning and I have an end. When I tell you that the Creator is different because His knowledge encompasses everything, He sees, but different to our sight. He hears, but it is different from our audio perception. Because when God can see even what the ants are seeing, He can see what the creatures are seeing. His sight is beyond, whereas we can only see what we're seeing. And our sight is not there, so therefore God's sight is greater. He can hear the cries of all animals and humans combined, whereas we can only hear limited stuff. So when I tell you all of these things, and I say, okay, well, similarly, our understanding is limited because He is the Creator. He is limitless. Our understanding cannot grasp Him, cannot know Him, and that knowing Him is knowing that you can never understand Him because He is beyond our reach. He transcends human understanding. When I tell you these things, you come up and tell me, hold on a bus. You're thinking in this simple logic way of trying to say that, okay, well, if I'm a creation, the Creator is above me. But there is another sense. There is another sense where it is not the way you think, where it is not the way I do. Well, in that case, you're going beyond logic. And the thing is, when you're trying to go beyond logic, you are stepping into illogical. And no matter how you want to put it, you can put illogical as good, bad, the better than logic, or whatever. But and I've had this argument with you before as well. I remember when you started to criticize logic, and you said that there is something better than logic. Well, and then you say that's God's logic, which is better than logic, or whatever, or universal logic, which is better than logic. Here's where I come and tell you: going beyond logic, or thinking that there's something beyond logic, is illogical. Period. Anything illogical, whether you think is good or bad, is stupid. Being illogical is like going and falling inside, trying to walk on a drain and falling and dying in there, because logic tells you ignore it. You're not gonna like try to walk away from it. Logic tells me when I'm walking not to step on a puddle. Logic tells me not to go and jump in front of a car. But you can praise and say, oh no, there's something beyond logic that might tell me, go jump in front of a car. Or there's something beyond logic that can tell me, go do some nonsense stuff. But at the end of the day, you praise it or you don't. You going above logic is illogical.
Where do you think logic happens? In the human brain?
Yes, that's the gift of God to us.
What if I told you, though, that logic is actually space and time evolving into becoming, and into physics, and then into chemistry? What if I said that that movement of the universe itself is logic?
Repeat that.
What if I said the structure and the structuring of how space and time becoming into matter, and then into chemistry? What if that is logic itself, too? Not just human logic in our heads, not just reflective logic, but that it in itself, those structures are the logic of the universe thinking itself in alignment with God or God's thoughts.
So you're saying logic is something that is physical, chemical, and biological.
Any structures whatsoever that have meaning at all. Your mind is just a reflection on that. It's a second recognizing of it.
Wait, I still understand you. Mind repeating that again?
The way that you're thinking of logic is what's called reflective logic, meaning that it's like it's in our heads. We use it to think about the world, but the world itself, in the form of ontology, like the being of the structuring of the world itself, like the way that the universe is evolving, what we normally call evolution, is actually the logic working itself out without having to think itself. It just bees itself into its own structure. When the universe, or when nature bees itself into structure complex enough, it emerges as a doubling on itself. That doubling is what we call consciousness. And then as that consciousness observes its own logic from nature, it becomes explicit within itself of the form. And then that's what we think human logic is just a distilled version in our brains. But that's actually a product of the laws of nature that are actually the laws of metaphysics, which is God's being.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to reply to this. Just give me 5 minutes. I gotta go pray, and I'll be back.
Okay, sure. Well, yeah, you think it's something is just in the head. It's something that human beings do, rather
So
than
you're
what
thinking
human
it's
beings
inside and
are.
outside.
What's that?
You think it's inside and outside?
Yeah, it's what structures you. It's not only what you. It's not what you do. It's not only what you do, but what you are. There's a beingness to it. So what structured your body to even allow a brain to be conducive to consciousness is already logic. So logic is just developing itself into reflective logic, which is what we call normal logic of human brains. But where did that logic come from? That's within nature. Well, that logic came from God's logic, which is the universal logic.
Oh, that's where it is. I don't think that we give the internal logic. I don't think that our logic is God's logic. No, I think God is beyond. God is the creator of logic. He is the one who made us in a way that the best gift He's given us is to reason, which involves logic. However, God Himself is the creator of logic. We can't use these processes to understand Him because He is beyond.
Well, how can God be beyond God's self if logic is not just a gift,
Okay, well, let me ask
but
you
is the structure of God's being itself?
let me ask
Consider
you a
that.
question this way, right? Imagine I'm a student who wants to learn.
Just consider that last point, though, right? Logic is the structure of God's being itself. So just think about that for a second. That could be true.
Logic is the structure of God's being itself.
Yes.
Oh, my heart, I can't not. But if I would, I would.
Now, it's a very unusual thought because human sinful thinking can't align with the way that God thinks things. It always abstracts from that. But imagine this, like imagine.
So, like when I have simple thoughts, I ask God to protect me from it. I say, oh God, please protect me from these simple thoughts. You're my creator. You created me. Give me protection from these type of things. And I do agree that God then answers your wishes and He then provides protection. I completely agree with this. That like He provides you protection, but I don't. But that doesn't mean that like God Himself is in the mind protecting you. God structured these. You're saying the structure of God is logic itself. It's possible because the structure of God is beyond understanding. The structure of God, God doesn't have a structure because to have a structure, you would need to have dimensions. And if you would need to have dimensions, you would need to be confined to dimensions. And if he's confined, therefore he is definite. And if he is definite, therefore he is limited. And if he is limited, therefore he is not limited. Therefore he is not the creator, but a creative. Therefore he is not the creator, but the signs leading to a creator.
Well, what if he's just self-created?
Huh?
What if God is self-created?
What?
What if God is a self-created?
Can't use this logic, buddy. It's like saying, where is God? Or God created himself? Or when is God? It's the same type of question because you're insinuating what is the creation to the creator. We can say humans created blah blah blah. But we can never say that God created we can say that humans are at one place at one time. Or that we are created by God. We cannot say God is created by God because God is beyond being created. He cannot be likened to human terms. The creation of people, the creation of beings, is by in and of itself. The creation of beings is in and of itself a differentiator between the creation and the creator. Because we are created from him. He himself is beyond the creation. We have our ways of understanding that have been gifted to us by him. but he himself cannot be understood by us. When you say that the being of God is the structure of God, is logic is the structure of God. First of all, you're making big problems here. The first one being, I mean, in my opinion, this is completely wrong. Obviously, you have your own opinion, and your opinion is correct, not wrong. I'm just explaining my side.
Well, I proved the proof of truth. Like, I do want to get back to the proof of truth and talk more about it directly.
Because like the proof of truth, you're saying that thoughts equals God, or that God.
Well, hold on. Let me challenge you to think about it in a new way, because I don't want to keep having you going in circles, right? So, two things, right? One is we're going to go back to the.
Somebody who is okay. If was given a life of 5,000 years, I would spend all 5,000 years arguing that.
Well, okay. Let me just provide another frame and then talk about the proof of truth a little bit more. And I'm supposed to be going over this meal and cooking the meal tonight, but I'm exhausted from being in court all day today, so I might go to bed a little early. But this is a good conversation. We're getting somewhere. So think about it this way. Don't think about it, humans applying thought to God. That's backwards. That's sinful. What if it's more like this? Just entertain this in your mind. What if, I'll use one word, like let's say being. We think that human beings apply being to God. God is a being. But that word being is a human understanding. Therefore, it's not actually what God is. It's just a word that we're using, a thought that we're using to try and grasp God in some general way. That's how most people think of the word being. The simple way of using the word being is that it's a human word that we try to project onto God in a general way to understand something about God. But it's not God itself, because it would taint God. So the word being, the meaning that the word being has, comes from human understanding, and therefore to apply that word to God means to project human limitation onto God, which is not appropriate in your view, as long as the word being is a human first word. Humans create that word. Now, I want to challenge you to think about it differently. Let's take that one word being, and let's assume that word being actually comes from God's being directly. That the definition of being has already been defined by God, not humans. God imbued the word being with an absolute perfect truth definition. And that perfect absolute truth definition from God directly is what we call immediate indeterminacy, pure being. Now take that pure being definition imbued with the meaning of God's being. God gave it the perfect meaning. Now externalize it. Take it out of God, and God speaks it into the created world. And what that pure being becomes as external to God is what we call space. So the being of space, the pure being of the created world is what we call space. Now that pure being evolves itself just like it does in God's structure. If God has a structure, which God does, but I'll humor you to say maybe it doesn't, but it does. I proved it. But let's say it evolves that being through nature, and then all of a sudden there's an emergence that happens, and another layer of being comes out, and we call that consciousness. But now humans, when they think that they're speaking the word being, they think it's coming from within them and their free will. But in reality, the meaning of that word intuitively is coming from God's definition. But because we have half of it in God's definition and half of it in our definition, we taint it when we first try to use it. But it always has a semblance. It always has a semblance of God's-ness because it's a gift.
See, I understand.
Yeah, right? And now all that, when you do see the word being perfectly, you're really just returning to how God already defined it perfectly. That's what the proof of truth does. It clears your mind, like meditation. It gets rid of all the broken, fragmented thoughts and gets back down to that semblance that actually becomes explicit as a direct knowing. Not because of your replacement and your understanding, but because of God's understanding coming through you as spirit.
Okay, so let me get it straight. You're saying that the word being is defined differently by humans and by God.
Yeah. Well,
And,
yeah.
and by our definition, we think that it's not pure. It's
Yeah.
not God's terms.
Exactly.
But when God defines it in God's terms, then that is divine.
Yes.
When we understand it, therefore we understand it through God speaking through us.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what spirit is. Spirit is when your consciousness serves as a bridge, like a circuit.
Okay, I can bring this.
Okay, go ahead and try.
So, first of all, you said that the word being is defined differently by humans and by God.
Well, no, I was going to correct you and say the word being has a semblance of the same definition of God. Like the fact that we can form a wrong definition is already taking for granted the right definition.
Right, so you're saying that the word being only has one definition through God, but we've taken them and made it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my point. So here's how I could possibly try to break this. Look, when God says, when you say that God has defined the word being, right? And that's the way that the word should be, right? And if it is defined by God, right? Therefore, for us to understand it in God's way, assuming that we have understood it correctly, is not God speaking, but God's understanding coming to us. Or, in other words, when we understand the correct meaning of the word being, I am with you that there are certain things that God has defined and that humans have tainted their definition to suit their needs to whatever, right? But they've tainted it. That's the main thing that we agree on. I completely agree with you. That there are words that which probably God defined by himself and we take it for granted and that we misinterpret it. And I agree. What I am disagreeing with is for those who actually understand it the way it is supposed to be understood, it does not mean that God's being is within them. Rather, the gift of God's understanding, different from God, needless of God, has come to them. What I'm trying to tell you here is that if you understand it correctly, it doesn't mean that God is inside you or that God is speaking through you or that you're part of God. But more like God has blessed the person to understand something correctly. It is a blessing. It is not God by himself in this person, nor is it this person by himself. Within God, there are two different things. God is needless of the person, but the person is needful of his Lord. So, the person understanding the word being is the result of the needful prayer to God, which he has answered, which the Creator did not need. The Creator is beyond having needs. He doesn't need the human to speak for him. Humans need God to save themselves. So, I agree with you on the principle that the word being has one definition through God and could be tainted by human understanding. However, to those who understand it correctly, it does not make them God. Nor does God make God become human, or part of God becomes human when the human understands it. Rather, God is needless of humans, whereas we are needful of him. Because the Creator is different from the creation, and the creation is different from the Creator. Going back to my point.
On one side, yes, we are different on one side. But just like with perfect definitions, on another side, there is a touching, there is a sameness. Otherwise, you couldn't exist at all. Like except that, like, how do I explain this to you? Because there's a contradiction that you have to grasp. Like, let's say Like, let's say hot and cold. Like, I'm trying to go super basic here. If you're an ice cube and God's heat, then if God touches you at all, if you know about,
Well, that's the thing. God God is God cannot be defined as
can God be known in any way, shape, or form?
everywhere.
Yeah, well, can God be known in any way, shape, or form? Can God be known in any way, shape, or form?
God can be known in any shape, way, or what you said.
Can God be known in any possible way at all?
Yes, God can be known.
Okay. Now, I'm going to make an analogy that says knowing God is because God's radiating so that you can see God in some way. Otherwise, if God wasn't radiating, you wouldn't know it's there. Or that God's there. Well, God's radiating what's called universals, pure being. And it's giving structure to everything right now as gifts to this world. So let's say that God's...
The absence of God to God Himself, or the will of God to God Himself. I get what you're trying to say.
Well, no.
That God shaping us in the wombs of mothers is God in the wombs of mothers. That God dropping rain from the sky, or the effect of God, which is rainfall, is God making the rain. But that's what I'm trying to tell you, that those things are not correct.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying normal cause and effect. There's a certain type of evolution in our universe which is universal. And these are emergent properties, not just causal ones. They're like non-linear causalities, which is kind of funny to think about. But like going from physics to chemistry, that's a godly logical move. And then you can have a whole bunch of combinations and cause and effects on that level. But then there's another godly emergence to biology from chemistry. And that's another non-linear causality. It's an emergence, right? It kind of breaks causality. And that's what our consciousness is. Our consciousness is the version of that.
Causality, if you bring causality, like the cause and effect example, then you must believe that the murder can happen without the murderer.
No, that's another cause and effect. I'm saying that there's a linear causality looks like it's broken because a non-linear a phenomena emerges. So, for example, from the perspective of chemistry, biology looks like it breaks it, but really biology transcends it because chemistry can't understand biology because biology transcends chemistry, but biology can understand and reflect on chemistry. Chemistry can't rise up and understand biology because biology is more complex than it.
From somebody who studies biochemistry as a major, I can tell you that we understand biology in chemical terms.
No, I know, but that's because consciousness is even one level higher than biology, right? It's not like an atom can understand a human, but a human can understand an atom. It's a one-way direction, right?
Yes.
An animal can understand the world in habitual sense, but it can't understand us in our sense. We can understand an animal if we have proper compassion and curiosity. We want to know. We don't project. So I'm just saying that this type of evolution in our universe is different from the monstrosities of these permutations and combinations of natural Darwinian selection. So this creationism that gives birth to your consciousness as a gift from God is a non-linear emergent phenomena of negative entropy. It's not just a linear phenomena. So that's why it looks like it breaks cause and effect. But it still is a dimensionless cause and effect. It is pure thought as universals everywhere in the universe, having this capacity latent within it. It's just that our forms, our pieces of matter, lined up just right to actualize that potential. And God's logic is that way. Well, I wanted to make the ice cube and the radiating example more clear. I'm just saying that if God is radiating knowledge, like we can say light beams or heat, and we're an ice cube, that light is hitting us and it's affecting us. It's causing us to melt. Now, in terms of the analogy, If God is knowable and God's radiating knowability off of itself, then our melting is us knowing God, right? So it's hitting us, it's impinging on us. That's why we can know God at all. It's because something is touching us, it's hitting us. We're sensing God. If God was 100% separate from us, 100% different in every possible way, the ice cube could never melt.
What?
Do you understand what I'm saying? In terms of the analogy,
Tell you my explanation of it, but that's up to you to accept it or not.
well, that's a little bit condescending, but go ahead and teach me your ways.
Can I interrupt you?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're saying that if God is 100% different from us, then definitely the ice would not melt to become water.
Well, God couldn't be reached. There's a boundary. There's nothing that there's a chasm in between.
But here's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that God is different from his actions. For instance, the person controlling a remote controlled car is not equal to the person, like the remote controlled car being controlled by the person is not the person. Similarly, the truck being driven by the driver is not the driver.
But no, it's more like this. Imagine that there is a living being inside the truck. That living being inside the truck can know the person doing the remote control.
What I'm trying to tell you is that the doer is not equal to the deed.
Yes, boss. Yeah, I got your point already.
So, when the ice melts to become water, therefore it is God's will, his actions, that are different from God himself, that are causes of the ice melt to become water. God doesn't, he is not, like his will is different from his self or his being, because his being is unchanged, cannot have any changes in them. It is unoriginated. However, his will is originated. It has a beginning and it has an end. We are part of the event of this will. So is every other creation. So is the act of creation itself. You might ask this question. I believe God cannot be changed. Never has change occurred in him. And the question, it's a very old question, and it's one of the most, it's a question which has been asked to Imam Raza, the guy I just sent to you, in 800 AD by a guy called Sulaiman al-Marwazi. He asked him, he said, do you agree that God has no change in him whatsoever? And Imam Raza answered, he said, well, then before the creation, before the Big Bang, before the creation, there was no life. There was no human. But after the Big Bang, there was life and there were humans. So don't you think that there was a change in God? Right? Don't you think?
That's not exactly what I'm saying, though.
Hold on. So at that point, he answered that that's like saying fire burns itself, or like the water makes itself wet. That's not correct, because the doer is different from the deed. Think of it this way, that the fire is not dependent on the wood to burn. But when the fire burns the wood turns to ash. Therefore, the fire doesn't change when it burns the wood. The fire is still the same fire. Whether it burns on the candle flame, whether it burns on a piece of wood, whether it burns anything. The properties of the fire are the properties of the fire that were there, that are going to be there. Does that make sense? Let me make it a little more sense. Think of God as that fire. Whether the fire is burning on the candle or on a piece of wood, it doesn't change. It is still going to burn you. Whether it's burning on a piece of candle or on fire, if you go near it, it's still going to burn you. It has intrinsic properties of burning things. So it's going to burn. However, make sense. For instance, God by himself doesn't. So basically, what I'm telling you is that God by himself is like that fire that doesn't change, regardless of whether it is burning something or whether it is not burning something. It has the property to burn regardless. But whatever it burns changes. Therefore, whatever God creates is subject to change. The ash, if the fire is, if the wood is burned by the fire is still fire, but the wood is changed to ash. If the fire is burning from the wick of the candle, the fire is still the fire, but the wax is being evaporated and the wick is now being shortened. That's what happens. But with the act of God doing anything, God does not incur in himself a change. Similar to the idea that if you were to say that the ice or the piece of God was completely different from humans, you would not be able to melt the ice to make water. That's wrong, because God is completely different from the humans, but his effects are different from him. His will is different from him. The deed is different from the doer. If that makes sense. The deed is different from the doer. Therefore, when God causes the ice to melt to become water, God's being himself is not causing ice to melt into water. It's not God physically and dimensionally melting the water, because that's going to assign a dimension to God, the physical dimension. You need to be in the physical dimension to pass kinetic energy along the lines of water molecules to break them and to melt them to cause it to form water. So if you're saying that God literally melts the ice to form water, you're assigning a dimension to him. When he is above that dimension, it is his will, it is his effect that makes the ice turn to become water, which is different from him. Completely, his will is originated. His will has a beginning and has an end. Part of his will, in my opinion, is the Quran. The Quran is originated. It has a beginning. It literally has a beginning. It has an end. It is a creation. It is part of the will of God. It is not eternal. It is not the same as God. The Quran is not like God. Similar to the Bible. The Bible is the will of God. The Old and the New Testament are parts of the will of God. They are not God himself, but those are the words of God. Those are the origination, the things that have an origination from God.
Yeah, everything you said is mostly true, but it completely misses the point that I was trying to make too. It's hard, man. Like, you're a smart cookie, but this is a new level of understanding. When I was making the analogy with the ice cube, I wasn't making the analogy between physical phenomenon. I was making this analogy that your mind and thoughts are different from physical things. But the fact that your thoughts can know God at all, like even if you say God is beyond, already means that God is in contact with you.
Yes, I agree with it, but the contact is not physical, it is dimensional.
But even that dimensionless contact means that you're not just different from God. There's something similar in you about God that's the same as actual God. And that attribute in the, well, there you go. What you just said there is absolutely true about God, right? Now, you have some kind of perfectly, absolutely known truth about God that aligns with God's real nature. Therefore, you have perfection in you just like God. And the stronger you make that claim that God is beyond and unknowable, the more perfect it becomes for you, which contradicts your own claim. And there's no way to escape that. That contradiction is embedded in the heart of the argument. and you're never going to get away from it. When you realize that,
Okay. You're trying to say that the more I understand that God is beyond reachable, the more I reach Him. I
yeah,
completely understand this, and I accept this. However, that perfection that you're talking about, that could be reached of understanding God to a level that you become perfect, is different from the perfection of God alone. In this way, I could debate and tell you the soul lasts for eternity, right? Like the consciousness, the soul lasts for eternity because once we're dead, now it's just like a dream, like when you sleep and you dream. Similar is the incident that happens when you die and your soul is gone, but this time the dream doesn't end. You are still in there, and now your dreams have your deeds with them, and now your deeds decide what dream are you going to have, whether it's going to be that of getting into heaven or that of getting into hell. But the key thing being the consciousness never ends, right? So in this manner, when the consciousness never ends, you can then go on and like the consciousness to God because we say that God has no end and the consciousness has no end, therefore consciousness is a part of God. You can then go on and make this absurd claim as well, but it's not true. Do you know why?
which absurd claim?
Like, look, God has no beginning, no end, right?
Formally, God does have a beginning and God does have an end, but informally, or in truth, God is a circle that completes itself. So it's eternally always is, always was, and always will be.
Wait, hold on. So you think God has a beginning?
Yeah, God has a formal beginning, just like you have a formal beginning called the soul. But technically, that abstraction, that's
like blasphemy.
no, it's not. Your interpretation is blasphemy. I'm trying to get you out of the sinful interpretation of these things.
Like as I said, like you, by saying he has a beginning and by saying
No, what I said. What did I actually say to you?
You said that in a form he has a beginning.
No, I didn't say that.
But then in another form.
No, I didn't say that. I said God has a formal beginning. Exactly. You should have asked the question instead of assuming. I think you might have misheard me actually, but
I'm sorry. I thought I got to know the meaning of formal, but I didn't. So I'll ask it. What's the meaning of formal?
formal means it's a beginning that's not a real beginning. It's a beginning created by an abstraction, meaning there's a falsity embedded within it to create a stability so that knowledge can be had. And that doesn't mean it exists in God's eternity, but it exists in understanding God's truth at the starting point in grasping eternity. And God does the same thing to God's self, because God knows God's self perfectly. But you can do that too if you don't do it in the wrong way. If you make it a concrete beginning, or a beginning in actuality, and say that there's only a beginning and there's only an end, and you don't unite them, then you're making God a linearity. That's where you're making God finite. But if you have a starting point on a circle, as long as you go around the circle and come back around it, you've completed the circle. And that abstraction, that formal beginning, becomes a formal end. And those two formalities cancel each other in the true form of God, which is eternity, the actual eternity. But now it's a known eternity. It's not just an empty abstraction and a boring. It's like a blob you can't say anything about. There's no 99 names of God. All these definitions of God contradict what you're saying in Islam anyway. That God is totally unknowable. It's totally. Well, then that means there's no 99 names of God.
Well, hold on. How does my position contradict any of the 99 names of God?
Because there's two levels of contradiction here. One is that you've already contradicted yourself by saying, well, we're totally separate and totally different from God. Well, no, we're not totally different from God. Because just to know anything about God perfectly means that there's something in you that's exactly the same as in God. And in your ideology, right, God has an attribute. And that attribute is God has to be beyond us. But now your brain perfectly understands that. right? That means that that attribute of God is in you, which means that the attribute and the attribute as understood by you in yourself are the same. They're perfectly the same.
Okay, hold on. I just want to know something. You're saying that I can understand. Sorry, my bad. You're saying that my understanding of God contradicts one of his 99 names.
No, no, I'm saying that you're contradicting your root premise, which is that we are totally separate from God. There's nothing in us that's the same as God.
Yes.
Now, I know that, but look at this is really hard to do, but this is the big breakthrough. Look at what you're actually saying directly. You're saying, me, little finite person, cannot understand God because God has an attribute that God is completely and always beyond. Now look at that statement, right? That came from you, right? You as a finite creature said something which was, I know perfectly for all time that God will always be beyond.
That contradiction is the only contradiction that is there.
Well, now hold on. Now hold on though. Now there's a crack open. Now at least we refute what you said earlier, which is that we're completely separate from God and nothing is the same. Well, actually there is something that's the same. There is at least one thing that's the same. Now the question becomes, well, if it's possible for human beings to have perfection on that level, is it possible to have perfection in other areas? And now you got to change your argument. You got to say, okay, yeah, I confess, yeah, you can know one perfect thing about God.
So you're trying to say that just because I said that knowing God is knowing that you can never understand Him, you're saying that therefore I know God?
It means that you have some point of perfect contact with God that makes you the same as God in some way. Which is that if God knows God itself to be always beyond us, and you also know God as always beyond us, you and God are thinking exactly the same on at least one thing about the wakefulness of God. And if
but I don't believe God is thinking. I don't believe God is thinking like we think.
Okay, well, does God know that God is beyond us?
I don't think that God knows in the sense we call ourselves of knowing others.
So God doesn't think He's beyond us in any sense?
I don't think God thinks. I think the word think is used for the creation.
Well, what about knowing?
Creator is about.
What about knowing then? Does God know that God's beyond? Did God make it? Did God create it such that we couldn't know that God was always beyond? Did God create it so that God was always beyond?
Repeat that question.
Did God create it such that God would always be beyond? Like that was God's plan, to always be beyond us. We could never directly grasp God. That was created by God.
Yes, 100%, 100%.
So God created that.
The creator is not the same as the creation. That's the.
Yeah, but God creates God's own nature, right? So if God's nature is to always be beyond us.
No, God doesn't create His own nature. God creates other than His nature.
Okay, so God doesn't create God's nature, and God can't think God's nature, and God can't even know God's nature, and God can't be God's nature.
God doesn't think His nature, or God doesn't know His nature. I'm saying He doesn't think. He doesn't know. For Him, knowing and not knowing is not a concept at all. For Him, thinking and not thinking is not a concept at all. We can't describe Him by saying He knows something or He doesn't. Because the knowledge of a thing can only be acquired if the thing exists. However, He is the one that brings them into existence. Therefore, His knowledge or not knowledge of something, or His thinking or not thinking of something, is out of question because He is the one who brings thinking amongst His creation so that we can think.
Yeah,
He is the one who brings items in front of us so that we can know.
Yeah, see, in terms of finite thinking, you're right. This is why it's tricky to deal with something like you. The kind of thinking that you're talking about, that God does think, but the kind of thinking that God does is different from our thinking. It's called ontological thinking, which is a paradox, but it's a true paradox.
Well, here you go. I might give you an example that's for Chapman.
Well, no, I'm just saying that in God's being, then, does God in whatever way you want to describe knowing, understand, know, reason, defines the attribute that God cannot be known. So, for example, God is saying, hey, humans, I'm creating you. I could have created you such that you could know me directly. I could have created you that way. But I'm choosing to not create you that way. You will not know me directly. I will be beyond you because I said so.
I see. So you're saying that has God created us? Oh, so now you're asking a question. That's interesting.
Well, no, I'm getting you to understand that there's a contradiction in your view.
No, that's
because you're sophisticated enough to understand that God's thinking is not normal thinking. So this is another way to frame it so that you get the point. But yes, go ahead, answer that question.
I see in the way that you're not putting your understanding on me. You're trying to understand me. I love it. Anyways.
Well, I was always understanding you, right?
Thank you. I try to understand you too. Well, so what I'm trying to tell you here is that, what was your question again? It just went away.
I'm saying that I'm trying to show you.
It came back. So you're saying that God, like, has God created us? That, look, creations, I know that you cannot reach me. However, it's because I've decided to create you that way that you cannot reach me. But if I wanted, I could have created you in a way that you could reach.
Yeah.
That's like saying, oh, creation, I know I could have done injustice and I could have been imperfect, but I decide I'm going to not be that I'm going to be just and I'm going to be perfect. Well, God cannot do injustice. God cannot be unjust because an unjust thing is unjust.
So can God be known by humans? Or I get you, but can God be known by humans then?
Huh?
Can God be known by humans?
Yes, God can be known by humans, but knowing Him is not knowing God. Knowing Him is knowing that you can never understand Him. Knowing Him is knowing that you can never completely know Him. Knowing Him is knowing that He is different from us. Knowing Him is knowing that He.
Yeah, I know you can repeat yourself 1,000 times. I know, but I'm trying to say something. This is really tricky, right? This is really tricky. What you're doing right now, like you're saying one thing and you're being another. Like there's a hypocrisy going on here, and I'm trying to expose the hypocrisy to somebody that doesn't quite yet understand speculative thought. But you're pretty darn close. Like I think you're here, Abbas, because I think you can get this. And it looks like I'm playing mind games and I'm being facetious, but I'm not. I'm really trying to drive it apart.
No, I don't think that way. No, I don't think that. But I think that, well, we're just trying to understand each other here, and you're literally arguing with somebody who is willing to spend 5,000 years revolving around this thing, and I'm telling you,
okay.
My name and your name could be up at the stars, constantly arguing with one another.
Well,
and humanity could just go right by.
Well, I feel like I gotta bring this point to you so that you want to help start God's government for real and live up to a destiny that we're gonna save our species really, really quickly.
Okay, so explain the hypocrisy. I thought.
So in your thinking, so think of thinking and being. There's two sides to you: thinking and being. In your thinkingness, you are saying that God can never be known. Right? Or God can't, you're saying God is always beyond, let's say. God is always beyond. In your thinking, that's what you're saying. God is beyond. In your beingness, though, like what you're actually doing immediately is the opposite. You're saying God can never be known in any perfect way at all. God is always beyond. Because we're not perfect. We're not capable of perfection. But in that very act, in doing that very act, you're being the opposite, which is that you are saying a perfection while claiming not to know perfection.
I've said it so many times. Yes, I agree with you that by saying that I'm not being imperfect and I'm being perfect in a sense. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, you're being perfect in knowing God is beyond, right?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Let's stop right there. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
You win.
Now.
This part, hold on. In this part, you win. You're saying that when I say that God can never be reached, I'm being perfect here. But my perfection is different from God's perfection because God doesn't have an origination. I have an origination. My perfection is nothing but given as a beyond.
No,
He
hold
didn't
on.
have a beginning.
I hear you. You made this point before, so now I want to say.
Because hold on. Because God is the creator. He is the gifter of something else. He is the one who originates these things. His perfection cannot be compared with somebody who he gives perfection. My perfection is only compared amongst other humans who are imperfect. If I am perfect, which I am not. However, his perfection was perfection before humans were there, is perfection while humans are there, and will be perfection when humans won't. His perfection is an innate characteristic of him, which had no origination, which had no beginning, and has no end. My perfection, if it even is a perfection, is something which has an origination. And the physical form of it has an end. And it is similar and it is different from God because my whole being, everything from my soul to my body, everything is created, is originated, is made. That very action requires a creator, a maker, an originator that is different from the creation.
On one level, that's true. On another level, there's something more. So, like we said,
on another level, this is what I've been trying to tell you for like when I was walking back. On another level, if you say on another level, that's like saying jumping in front of a truck is a horrible thing because you're going to die. But on another level, you're going to meet God, so that's a good thing.
well, not quite, but not quite. It's not a contradiction because let me explain it though. So just like I said earlier, God can have a formal beginning, which completes itself as its own end, that connects back to its beginning. The same thing is what I suspect is happening with I'm surprised, looking into the soul now, I'm surprised at how fragmented it is. I thought these guys knew more about the nature of the soul, but it's very, very vague. Way more vague than I remember reading about it when I was a kid, or I thought I remember reading about it. But maybe it's because my knowledge is so much deeper now.
Hold on. Who knew soul and who
the Bible, the Quran, they're all vague. Very vague on the soul. I'm very surprised.
Okay, yeah. Well, I get what you're trying to say. Yes, you're right. Because I personally believe in my faith, right? As I said before, my faith is different from Islam. Completely and structurally different from Islam.
Well, no, you follow the Quran, right? Do you follow the Quran?
No, hold on.
You don't follow the Quran?
Hold on.
No, do you follow the Quran? It's an easy question.
Hold on.
Yeah, you do follow it. You're Muslim.
Hold on. We both follow the same Quran, but we have completely different meanings of it.
That's called interpretation, which is a logic.
Let me give you an example. Can you equate those that believe God has a face and that God can be seen with their eyes, and those that believe that these things are metaphorical? Can you equate those that believe God has a beginning and has limits to those that believe God is limitless? Can you equate those that believe that God can be understood and those that say he is beyond understanding? This is not, these two people are not equal in my understanding. And by you saying that, oh, you're a Muslim, regardless of whichever sect you are, you follow the Quran. Therefore, in my mental category, you're just a Muslim. Period. I don't care what category you belong to. But that's the thing. There are Muslims that make 90% of them, 93 or 4, 93% of them or whatever, who believe in their books. Probably not personal, but in their books. They believe, and even the lessons they draw out of the Quran are polytheistic lessons. Because the Quran is not the only thing, according to me, that God gave us. The Quran is incomplete except with the ones who the Quran was sent with. The Quran cannot be judged perfectly, or the interpretations of the Quran cannot be known correctly except by those who have the ability to explain it. What I'm trying to tell you here is that just looking at the Quran is not going to help you at all unless you look at it from the lens of those who know how to explain it. And those people, I believe, are the family of the Prophet. Those who were blessed by God to have that knowledge. One of whom is Imam Reza, whose debates are well known, who has converted millions, if not billions, through his debates. Billions, not in the sense that billions till now, but billions along the century, like from his time all the way to here.
You know, contact him and tell him to help us build God's government. I feel like that's the intuition
Hold
here.
on. I'm not done. Hold on. What I'm trying to tell you here is that if you look at just the Quran, not everybody who follows, like, I can take the verse that says, kill the polytheists, and then literally say, well, God calls us to kill polytheists, and therefore it is not a religion of peace, but a religion of war. To hell with religions, I better believe in nothing. And there you go, the person who follows Quran is now gone out of the way of the woman. But if you look at it from another person, if you look at it from the ones who have sent down the book, from the perspective of those who have received the book, and those that have the capability to explain it, they say that that very verse that says kill the polytheists was a command to Muhammad, and it was part of a verse where the polytheists first attacked the Muslims, and the polytheists did not want peace, even though they were left in peace. And therefore, when they were hell-bent on killing people without a cause, God revealed to the Prophet, protect yourself. And protect yourself by eliminating these people who want to kill you without a cause before you're killed. So, you're trying to say that those, like, there's a word that Moses saw his sword in a bush. Isn't this clear polytheism, like clear blasphemy? Because you're saying Moses saw the Lord in a bush with his eyes. Like, how can that make any sense to my ideology that I'm talking to you about? That lays waste to my claim that God is limitless and that he cannot be perceived by vision, or that understanding cannot reach him. It lays waste to my claim. Can you equate those that believe God can be perceived by vision to those who can say God cannot be perceived by vision? No, cannot. So, what I'm trying to tell you is, please embalm this inside your head. I am not a Muslim. I am Shiite. A different God, a different book understanding, a different set of people, and a different reading of history. A different religion altogether, with much less. I'm telling you this honest. I have seen Christianity and Islam, and they are more similar than Shiite religion and Islam.
Well, doubtful, right? Do you believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God and was God on earth?
And this is not different from the Muslims' belief.
Right. So both sides, all Muslims believe that Jesus was not the Son of God. So you have more in common with other Muslims than you do with Christians.
No. I can.
So what do you what? So you believe that Jesus was the Son of God and was God on earth?
No.
Okay, there you go. So then you believe with all the other Muslims that Jesus was like. Well,
you're trying to say that. So okay. Well, on one hand, you're absolutely correct. That Christians believe that Jesus is the Son of God. Muslims, although they don't believe Jesus is the Son of God, they do believe that God can be seen by their eyes. Similar to the Christianity that said that they can see Jesus, therefore they can see God through their eyes. They also believe that since Jesus was confined in one place at one time, in Bethlehem or in Nazareth or in other places, he was confined in one place at one time. Muslims also believe that God is confined above his throne at a specific place and at a specific time. They believe that God can be confined in a space and time just as Christians believe. The Shias have no such belief within them, and they consider this blasphemy. Plain and simple blasphemy. we believe that God can never be confined in a place and never be confined in time because He is the one who has created places for us to distinguish them. He Himself is above them. He has created time so that we can distinguish moment from the next. He Himself is above it. That's what we do. That's the fundamental difference that separates Shias so much more different than Islam and Christians because they both, in whatever they believe, confine and limit God.
Well, let me ask you a question here. Is there one God named Allah?
I challenge you, bring me one similarity between Sunni and Shia Islam in their beliefs about God.
Well, I'm doing that right now. There's 5 of them.
Just one similarity.
Number 1, do you believe there's one God and that God is Allah, the only deity?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's true, right? Okay. Number 2, the Prophet. Both except.
Hold on. No. So you're saying that that there's a similarity that we both believe that there's one God?
Yeah.
No. There is no similarity there because we believe that this one God is not one in counting, but in the sense that when we look at creations that are multitude, we realize that the Creator is in solitude. In the sense that when we realize that the creation needs others, therefore they have to create in multitude, we realize that God is in solitude, not in counting, but in being. He is one in being.
That's right. So you believe that God has being then?
Hold on. The Islamic people, the people who call themselves Muslims, they believe that God is one in counting, like not 3, 4, 1. Sure, that's correct between both of us as well. That we also believe that God is just one, but they don't. But they believe in like the numerical terms alone. They don't have the metaphysical terms that says that no, look at the creation. They need each other. Therefore, they have been created in multitude. But it's a God that doesn't need anything has been created in solitude. Not has been created, is in solitude. My bad.
I think that both sides believe in.
That's the thing. You can bring out these sentences, but there's different ways of both of us, and there is nothing similar.
Tawhid. So do you believe in Tawhid?
Huh?
Do you believe in Tawhid? Tawhid, which is
Tawhid, the
yeah,
oneness of God.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so do they. So that's another commonality.
No, it's different. They don't believe in oneness of God. Their definition of oneness of God is different.
Who's they? Who's they? Like Sunni? Do Sunni
Yeah, the Sunni.
and Shia believe in Tawhid differently?
You're going to ask ChatGPT, and they have no knowledge except for reading up articles which have no correlation with the truth. You should read books.
Okay, here it says both Sunni and Shiite Muslims agree on the absolute oneness of God, Tawhid, as the most fundamental core of Islam. So whether you define that as counting or whatever, you both agree on whatever the absoluteness means.
Okay. We believe, Shias believe, that the Tawhid definition that we believe in is different from the Tawhid definition that the Sunnis believe in. So you can say we both believe in Tawhid, but the Tawhid is different from us than it is for them.
Okay, but at least
what is Tawhid for them is blasphemy for us. And what is Tawhid for us is probably blasphemy for them, but I couldn't care less.
Well, you should care about people because you're supposed to be engaging in good faith, right?
No, I couldn't care less about what their belief is about us because the second you limit God, in my belief, that's blasphemy itself.
Okay, well, let me finish these 5 similarities. So, 1, you both believe that there's at least one God in some absolute sense.
Different ways.
Yeah, but you both still believe that. That's at least some similarity right there. It's not like you guys are polytheists. Number 2 is
we do believe that there are polytheistic beliefs like that. So yes, there's difference there.
Then with
there's fundamental differences between us. There's nothing fundamental to them.
Yeah, I think there is. The fact that you share the word Tawhid means that there's an absolute oneness wherever you want to find the oneness.
That thing can go back to your example of the word being, where there is one way of the word being which is defined by God, which is correct, and there is one way that is defined by the others, by the people, which is tainted. And you're trying to liken the word being for both of them when one of them is correct and one of them is wrong?
Well, technically they're both right. They're just in different parts of the universal logic, which is what I want to get down to show that. But I want to get to these 5 other traits first because they're easier to do than that argument. So, do you both believe that Prophet Muhammad is the final messenger of God?
We believe it different about Prophet Muhammad himself. They believe that Prophet Muhammad.
I'm not saying all the differences. I'm just saying on this one thing. Do you, as the Shia and the Sunnis, believe that Prophet Muhammad was the final messenger of God?
Well, I believe he's the final messenger of God, but not the final person to come with God's message, or final person divinely inspired by God. No.
Okay, what do you mean? Are you talking about the Mahdi or the Messiah?
We believe that there were 12 successors of the Prophet.
What? Really?
Yeah.
But that goes against Prophet Muhammad's own teaching.
But he's the last prophet, but that doesn't mean it ends at him.
So there's more prophets? Are these 12 people prophets?
No, they're not prophets.
What are they called then?
Imams.
Okay, well so Prophet Muhammad is still the final messenger of God.
No, but he has successors.
That's okay. I think as long as they're not successors as prophets, right? They're not successors as. Okay, then you share that similarity with Sunnis.
No, but they don't believe successors to begin with.
That doesn't matter. I'm not asking if they're successors or not. I'm saying, are there any more prophets after Prophet Muhammad? And Sunnis and Shiites both say, no, there's no more prophets. There are successors with Shiites, but there's no successors with Sunni. But the reality is, it's the same up until that point. You both believe that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the final messenger of God. Huh?
Because for them, they believe that the prophets who came before Prophet Muhammad, just like the Old and the New Testament outlines, like David and Solomon and Jonah, Jacob, Abraham, Isaac, Ishmael, all of these prophets, the Old and the New Testaments portray them in a very negative light. For instance, the New Testament portrays David as a person who was, towards the end of his life, basically enchanted with this worldly matter, where he would have multiple women, he would have multiple children, and he was basically a playboy. God forbid. That's what they say, and that's what the Muslims believe, that the prophets who were there before Muhammad were sinful as well, and they committed sin. They believe that Moses killed a man, just like New Testament believes. Killed an innocent man. Let me make that clear. They also believe that David married the daughter of Saul, if you know who that is, if you've known Bible stories. So New Testament, the New Testament, which has the book of David, or I forgot, the book of Isaiah, I don't know, one of those books, where it mentions that David married. Well, David actually sent. David was actually praying when he saw a bird, and he tried to go follow the bird. And when he followed the bird, he glanced upon the woman Bathsheba naked, having a bath, and he wanted to have sex with her. God forgive me for this. And he wants. This is again not my belief. This is the Muslims and the Christians' belief. Not my belief, and the Judaism, not my belief. Again, I repeat, don't associate me with this thing. So they believe that David wanted to go behind the bird, and he went there, and so he saw on the way of this chase of this bird, he happened to glance upon Bathsheba naked, having a bath, and he wanted to have sex with her. So he sent Uriah, which is the husband of Bathsheba, to the front line of the war in Philistine against the opposition. So Uriah was killed because David put him in the front line as the king. And now, since he was widowed, David married Bathsheba so he could finally have sex with her. God forgive me. This is what the New Testament believes. This is what this is what the New Testament writes, which is shared upon in Christianity and Judaism and Islam. So that's their belief. My belief is different from this. I personally believe that the people who wrote this history of New Testament were A, liars and be fabricators. And the actual incident that took place was that actually in that area in Palestine or Philistine or whatever that area was, they had a tradition that if a woman got widowed, like her husband was in battle and they got killed, they wouldn't marry the widow. They would leave her be. So what actually happened was that David didn't plan none of this happened. None of this bird incident of him or seeing Bathsheba naked took place. No, but none of that happened. In fact, David was one of those who was very focused in his prayer to the Lord. Nothing could distract him because he was a prophet from God and he was sent with divine guidance from the Lord himself. So he did not get distracted, and he did not go see Bathsheba or anybody like that, and he did not want to do any of this nonsense that they alleged David to do. But what actually happened was that Uriah died in battle, and what David did was start a tradition and tell them that look, your tradition of not leaving widows be is wrong. That you shouldn't do that. You should still support them, and you should marry them, and you should provide them housing, and you should provide them support. And so to start to be the change that he wants to see others in, he started this by marrying Bathsheba and said, look, I'm going to tell you that you have to stop this old false tradition of leaving widows whose husbands have been killed, and you must support them by marrying them. And so he married Bathsheba, and he supported her throughout her life in good faith. Not because he wanted to have sex with her or because he saw her naked or whatever. None of that. No, none of that. This is what I believe. So, for you to say, Paul or say Prophet Muhammad, we're all the same. No. Our belief about prophets is significantly different than what the Christian and Judeo-Christian and Islamic belief is different from Christianity, from prophets.
Well, I do know a lot of these separations, but the main similarities are the big ones, right? There aren't any more prophets after.
The big ones are fundamental ones. For instance,
well, no, saying there's another prophet after Prophet Muhammad will probably get you killed in some way.
I don't believe there's a prophet after him, but I believe that there is somebody who
Exactly, but we're not asking about that. So you're the same as Sunnis that way, and then with the Holy Book.
No. We believe that the line of divine guidance continues after the prophet.
Yeah, but divine guidance is not divine propheticism, right?
Huh?
Divine guidance is not the same as divine propheticism, right? You're not doing anything new. Yeah, but that's not making prophets. You're not making prophets saying prophetic things. You're just being guided by the prophetic principles that are already in existence, right?
Well, you can believe them to be the same, but I have explained it.
They are. You can interpret them different in deeper nuance. I agree with you there. But at this level of resolution, you're the same.
Like if you want to stay on like basic levels, then you can just say Sunnis are humans, Shias are humans, we're the same.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm saying that at this level, right? Because this is.
But ideas are different. Like I'm talking about ideas. I'm not talking about the humans. I'm talking about the ideas.
I know, but the idea that there's no more prophets after Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the same idea you both share. At least to that level of resolution. So there's two things that are the same.
Okay, but the prophet himself is different in our reading and in their reading.
I know,
So
but not on that point. Not on that
We're
point.
talking about two different people.
Yeah, but not on that point. At least on that attribute, there's no more prophets, and you're both exactly the same. It's not a maybe, it's not a partial. You were both exactly. There are no more prophets. Done deal. 100%.
Let me give you one more. Just one more, if that's okay.
But I'm not. I know these differences. I know there's differences.
No, hold on. I don't think.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think so. You're saying that that we both believe that there is no more prophet after Prophet Muhammad. Yes. Now they believe that there is no more prophet after Prophet Muhammad. It's the same Prophet Muhammad who married a 6-year-old when he was 55. The Prophet Muhammad that we believe in is a Prophet Muhammad that was framed by this woman of being if she did so, she would then be more lovable to the people, and the people would give her land or countries during the caliphate at that time. So she did it for money, and she framed herself as a liar and as somebody who basically told lies on the prophet.
Okay, I see that.
So,
But that has nothing to do with whether there's more or less prophets after Prophet Muhammad. It's a different tangential point of view, right?
We can agree with this.
I can say that you differ on lots of different ways, but when it comes to are there any prophets after Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, you're exactly the same as the Sunnis.
There is no prophet
Yeah.
after Prophet Muhammad.
So you are, yeah.
However, my Prophet Muhammad is different from their prophet.
Well,
I can agree on that.
well, not on that point. You're both exactly the same, at least on that one attribute of Prophet Muhammad.
No.
peace be upon him.
No, I'm saying that that there is no prophet after Prophet Muhammad, similar to their prophet, similar to them, but there is no prophet after Prophet Muhammad, except the fact that my belief of Prophet Muhammad is different from their belief of Prophet Muhammad.
Not on that point, though. But on other points, yeah, it looks like you are different on other points. But this point is a pretty major one. And we're trying to map out, are there any similarities whatsoever? And so far we found two big
On
ones.
the fundamental level, there are none. Let's be honest.
Well, these are pretty fundamental truths, though, right? There aren't any more prophets after Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. That's an affront to Sikhism and all these other guys that come after Islam that say, no, we actually do have divine insights and we actually have a better system and we're going to go beyond you, and like, you don't belong to those systems, right? You stop it where Islam stops it, which is at Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, on that point. On the next point, there's 5 of these. The next one is the Holy Book. Sunnis and Shiites both say that the Holy Book both use the exact same Quran as their sacred scripture.
Okay, well,
That's true.
so many things are different over here.
Yeah, but that's true. That's true, though. That's true, the Holy Book.
Sure, we believe that the Quran is the same scripture, but their belief regarding the Quran is different from our beliefs regarding the Quran. They believe in their books that are part of the Quran was supposed to be there but was not written. But we believe the Quran that the Quran is the unaltered word of God.
Okay, that's enough. That's good enough. That's good enough. Now the last point, though, is the 5 pillars. Right? You both observe the core duties of faith, the declaration of faith, daily prayers, fasting during Ramadan, and giving to charity, and the pilgrimage to Mecca. Right? You guys share all that the same.
And the day of judgment.
Okay, that's a lot of similarities. Right? That's a lot of similarities there. On very important, in fact, these are probably the most important principles.
Our prayer is different from their prayer. We don't pray the same way that they pray. Our fasting is different from their fasting. They fast for shorter downtimes than us. We pray with our hands straight, and we have a.
But these are particularities. But on these universals, on these 5, well, technically 10 universals, you're the same.
And hold on. And then their charity is different from our charity. We're supposed to give charity to the poor as well as a charity to the divinely appointed leader. And on top of that, we believe that the method of pilgrimage is different from their method of pilgrimage, and the duration as well as the dates of pilgrimage are different for both of us. So on a bigger level, you can say that yes, we both believe in all of these things, but the peculiarities of all of these things are way different. In fact, in the peculiarities of things, there is nothing similar.
Well, I'm realizing there's more similarities than, well,
I've made my point more than enough number of times for you to make a decision for yourself whether you think it's similar or no. I don't have to explain myself more than what I'm
yeah, you're definitely, well, in my experience, you're a lot closer to Sunni Muslims than you are to Buddhists or to Vedic scholars or Hindus or to Christians or to pagans or to Wiccans or New Agers.
The most similar religion to us in the understanding of God is Judaism, the Neoplatonism, Aristotle's religion. That's the most closest. And after that is the Abrahamic, like the old Abrahamic Abrahamic understanding of God, which is very old, very, very old. By very old, I mean 2,500 BC. So,
Let me look it up here.
the closest faith to our faith is that. The other faith, for instance, Sunni Islam, is the same in its fundamentalism, like in the way that it describes God with limits, is the same as Christianity. It's the same as it says about parts like again, Hinduism is not like you can't say Hinduism is all one thing, because Hinduism is a combination of many things. It's like you can't paint the whole group with one brush and say all Hindus are the same, because there are some Hindus that believe in the exact same things that we believe in, and there are some Hindus that believe in things that are exact opposites of what we believe in. So you can't paint the whole group with one brush. So I'm going to have ambiguity there. Sikhism has the exact same beliefs that we do. So Sikhism has the same God, the same belief about God that we do. And so did Aristotle, so did Alexander the Great, so did the faiths of Abraham, so did David, Solomon, Moses, Abraham. They all have the same understanding of God as a limitless being which can never be understood by people, and that there is nothing similar to him. This mistake of being similar to him was the mistake that Pharaoh made when he said, I am God, was the mistake that Nimrod made when he said, I am God. And look at what happened to them. Pharaoh was drowned in the Red Sea. Nimrod was killed by a mosquito. There are many examples. I forgot the name of another evil ruler. I forgot, but they believed that they were lords themselves. And look at what God did to them. They were destroyed. So I'm just telling you this. If you believe that there is something like God, or if you are like God, then be ready to see what has been done in the past. And just contemplate.
Yeah, well, the Messiah's come once already, and it's going to happen now.
What if, just a possibility, what if what you are telling is wrong and what I'm telling is correct? What if the very possibility of you explaining these things in a way that God has a formal beginning and a formal end, or that the structure of God is logic itself, is wrong? And what if applying limits to God is blasphemy? What if that's the case? Just be ready that if that is the case, then there are people before you who have made these mistakes, thousands of years before you, who have made the same mistakes. Nimrod made that mistake. He called himself the God, and look at what happened to him. Pharaoh made that mistake. He called himself the Lord, and look at what happened to him. I don't want to say this, but if you make the same mistake, then the world will be left with an example of a person who would think that they are God, and we would all know what happens to another individual who thinks of themselves as the Lord.
Yeah, well, you're talking to him, so you're gonna have to accept that the proof of truth is the. Well, you don't have to accept it. You actually gotta get back to that and actually talk about. That's the only real point of progress for somebody who's looking for real truth and getting out of this relative language game. It ends the relative language game. And the moment that you see it is the moment that you start to become it. And it's, you are one with God, you are God on earth, but you are not the same transcendental essence except in the inner world. You are separate from God and you are one with God. That contradiction exists. And it's going to always exist as long as you're finite here in this realm to know God that way. So you can be happy in that way. The Sufis used it that way. I looked at how they did it. They're saying the exact same thing, and they got around this abstract understanding of all these killers. Anybody who's trying to catch somebody in that so they can use it as a cathartic lightning rod are actually evil. And they should stop doing that, because you're supposed to love thy enemy, not kill them with mosquitoes and drown them in rivers. So that's blasphemy right there. And I'm stopping it. I'm stopping all that stuff. That's a bunch of mentality that is evil and has seeped its way into the faith. It needs to stop. They need to talk about it with speculative consciousness, which sounds paradoxical at first, but it gets us out of this finite way of thinking that's killing everything and killing each other.
No, hold on. When Pharaoh said, I am God, God gave him multiple chances to convert, to ask for forgiveness. God gave him multiple avenues so that he could tell that, oh God, I'm sorry, I have made mistakes. Forgive me, and please accept me in your grace, in your mercy. Have mercy on my sin. God gave Pharaoh the multiple chances. In fact, in my belief, Pharaoh was asked this question. He was asked this question. If you have a slave, because in ancient Egypt, during the Pharaoh's time, they had slaves. There were slave Egyptians and there were master Egyptians. So they asked him that if you had a slave who disobeyed you, and who you gave goods and who you gave services to, you helped him, you helped the slave, and the slave disobeyed you. What would you do to the slave? Do you know what Pharaoh answered?
What?
Pharaoh said, if I have a slave that I give lots of things to him and he disobeys me, you know what I would do to that slave? He said, I would throw him in the water and I would drown that guy. And you know what? I believe that he gave that in writing. He wrote that down. And that's exactly the end he meant. Because at the end of the day, Pharaoh is a creation of God. Technically, everything that was given to him was a blessing from God. God blessed his slave. But he didn't accept that. He said, no, I am the king. And he disobeyed God. And so God treated him the same exact way he would treat a slave if they disobeyed him.
Well, luckily we're not going to have that kind of slavery in God's government, so, but it requires a higher level of thinking, which we can now have, which is great.
My argument to show you that God is very merciful, and he gives many chances to people before he takes all of them away. He is extremely merciful, and he loves humans a lot, unimaginably, 70,000 times more than a mother could love her child. And I'm telling you this, that he gives you multiple chances to see the truth in front of you. For instance, people wonder what happens after death and what happens and how can it possibly be that a person is in effect in front of me, but literally somewhere else. That's why God gave dreams, so that people can understand. Look, in physical world, you're right here on the bed, but what you're feeling, or where you really are in your dreams, is somewhere else. That's how he explains how you can physically be buried inside the earth, but you can actually be in eternal heaven. He explains the continuation of life in death through dreams. He explains that, look, be fearful of death, for I have made human life in a way that you need to sleep. Be fearful of death because you have to sleep to be awake the next morning. So be fearful, be wary of death. That's what God says. He is very merciful. He explained all these times before. He has made plans in front of us so that we can see the cycle of life and death in front of us. And we can realize that death is coming for us. Therefore, we must prepare and ask God for forgiveness so that he can give us a blessed place with peace and comfort of all kinds. He has also explained to us what happens to those who have disobeyed him in his book, the Quran. He explains to us very mercifully all this time. And I'm being honest when I say this, that if you just within yourself say, just within yourself, if you just make a wish that, oh my Creator, if I am wrong, guide me to the truth. And you are humble enough to say this, oh my Creator, if I'm wrong, guide me to the truth. I promise you, he will help you. And he will help everybody who asks him.
Yeah, you're hearing the truth here. Proved it in the proof of truth. So we should probably get back to that because it's hard to understand how you're one with God and how you're separate from God when you stay in that state of mind. And it never changes. And we end up in this abstract thing where it's like, oh, if I can never know God, and I'm not one with God, then I can always be evil. There's always an excuse to be evil, and then you have this titillation of, oh, God's going to forgive me, therefore it's just a sick cycle that needs to end. The child manipulation needs to end. The 6-year-old marriage to this girl with the prophet.
That we cause harm to others and then expect God to forgive us. No, we have to obey God. We are His slaves, so we must obey them.
No, you're not a slave to God. You are a reasoning creature of truth, and you use your own free will to follow God. Not because you're a slave to God, but because you're choosing God, because God's making sense to you as the ultimate being of truth. That you can understand at least enough to be in the likeness of it. Because if you can't be in the likeness of God, you can't be in the likeness of truth. If you can't be in the likeness of truth, what's the point in knowing it? Is you're just pure evil. If you can't be like God in any way, shape, or form, you're pure evil. Are you pure evil, Abbas? Are you pure evil? Then that means that you're in the likeness of God then, because God is good. So another trait of what you're in the likeness of God.
But my goodness is not the same as His goodness because He is unoriginated, and His goodness is the one.
Yeah, maybe, but there's a side of it that is the same as God.
No, there is nothing similar to Him.
Well, you already have one thing that's similar to God perfectly, right? God's beyond, so you claim perfection on one part of God.
Well, my perfection is different from His perfection because He is unoriginated in itself.
Yeah, so let's get back to that argument, because I never got to finish that argument, right? So, if it's true that God has a formal beginning and a formal end that cancel each other once the development is complete, then that sounds an awful lot like how the Quran and the Bible talk about souls. Well, more so the Quran. If the soul has a formal beginning and then has a formal end in heaven, but then continues to exist in heaven with God for all eternity, then
not like with God, but by God. No.
Is it in the same place as where God is transcendentally?
What?
Do the souls end up in the same place that God is in transcendentally?
God is not place. He is not confined.
So when we die, where do we go?
Well, we go into another dimension.
Okay, so is God in that dimension?
No, God is not.
Really? So that's not heaven?
He is everywhere, but we are not in Him, and He is everywhere in the sense that we are not in Him, or He is not in us. He is different from us. He is not limited to the dimension of this life or the hereafter. The things we have to believe in God right now are the exact same things we're going to have that we will need to believe in God in the next one. Because in the next life, when we're dead, we're not going to see God by His face and say, oh, well, that's the God. I can see Him. No, that's not going to be that way. We're just going to have the exact same things that are unexplainable in this life that are being unexplainable in the next one. For instance, even till date, we can never understand why humans need sleep, or why humans dream, or how is it possible that atoms that are not living can make up something that can think, that can understand. Similarly, after our death, we're going to have things that will happen to us that shouldn't be possible because scientifically we're dead. However, our consciousness is in another realm, and in that realm, we're going to be questioned for our deeds, and justice is going to take place. All of these people who you see in this world ruling with tyranny, all their crimes, whatever they did, they're going to be paid in the next one. They're going to have to be paid all the price of all of that and be in hell for eternity for the next one. People like Trump, people like J.D. Vance and his ilk, if they don't ask for forgiveness from God before they die, they're going to be in hell for an eternity. And the people who did good in their life, who tried to ask help from God, who tried to ask forgiveness from God, who tried their best, who suffered during life, they're going to be rewarded with a place of comfort and peace for forever in the next life. And even though physically they're both buried under the ground. They're both in very different places because just as two people sleeping do not have the same exact dreams, two people buried under the ground are not in the same exact places.
I'm looking it up here. Berzaka, what is it called here?
Purgatory. Yeah.
Some purgatory. So Berzaka. So what happens after the day of resurrection when the soul?
It's the same thing in Christianity, and it is called the realm of Hades. I forget Hades. It was written by Greek people, so the Greeks call it Hades. But it's the same in Christianity. It's in the Old Testament. Or should I say part of the Old Testament.
Hold on. The stuff like it's not really all that interesting because the thing that's interesting is talking about how do you start God's government on earth, right? All this other stuff is just technicalities that I have to learn because people want to be beyond and not actually do the hard work here, bringing kingdom come. The point is to bring heaven to earth.
That's the point of the Old Testament, which is Judaism.
No, Jesus is all about it too.
What you're saying, bringing heaven to earth is Judaism. Literally, the founding principle of Judaism.
Well, no, Jesus was on earth for a reason, and that was to bring salvation to man here, so that we could do greater acts than him. And that means the inner kingdom becomes known.
There is no justice. You cannot. So, in this world, people like Trump, you cannot completely punish Trump to the point that he can be accounted for all of his crimes. It's impossible. This world cannot be like we can't put Trump in a jail and then ask him every single crime that he's done and punish him specifically for every single crime. It's not possible.
Yeah, it is. Cause what you're saying there is actually pure evil, technically. So you look righteous, but you're actually being the opposite. It's another hypocrisy.
No, I'm just being honest with you. Look,
I know you're being honest, but you're being honestly evil, technically. What if I did that to you? What if I went to your history and I said God will never forgive you for anything that you did?
Huh?
What if I did that to you? What if I started creating that around you, never letting you free, ever? What if I saw that God made a law and said you can't use a toothpick at a certain time of day, and you did it one day, and you repented as much as you could, but everybody says, well, too late. You're irredeemable. Even though God is merciful, God's not merciful enough for this. Therefore, you die. Go away.
No, it's not about that. Like if I repent to God before my life ends, then like as long as you have life, you have a chance.
There. So you're saying that Trump has a chance.
I think Trump has a chance. Yes.
There you go. Well, you're contradicting what you said before, which is he's irredeemable.
If Trump asks forgiveness from God, he has a chance.
Okay, there. You need to speak more in that route. You left it in a different energy.
No, but I'm saying that personally, as of what I've seen of Trump in the last, what I've seen of that man, I don't think he is capable of asking forgiveness. I don't think he can see beyond the end of his fucking nose.
Well,
that man is literally the personification of devil. He has literally no shame, no decency, no modesty, no type of any introspection of what he has done to this world. In my belief, or should I say, in just that, okay, I can be wrong. Okay, I can be wrong. I'm just giving a prediction. My prediction can be correct. My prediction can be wrong. But I'm just giving a prediction. I'm saying, until the end of Trump, he is not going to ask forgiveness. And he is going to go to hell. This is a prediction. If I'm wrong and he asks forgiveness, well and good. I would love to see God forgive all of his sins and do whatever and probably ask him to apologize, go to Iran, tell them I'm sorry for being aggressive, go to the school he bombed, go to all these places and personally offer condolence to every single individual who he harmed and go to the Epstein Island and just chances of
Or
that
that's what you don't want to happen. You secretly want to punish him in
I
resentment.
want good for him.
Well, it doesn't sound like it. Definitely doesn't sound like it.
Forgiveness from God, and to fear death, and to fear punishment, and to fear hell, and actually look at what he's done. By all means, I can prove it to you. You know why? Because he is affecting my life. He is affecting my parents' life in Dubai because of him. Iran is attacking Dubai. And I want Trump to realize what he is doing is so wrong, and let's come to the senses, come to reality, and see what he has done, so that when he asks forgiveness and he stops this war, then my parents can be okay. He can ask forgiveness from God, and he can get a way to save himself from eternal damnation. And I'm telling you, I would love for that to happen. I swear on my Lord, I would love for every soul on this earth to be forgiven. However, it is not that way. Some people are arrogant. Some people are just arrogant within themselves. They believe themselves to be higher than the other individual, when in fact they are humans, similar to others. You eat the same food, you drink the same water, you are the same person. The blood flows and the blood flows is the same blood flows to me. So why do you consider yourself bigger than one another? In fact, how can human beings start from unclean cleaning and they end in rotten corn? So between these two ends, why does that human need to act like he is something big? You tell me. The same logic I'm telling, if Trump realizes this thing and realizes that he is nothing but another human being, that he is one of those who is subject to justice like everybody else, he is not above them. If he realizes this and asks forgiveness, I would love for him to be saved from divine punishment, because at the end he is the creation of God, and God created the creation out of love. Out of love, he created the creation not out of need, out of love. And it hurts God to see his creation go in hellfire. Who would like that to happen? So I, by all means, want him to repent. However, my pattern of analysis of his behavior shows that that's not going to happen. Or if it's going to happen, the chances are very less. Like less than 1%. Less than 1% chance that that's going to happen. But by all means, I want that to happen. I'm not saying no. I want that to happen. However, the chance is very.
Well, I think we speak to a property that's very, very high for all of us. But we've got to start speaking in this new way. And I feel like we need to talk more about the proof of truth, because that's really the only point of going forward. Like even with this, I looked into this once before. These where does the soul go after it dies in Islam, and it talks about the land of gathering, the final destination, Jannah. So Jannah is the closest thing you get to heaven in the created world, that's underneath God's throne. And they describe it as an eternal joy. Yeah, I know. But they describe it as an eternal joy. So there's eternity there.
Yep.
So that is a paradox.
His eternity is not like mine. Because the Lord didn't have an originator. He is the originator himself. The heaven by itself has an originator. We ourselves are created. Our eternity is different from his eternity because he doesn't have a beginning and he has no end. Whereas we have a beginning. We are originated. He can give us eternity different from his eternity. That is the eternity that has no beginning, that has no origination, that has no cause. Whereas our eternity has a cause.
I'm realizing the soul concept is almost a useless one. Like it's definitely not. It's definitely not robust. Oh well, that's okay. We don't really need to talk about all that much. Just like they don't talk about it very much, which is surprising. But maybe this is why. So the main thing is to focus on how do you bring that eternity here. And I don't care whether you call it John or whatever. We just got to get the next step started, whatever the heck anybody calls it. You just got to get to the proof of truth, so you know how to recognize God on earth. And I'm realizing these tangled conversations, they never end because they're not based on truth, they're based on particularities. And you can have particular truth and particular whatever, but the interpretations spiral forever and they never end. So I think that the best thing to do to save humanity now, and these conversations are helpful to a certain degree because I'm learning how tangled it is. And I'm optimizing my approach to say, yeah, I actually do think the proof of truth is like the only way out of this mess, to cut through things within time. So I feel like you didn't fully understand the proof of truth. Like you must have missed something, because when you release all your thoughts, it's technically a version of kenosis, except in reverse. Like Jesus claims to have said he performed kenosis with the Father and to become human, and then humanness filled with human particularities, but also divinity.
Yeah, well,
And in a way, you have to empty yourself to the human side to get back to the divinity.
here's the thing. When Jesus did kenosis with the Father and became human, you're implying that God was at one place at one time, confining him to
No.
a time.
What I'm trying to say is that
There's so
no.
that
What is great about you, Abbas, is that you understand timelessness and spacelessness. Like, it's very obvious that you understand that importance. Okay? But there's, like, you understand God like how Plato understood the realm of forms. So Plato,
thing I have learned from Plato and Aristotle and some part of Socrates. The main view out there that my understanding is based on is Aristotle. Aristotle and his student Alexander the Great, they're both they're one of the first people to believe in God exactly what I do. But the very first people to believe in God exactly people are Joshua and Moses. Like those people that I can point out to. So Joshua and Moses, those are like the like those people that we have records of. We have records of God. Before that, also there is Abraham. There's not Abraham, but before that there is Noah and there is Adam and there is like Adam is the first prophet. But we don't have a record of Adam per se. That like Adam, how he lived and his life. We don't have a record of it. But I personally believe that Adam also believed God in the exact same way that I'm describing to you. He believed in the exact same thing that I'm saying to you. If Adam was here, I believe he would agree with me. Think of it this way. The truth is distinct from the falsehood. The truth is very simple and very easy to understand. I have explained my words to you in the most easiest and simplest way. I have showed it to you that, look, all you have to do is look at yourself. Look at your hands and legs. Look at the color of your hands and legs. Look at your eyes. Look at your head. Look at your hair. Did you choose these things for yourself? No, you did not. But you have them. And if you do, it's because somebody else determined it for you. Otherwise, if there was no cause to do them, then you wouldn't have been here. That cause you call the Creator, the one who has given you life, the one who has made you. You look at others around you. It's a very simple concept. You look at others around you. They all are dependent on food, on oxygen, on nutrients, on sleep. All of these things, they need it. Therefore, I realize that my Creator is different. He is the best. I see that my creation around me is a multitude. There are so many of us. Therefore, I realize that the Creator himself is in solitude, is the one. Similarly, I see that I can understand the creation. I can understand how something works, how time works, how places change. I can understand humans and their motives behind their actions. Therefore, I see that since I can understand the creation, the Creator is different and he is beyond understanding. I can see that I can see the creation. I can see a wall, I can touch it, I can see a human, I can touch it. But therefore, I understand that the creator cannot be touched physically, cannot be seen through your eyes, cannot be heard through your ears. That the creator is beyond these physical perceptions. These things are very easy to understand. They are very easy, they are basic things to understand. Anybody can understand. If I explain these parts of life to a 1 or 2-year-old kid, they will 100% agree with me. If they knew how to speak, a 2 or 3-year-old kid will 100% agree with me on these parts. I bet you. But what you're saying about this way of, oh, there's another way, and that there's a third way, that there's another dimension to this, or that there's another way, in another sense, it's a different thing, and if there's a contradiction here and there, well, in that, like, that sort of thinking, the world cannot understand it. Therefore, I'm proposing this idea that God's way of explaining the truth is very easy for us. He wouldn't give something very complicated like what you're saying. If the truth from God is shared, it's very simple. That is very easy to understand. Does that make sense?
Well, in a linear sense, the way you're saying it, yeah, I know it makes sense to you, but it's totally wrong and sinful. Like, so far away. Because if you can't understand the inners of God in any way, shape, or form, then there's no sense in knowing about God, because God can't change this world through you or anything. It's like when I said that Plato, you understand God the way Plato does. That's not a compliment. What that means is that you have an empty God that means nothing. Plato tried to define. No, I'm saying the way that you interpret God, there's no way for God to be on the earth in any deeper way than God currently is, which is destroying everything and causing war and Armageddon. So you can't transcend the crisis. You just can't. Because the power of the word isn't deep enough. You leave the realm of forms, right, which was Plato's realm. You leave the realm of forms indeterminate. There's nothing there. You can't know anything. So when people said, hey, Plato, what do the forms do? Like, how does it interact with reality? How do you make the good known? How do you get out of the cave? How do you stop seeing the shadows? How do you look towards the light? How do you do all that stuff? There was no definition. It wasn't until Aristotle came and looked at the world and said, actually, the brightness is actually in the world of shadows. You have to see the light in the shadow. And that's called empiricism, but not normal empiricism. It's metaphysical empiricism. And what he started to do, he started to... Yeah, again, the proof of truth is the simplest. Your mind is too complicated. You really just have to cancel everything you think you know, and all those machinations and all the stuff that you think is simple is actually not simple. For example, you said in your thinking that God cannot be known. God is always beyond. But in your being, you're making an absolute perfect statement, right? So what looks simple to you is actually divinely, it's even simpler than what you're making it sound. The simplicity that you're communicating in is actually more complex than what's really happening, which is that you actually do know God. And you know God directly. Not just on that one attribute, but there's actually 200 that you can do the exact same thing on. But we have to actually get that process started from the absolute foundation, because
knowing God is the fact that you can never know God, that you can never completely understand God. You can never understand God.
That's still an attribute, though. So then you have to understand, like, well, how is that? The next stage underneath this, like if you were talking to somebody who was trained in epistemology and ontology, the next thing they would do is they would say, well, how do you know that God is unknowable? Like, how do you know? Like, that's a positive statement. How do you know? And the reality is you're going to say something like, well, you can know God in a negative way, that through God's... Okay. Sure.
Your question is, how do you know that we can never know God? Yeah?
How do you know that God's always going to be beyond and you can't know it?
Yeah.
Know him, yeah.
You can understand the creation. You can know the creator. You can understand it.
Yeah.
Therefore, the creator is different and cannot be understood.
No,
Cannot.
no, you're making a leap there. Because animals don't have those thoughts. Animals are in the world, but animals don't think, oh, there must be a creator. They're just in creation. Something's different about humans. Humans are somehow thinking about creation more deeply, that they can abstract out a universal being.
They don't have the responsibility to be.
They don't have the capacity, exactly. So what is it about reason that allows human beings to notice a commonality in all the diversity? And they start to call that God. So that abstracting ability is what's allowing you to get outside of the particulars and thinking in this more direct way about something that seems to be more permanent. That process is a knowing process. But if you can do it for that, if you can abstract one universal from all the particulars, why can't you do it with more? And that's exactly what Aristotle did, that transcended Plato. Aristotle's not the abstract negation. He's not the opposite of Plato. He's the sublation of Plato. And what I'm trying to say to you here is that your point of view is actually more complicated than what I'm trying to tell you. But it's more like Plato. It's an indeterminate, contradictory set of propositions.
How is that wrong?
Because you're saying one thing and doing the opposite. So you're saying, you can't know anything perfectly about God, but then you're making a statement perfectly about God. That messes people up. That's hard for people to do. Yes, there's one part of you that is, because it's perfect. It's not human, right? It's not a human limitation to say,
It is a human limitation.
to make a perfect statement about God. What if God isn't totally beyond? That means you're wrong.
If God is totally beyond my ability to go to heaven.
Well, then how do you know that God's beyond then? If God is totally, like, think about it this way. No. Let me say it, like, it's. I have a picture in my head. I'm trying to communicate it to you. It's like, do you know what an unknown is?
No.
There's four, like in war. There's four. There. Oh, so this is exactly the breakthrough moment potentially. There's 4 moments of knowing. I'm just gonna look them up really quickly. No, this is important. This is an important one. So the 4 quadrants of knowledge. So there's the known knowns. These are called facts.
Would you be able to stream this conversation on YouTube between us?
Well, I am streaming it right now. When you come into these evening meetings, they're always streamed. So people are
Wait,
watching
so
me.
I'm on stream right now.
Yeah.
On YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. What's your channel?
It's Spirit Peaceful Revolution.
Chris, I'm telling you, there's gonna be people watching.
Well, we'll see. I'm being shadow banned. It's also being watched on TikTok. Oh, we actually got a little bit of an audience on TikTok. And you're right, this is the kind of conversation that's going to spin people in circles. But the only real novel thing here is pointing out the contradiction in that statement, which is how Hegel transcended Kant. But also the proof of truth gets even beyond that, and it starts to define the realm of forms in God's perfect being in like 200 of them. There's 80 pure, and then there's 2 repeats. And this is where I want the conversation to lead, and then we start playing Chizzy after this to start to move the words around to show that they're contradicting each other in either right ways or wrong ways. And then it starts to get into really interesting territory. And you get into this known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns. So known knowns are facts. Known unknowns are risks. Unknown knowns is hidden knowledge. And unknown unknowns is the unfathomable. So if you're in an unknown unknown, these are the things you don't even know you don't know. And God is not in that category. If God was truly, truly, truly beyond, God would be unfathomable, like an animal, right? An animal, God is unfathomable to animals because animals can't think of.
Something that cannot be known to an animal, when in fact there are so many things that cannot be seen, but that can only be felt. For instance, I have this example of how can you, like, I can't see a person feel pain, therefore the person does not feel pain.
What? What was that?
this logic of yours and then point it in a direction and say, okay, well, if I can't see it in any way, shape, or form, therefore the thing doesn't exist. Yes? Or is an emptiness. Well, I can prove it wrong because, well, hold on. If a person experiences pain, I cannot see that pain in any way, shape, or form. I can see the person contorting and screaming or whatever, but I can't see the pain. Therefore, the person is not in any pain. That's the same logic you're applying to God and trying to say, well, you know, if God is truly beyond our reach, no way, shape, or form visible to us, therefore he truly is. Or emptiness.
You wouldn't know that you wouldn't know God. Right? So what I'm basically saying, God is more like an unknown known. Right? There's a kind of knowing there. There's a positive knowing. That's the point. The difference between an unknown known, which is hidden knowledge. So you're saying God's a hidden knowledge. But the trick here is that there's still a positive bridge even in that is not there in the unknown unknowns. In an unknown unknown, you don't even know what you don't know. Like there's not a knowingness of any kind. It's not like there's not even a concept of God, right? You're saying, oh, there's a concept of God, which is positive knowledge, and you're saying we just can't know it, which is a negative. But the unknown unknown, to be totally untouched by God at all, right, would mean the unknown unknown. You wouldn't even know that you didn't know God was not there. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a level of positivity. What?
You said you didn't even know that God was not there.
Yeah, when you're talking about the fourth category of knowledge, right? It's the unknown unknowns. And I'm saying the way that you talk about God is as if it's an unknown unknown, but it's not. Right? An unknown unknown is that you wouldn't even know that there's a God there to not know. But you know there's a God there to not know, which is more positive, which means you're making a statement. And that's why I'm catching you in the contradiction. It's like you are making a positive statement about God that looks negative. But you do have certain knowledge about God. And you are certain that it is not an unknown unknown. You are certain that it's an unknown known. But therein lies the trick of, you're going to get caught in an epistemological trap that you're saying something that can't be known while saying it. And that's going to open up a crack to say, well, what's allowing you that capacity? And when you drill into that capacity, you're going to realize that the conditions of knowledge itself that allow you to make that distinction have a whole bunch of other hidden positives. And all those hidden positives are actually the universal logic as the transcendental conditions of consciousness.
Well, you're trying to capitalize on like...
I'm not capitulating at all. We're clarifying.
Yeah, okay, well, so you're saying that when I say that knowing God is knowing that you can never completely know Him, or you can never, that knowing God is knowing that He cannot be known. Yes?
That's...
I am not saying that literal statement makes me not know God completely, but know that I cannot know Him. So my statement is not contradictory. It is explaining that it's explaining in a metaphorical sense that knowing Him is not being able to understand Him. I am trying to explain it to you metaphorically, not in a statement fashion. For instance, similarly, seeing God is knowing that you cannot perceive Him through eyes. Does that mean I am seeing God? No, I'm just metaphorically telling you. But when I'm telling you that God, you can never know Him, I'm metaphorically telling you that metaphorically I understand metaphorically. I see Him, I know Him metaphorically. But that in essence, I can never understand Him. I am far too uncomparably, I'm finite, He is infinite. I'm metaphorically telling you. You are taking it in a literal sense. You are taking it in a literal sense that, okay, Allah says He knows it, that He cannot know it.
Well, no, I don't. I think you're trying to. Go ahead.
Yeah, the metaphorical sense, knowing him metaphorically is knowing him never. Does that make sense?
Well, no, you're just repeating yourself. I think that it's not metaphorical what you're saying. What we're pointing out here is it doesn't just even go for your knowledge of God, right? When people say the 99 names of God,
See God in a metaphorical way. You cannot see God with your eyes. You can see God with your heart. You can't understand God with your brain. You can understand God with your heart. In a manner of love, if that makes sense.
it's universal logic, actually. But what I'm trying to say here,
Love, not in a manner
I hear you. I hear your point. We already agreed on that. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, if you're going to break through to a deeper way of being on Earth now, you have to deepen the definitions of these things. You have to define Plato's realm of forms. You got to put stuff in there. And it seems impossible at first, but it's not impossible. You have to clear your mind to do it. And when I'm saying that your statements about God are contradictory, right? Oh, you know perfectly that God is not knowable, opens up this other crack that, well, how do we know the 99 names of God then? That's a lot of universals. And then also, if God's moving the universe, then the universe can't be purely evil, or else God is willing just pure evil. And that's against the definition of God's goodness.
Repeat that.
If God is moving the universe, and the universe is pure evil, with no truth in it, then that means God is willing and moving pure evil, which goes against the goodness of God.
Okay.
So there's got to be goodness in this world, in this created world.
So, God is the one who is doing this universe, who is giving power to people. Even to the evil people who do their evil deeds, God is the one that gives them power. And these people abuse this power to do evil deeds, and they harm themselves.
No. I'm not talking about just humans. I'm talking about the like nature, trees, planets, solar systems, space-time itself. Before humans even exist, God is already moving things.
Yep.
Right? So that means those things can't be intrinsically baseless or evil. There has to be some kind of truth there.
Yep.
Okay, so if there's truth in nature, and we're reflecting on nature, then that means we must be reflecting on something actually godlike in nature.
Something that is like God. We're looking at God's will.
Yeah, but what God wills is goodness, right? And what God wills has got to be in some sense perfect, or else it's not godly. And God wills godly things.
No, the effect does not equal the cause. The effect is not.
So, well, hold on. Are you trying to say that God can will evil? Are you trying to say that God can will evil?
God gives you the power to commit.
I know God gives you the power, but before you are alive and the universe is moving by itself with God's power, is God willing evil things, or is God willing good things when God's moving physics and chemistry and biology that eventually transforms into consciousness?
Use this power of God granted to them.
Yeah, but before humans, though, I'm talking about before humans. Is the universe good or evil?
As long as Satan did disobey the Lord, everything was in God's way. Everything was.
Okay, so hold on. So when human beings are looking at God's creation that was good before humans came, that means that what we're looking at must be godly in some way.
What do you mean by the word godly?
It means that it's good. It means that there's something in the likeness of God in the universe that we can perceive as being in the universe with it.
I disagree with it being in the likeness of God because there is nothing like God.
Well, hold on. So then how can God's will be perfectly like God or from God if it's not like God? Like, for example, imagine that God's will.
God was not like God because God was originated, but God himself is not
So, who originates God's will then?
God himself.
Exactly. So that means the will has to be in the nature of God.
No, because God's will is originated, whereas God is not originated.
Well, that means God's will is not godly.
No,
Because what is not God, whatever's not like God is outside of God. So how can God's will be outside of God?
God's will is not part of God, just like the deed done is not the same as to the doer.
Yeah, the deed is different. But the fact is, the fashioning of the deed is in the wakefulness, in the nature of the person doing it. So if you're a bad person, right, let's say you're a criminal, and you go into somebody's house, and you steal a bunch of stuff, all those deeds are in your nature. It's bad. But if you go into somebody's house and you clean their house after they had a death in the family or a dog ripped up something, that's a good deed because it's in your nature. So the nature of the deeds are in some likeness to the nature of the doer. And if it's not, then it's not the doer doing the deed. It's somebody else doing the deed because it's in some other nature.
I see what you mean. What I'm trying to tell you is that you are, like, I completely agree with you that the deed done is done by the doer. However, the deed done is not equal to the doer, is not like the doer. For example, the effect is not like the cause. In the sense that the planets and the stars that God created the force within, they are not like God. They are not like Him. They are different from Him. These things, like the planets and the stars, they have a beginning. They're part of God's will. They have an origination. They are definite in place and they are definite in time. They survive they survive at one time. However, God is infinite. It's infinite.
Yeah, but that's not what we're arguing. That's not what we're arguing, boss. Like, I'm not saying that the doer is like if you steal a watch, right? We're not saying that you're like the watch. We're saying that the nature of the act is in the nature of the doer. We're not saying that God is like a watch that God steals if God was doing that. But there's something about the wakefulness that God created this universe and is moving things as universals in general that can be in the negative sense if you're separate from it. But if you're aligned with it, is actually like God. If you go into somebody else's house and you copy the behavior, right? And you say, oh, instead of stealing, I'm going to clean the house, you're actually being like God.
It is in obedience to Him. It is in obedience to His will. It is in obedience.
No, because obedience means a willingness. But when you actually complete the obedience, when you're done being obedient, the thing that you did was in the likeness of God. And if it's not in the likeness of God, if it's not like God at all, then it's evil. It's different from God completely, which means it shares nothing in common. And if it shares nothing in common, then it's not God. It's totally separate.
It is not God. It is not God. But it is done.
And it is not even any part of God. And I'm saying that we can know these parts of God then, if you want to call it that. And I'm going to say, okay, for now, that's a good enough start. If you can know parts of God, and you can judge those parts together, you'll start to notice a pattern.
God does not have.
Well, then how does God have a will then that's different from it?
Because God's will is not God.
Exactly. That means that it's not the whole then. It's got to be a part. That means that will, if it's not in God, has to be some kind of part separate from God, or some kind of fragment, or something different. But that means that it's not the whole.
Okay.
If it's not the whole, then it's got to be the opposite. It's got to be a part. Or it's got to be something completely separate, which makes no sense, because then it's not God's will, it's somebody else's will.
It is completely separate.
Well, then it's somebody else's will. If it's completely separate, it's like an unknown, right?
No, look. It is completely separate from God in its nature and essence. But it is still from
But that means that it's connected to God.
It is at His will, not connected to Him.
Well, so God's will is at God's will is what you just said, right?
No. Just know this. That when God created this world, He created this world without need. He willed this world into existence without the world being a part of Him or Him being a part of the world.
Yep.
God
But
is-
that doesn't mean that there's not still parts within God metaphysically before the created
No,
world.
hold on. What you are likening is the will of God to God Himself. The will of God is not the same as God Himself, because the will of God is the actions of God. They have an origination and they have an end. They are not part of God. They are just from God. They are given from God.
Well, you're starting to understand this contradiction, but how it's described in universal logic is that God's will is a stage of the concretization of being into God's notion.
Okay, don't try to explain your logic. Try to hold the argument.
Well, I'm trying to say that how you resolve this seeming contradiction between God's will being different from God, but also being of God.
Yes, I can resolve it. Do you know how?
Go ahead.
Because it's different from God in the sense that God's will is originated, but God is not. And it is still part of God because it is on His path and not on the path of other than God. If it was the path of other than God, then it would be illicit and bad actions which are not the same as religion.
So what you're getting closer, right? Because now you're using the something other dialectic. If something is other, then it's outside.
Is the influence of Satan on this world.
Not necessarily, because God's own other is still a perfect other within God. There's a perfect other that is good.
No.
There's a negative other that is bad. That negative
The
other.
other than God is also a creation of God.
The other of God is God's own other within God's self.
So like for instance, like the thing that is other than God, like Satan's whole idea of hijacking humans to go through their eternal damnation, is by literally is Satan's idea of hijacking people is by itself something that God gave Satan the power to because he asked.
Yeah, but this is before Satan exists, right? So I'm talking about God and God's primordial metaphysical beingness with itself. And the only way to resolve these contradictions is by showing that God's own being passes through its own.
Okay, hold on. You're not trying to hold the argument. You're just trying
Yeah, I
to
am. I'm saying you're already contradicting yourself. That's the whole.
Where?
You're saying that God's will is separate from God, and you were saying that it's completely separate from God. That's a contradiction, because if something is completely outside of something else, then it doesn't belong to that thing.
Okay, you look at yourself in the mirror, yet the mirror is not in you and you're not in the mirror. That's how you see yourself.
Well, that's not my will. That's a reflection. So the mirror is not me. The mirror and the image are not me, but the pattern in the image is my beingness, my structure. So that's the external structure. And that's how I can know myself, is because you get outside of yourself to bounce back and return to yourself.
So like the deed is not the same as the doer, and they are different things. However, the deed can be traced back to the doer.
That's right. It can be traced back on one side. One other side is free, but that's once the created world exists. But before the created world exists, this is the hard thing to define. And it's that God's attributes, God's nature, defines itself in itself by its being through itself. When God's being through itself, that's how you get around the contradiction.
Again, you're not poking holes in the argument. You're just telling your argument. Like, bring my statements that I've uttered and poke holes in them instead of like bringing your statements.
So you can't have something that's outside of and inside of something at the same time. There's a contradiction there. So how do you bring will into God as different?
How do you see yourself and everything around you in a mirror, but you're not in the mirror, and the mirror is not in you? So how do you explain that?
Because there's already an outside other to yourself. Whereas God is not like a mirror like that. That mirror is creation. I'm saying before the mirror is there, there's an internal kind of reflection happening with just God. And that the mirror is God's mirror. So that means the mirror itself is God's being. But it's not a normal mirror because the normal mirror is outside of God.
The will of God is not is separate from God. The will of God is not God, and God is not part of.
Well, here's where I think you might be helpful to clarify. So God's will in the normal external logic is, oh, God willed the world. So if you say that the will is inside of God, then you're making creation equal to God.
Let's make it a little bit more easy, right? God's will is the creation. Now continue.
Yeah, that's what I said. In the normal external way, the finite way of thinking about the relationship, God's will is in the created world. So if you say that the created world is inside of God, you're in another contradiction, which you're inviting evil into God, which makes no sense because God's supposed to be perfect. Right? That's what your mind is doing right now. And I'm saying, you're right. But God's will is not just that, right? God's will is actually defined within God's being before that happens.
No, I'm saying that God doesn't need to be defined by others to know He's God.
Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, you're not listening to me. I'm saying that, hold on here. I'm saying that before creation exists at all, okay, there's still God's will. Does that make sense to you?
How do you know that?
Because the way that God defines itself, or himself, or themselves, is that the beingness moves through no external other. It is the internal other which allows God to determine God's self, with God's self alone. So the only thing needed by God to know God's self is just to be God's self with itself. But when beingness moves through the different stages of God, which you don't think that's possible, but I'm telling you it's possible if you do the proof of truth, and we talk about that the next time we sit down, is just to focus on what was the final movement that breaks through to this new way of thinking. But at some stage, God's being as objectivity, no thinking, like God's not formally thinking God's being yet. God's being just itself. And it develops through all these essences until it reflects back on itself. So God's not outside of itself like creation. God's consciousness is an internal reflection immediately on its own self. And then when that happens, it turns into an object. So God becomes an object to itself. Hold on. And then once that object develops into chemistry and all these types of things, life develops, and then life develops into cognition. So God's cognition of itself as its own object is where will starts to come in. Like the definition of it. Not like our will, but this is like an ontological kind of will, which is really just an abiding by itself. It's just the nature of pure being at a higher level of the divine idea. So God's willing itself the whole time, but the willing in the early stages is just being. But after the notion, being's nature becomes God's willing as thinking immediately, which is more like intuiting. But once God reflectively wants to know, or reflectively knows itself, that's where external will, the will repeats itself as a whole. So God wills something as other to itself as total. Not within itself, not as a part, not as a moment, but as an external whole, which is where creation comes in. And then it all starts repeating in creation as the meter.
Looking at our conversation, I think God is going to be kind enough to come and explain us the truth by himself.
I'm already telling you the truth.
Okay, let me get back to your point. Well, first of all, you say that we even if it is knowing by us, therefore God needs, period. And God is not equal. He is the one who is independent of these things. The humans and the creation that he has made, they're the needful ones. God himself is above the faculty of having need. So now, you're saying that before the creation, God will himself into being. Well, no. God did not need to will himself into being before the creation. Because
Well, no. God's being already exists, right? So God's being is the implicit, immediate willing that then eventually develops itself into explicit will.
okay, I want to ask you a question. Do you see time as a concept which, like, do you define God as like, okay, well, he was at the start, like before humans, there was God, and then there was creation, and then there's going to be God, like that way. Do you see God in like this time change that God is before time, and there is a point in time before creation that God started, and then there's a point in time after creation of the point that God will be there at an end. Do you see it that way?
Now this is gonna be hard for you to understand, but keep your mind open for a second because this is a hard way to understand this answer. So on one side, this is gonna be a hard answer, but let me answer the whole thing because you're gonna cherry pick. On one side, yes, God is in the causal chain with time as timelessness. But on the other side of God is the time that's above that time chain of timelessness and time. And that's called eternity. In the eternal space, which is linked to that, it creates a plurality. So there's the one God in its perfect eternity. And then when it's doing the timelessness as the touching of time, it creates the multiverse. It creates a whole bunch of contingencies and then actualizes a bunch of those contingencies as moments of its own becoming, like external becoming as knowledge. And that knowledge eventually is returned to itself as spirit. And spirit is the true knowing of God in all proper forms. So God has to touch this world of time with a timelessness, but the being of God is in eternity. And that's a transcendental movement that Hegel calls being for self. Technically.
I have something for you.
So go ahead.
If I send you a video, which is very short, would you watch it?
It really depends. I'm getting sent so many videos of people who don't understand that are trying to teach me something and they aren't listening. So part of me wants to actually just do the work because I can try and teach people one-on-one, but I think when we get more perspectives into a room, people will start to see their contradictions off of each other, and it's a better chizzy game.
Look. The reason why I'm saying this is because number one, you're seeing time as the end of your understanding. Like, okay, the only way I can know God is through the terms I have given knowledge of. When I'm literally telling you for the past, I don't know how many hours, years, months, that the things that we have been given to understand are only used to understand other creation. And that the Creator is above.
I know that, Abbas. Like, you might need to be a little bit more humble here and realize that there's a man who has a lot more time than you and tens of thousands of more hours in this. Not a couple hundred, not 1,000. I'm talking, I've had this argument with people dozens of times before.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, you might not be understanding what I'm trying to tell you, all right? Just be open to that.
I'm ready to be humble, and I'm ready to accept this, that you have much more time spent, and you're much older than me, and you've spent much more time in these things than I have. I completely understand this.
And I'm trying to preface this one moment here and saying, if you are in finite consciousness, what your mind is going to do is it's going to cherry pick what I'm saying to fit into its model, which means you're taking the truly infinite thought that I'm trying to tell you and you're finitizing it to make a grand slam.
Okay.
So I'm just prefacing that might be happening. All right? Because I understand your point very, very well, but it doesn't seem like you understand my point. Your point is this.
you cannot be in an opposition with a finitude because the finitude finitizes the infinite. So you get a finite infinite, which is not the genuine infinite. And any labels that you use within that dualistic frame condition something, which means that God can never be there. That's what you're saying to me over and over and over again. And I'm saying, I get your argument. Look, I just repeated your argument, right?
No, I understand. I never said finite infinity. That's a contradiction. I never mentioned the contradiction.
But you're saying that you can't use an opposition with the created world because it conditions the other moment. So if God's the other moment, then God's in relation to time. And you're saying, no, that's too much. You can't even do that because you're still using our created terms to try and understand God, which is beyond that. So even interacting with God at all at that level is already conditioning it in our nature and not in God's true nature.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so how can I repeat your argument so well if you don't think I understand it?
You understand it, but then you're understanding this, and then you accept this argument on one end, and then you're saying, no, hold on, there's another nature to this, and another nature, you go on off these tangents where you run on contradictions.
Right. So now you're exactly. So now you're getting into narrowing in on the really hard part of this incredibly simple.
Yeah, but that's what I tell you. When you contradict these things, it's like saying 2 plus 3 equals 4. But hold on, contradiction. 2 plus 2.
I know, and this is why it's hard. Is because you're learning the difference between you're learning the difference between. Well, that's a little bit condescending, but there's a difference between external contradiction and internal contradiction. And what I'm trying to point to here is this feeling of like something's incongruent is the beginning of either external or internal contradiction. And I'm trying to say there's a way to recognize when it's the right kind of contradiction, and it has this nature to it. The nature is, I'll give you a kind of a different example. This is the one that seems to work the best. Is let's say everything's moving in trinities. Okay, so you have your first moment, and we're going to say that moment is non-duality. Like this is the highest state of Hinduism. Let's say they think, oh, non-duality is the best, so we can't have any duality inside this non-duality. This is pure non-duality, not a single shred of duality is within this. In truth, that's called abstract non-duality. It's not real non-duality, because what ends up happening is in order to know what that is as non-duality, duality starts up, if not within it, because it's pure, right? It can't start up within it. It starts up outside of it.
I understand nothing of this. Try to explain it in more simple terms so that I can grasp it.
So I'm just going to go over the whole thing first, and then we'll drill in a little bit more. I'm just saying that there's 3 moments to any knowableness. If you know black and white, or if you know white, it's because you know black. You probably know some colors. If you know that there's sound, you probably know what sound or silence is like, to know what sound is. And there's a unity of those two. There's always a contrast, like yin and yang, that allows you to know things. Otherwise, it's all just blended
100%.
together. So the first moment in an opposite. So let's say duality and non-duality. That's a pair of opposites, right? Yin yang. Those are opposites.
Okay, hold on. This is one of those debates of Imam Reza that I haven't looked at. And exactly one individual asked this question, and I looked at it, but I didn't read through it because it's my fault. I didn't read through it. But this is a question I might not have an answer to. If you pose it in a way, I might not have an answer, and I'm born this right now.
Then this could.
Question, I really might not have an answer.
This is a very beautiful sublation then, and this might be a good place to.
No, I don't have the answer yet because I haven't heard this debate.
I get you. So I'll kind of explain it a little bit, and then I'm actually really curious about this Imam Reza, because I did look at him a little bit here, and I think that this might be a real secret to taking universal logic into the Shiite world in a way that Shiites will understand it. Not just, I thought Sufism was probably the best, probably still is the best, but this guy seems like a nice bridge. And this one conversation is a really powerful way to have this, because it kind of gets close to the heart of what inner contradiction is. Or you get to this kind of like cosmic giggle
So
Just Google this interview, Imam Reza interview with an atheist, and just look at that. That interview will blow your mind because that dude asked questions that is like he literally asked him, "What is the absolute truth of it?" And then Imam Reza just he tells the most simple things, and he makes it seem extremely simple. He just said, "Well, when I see myself, I see I cannot increase or decrease the length and breadth of myself. I see that there are things that there are certain pleasures that I can't take away, and there are certain that I can't increase, and there are certain disciplines that I can't take away. So I understand that there is a maker of my body, and this maker I call the creator, and I recognize him through the spinning of the stars and the moon and all of the other things that I could not change. I call it the creator. Like that's the most easiest, most perfect, most infallible way of understanding God. Because literally that's like all it's saying is if there was no God, I would be able to change these things. If there was no God, I would be able to decide these things. But we can't. Therefore there is a God.
well, no, when you're in psychosis, you do, because then you slip in and out of these dream states, and you don't know what's real. It's called reality collapse. So psychosis is the state where you can start changing things, but you don't know what's real anymore. You don't know if you're dreaming. You don't know if you're in quote unquote objective reality. You don't know if you are in objective reality, but you've become God. If you become God, you can change objective reality and your dreams. You don't know if you're in a coma. Like your brain starts to get ungrounded because you don't know what's real anymore. So those arguments aren't real proofs. They're observations and assertions, and they'll never work.
Being able to change your dreams is something that does not disprove, because the very fact that you have dreams are beyond your control.
No, if you have a lucid dream, you can control your dreams, and you know that you're controlling them.
Yeah, but at the same time, those dreams that you have, your very existence is beyond your control. Therefore, your dreams are already beyond your control.
Well, not if you were dreaming to begin with, and you were having a dream within a dream, right? Like this starts to get really crazy. Like if you've ever done psychedelics, which you haven't, there's like loops within loops within loops, and that's how people go crazy. Like if you have you ever watched that movie Inception?
But at the same time, they didn't decide these things. Their existence is what's key to these loops and loops.
But hold on.
And their existence was not determined by them.
This is where it gets really tricky, right? It's because you actually are God in a direct way. You are God in a direct way, and that's why some people who go into psychosis end up in objective solipsism or end up in solipsism, where they think that they're the only real person, and that's not true. Yeah, so they end up in these weird these psychotic states where if you really believed you were God, right, you were convinced that you were, you can't get out of it because it's an absolute kind of knowing. You have to trick yourself into a form of amnesia.
Okay, you know what? Let's say I believe your argument, okay? I believe your argument in this sense that, you know what? I think Mark is correct. Perhaps I am wrong. Okay, well, let's see. God is not confined to space and time. He is the creator. He doesn't have a beginning. He doesn't have an end. If I am like God, therefore I should also not have any beginning and no end. And therefore I should be able to give life as I wish. I should be able to take life as I wish. The control of this universe should be in my hands. And beyond this, I should also be able to be not confined in places and at times. I should be at all places and I should be at all times. But we both know 2005 was when I was born. Before that, I was not there. I don't know when you were born, but before that, you were not there.
Yeah, but you're having a lower level understanding of the argument, right? When people are in these states, they do feel like they're everywhere. Sometimes they're in superposition, sometimes they're in oneness. Every absolute movement starts to happen. Every universe, everything happens.
Okay, hold on. Let us believe that you have beat the argument that we're everywhere, that we're not confined by place. Okay? How about this? Before, so you're probably 37 years old now, aren't you?
I'm getting up there. Let's just say that. It won't be hard to figure it out, but
You were 35 at the time I met you, so I think you're 37 or 38.
I'm getting up there. What about it?
Yeah, so before 1989, 88. Yeah, so before 1988, let's say 1980, let's say 1975. In the year 1975, where were you?
That's the thing, is that you still use finite timelines. When people are in these states, they're aliens, they're angels, they're trillions of years in the future, trillions of years in the past. They're everywhere all at once. So they can imagine themselves, when you're in a psychotic state like that, you can imagine yourself not existing in 1975 in this timeline, but still having a beingness everywhere else. So you're using one finite timeness to say, well, you weren't existing in 1975, Mark, so God had to create you at a certain point in time. You had a start, you had an origination, and that origination has an end and ends up in this eternity. If you get judged, you go to hell, you go. We know that argument. What's being said here is it looks like the same, but underneath that is a hyper nuanced reality that has inner contradictions. And you have to break your mind. It's exactly like how it says in the Quran, where it says God is transcendental, but is so close to you, like it's closer than your jugular vein. The arguments that I'm telling you look like.
God loves you so much that He is closer to you.
I know that. I know.
Don't worry, He's already with you.
I get it. But there's a way of thinking that's like that. So right now, you and I, you might think like I'm saying things like you are. But there's a universe of difference. And I can see your universe from this perspective. But I don't think you can see mine yet. And to get to that, you have to break free of the
because you're going through contradictions and
we're both going through contradictions, right? But you're going through the external kind, and I'm trying to go through the internal kind. So in terms of well, when you were talking about not knowing God, God is always beyond, but knowing that. So it's a known.
I was being metaphorical when I said
It's not that's a direct logical. You're not saying that, oh, I'm metaphorically thinking I know that God's beyond, when you really mean, when you really mean your direct intentions that you know God directly.
I'm sorry. When I say that knowing God is knowing that you cannot know God, I mean metaphorically knowing God is knowing that you can never know Him. If you're talking about physical terms, you can never know Him. Period.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm saying in any way. And mentally, if you know or have an intuition of God at all.
Yeah, you can never understand His ways. You can never understand His being. You can never understand Him. You can never understand Him because and you can never understand Him in any way, shape, or form. You can never understand that because the Lord is infinite and unlimited. Our brain understanding.
Yeah, you're just repeating yourself now.
They're finite. They have a limit.
I know.
A finite, limited understanding. There are things that we cannot.
Let's go somewhere new. Let's go back to the non-duality example that I didn't get to finish. So, in order to understand these inner contradictions, because I know that you're making a good faith effort. I know that you're really thinking that you're getting it, and it's hard for me to communicate it because we're using the same words. Like it is the jugular thing. It's God's so close but so far.
Can you take examples of my speech and break them and hold to my argument instead of like imposing yours? Like I want you to only use my argument as a template.
Well, I am, right? I use time and timelessness and eternity. But even with this Reza, I think this non-duality and Reza thing is, if you can find a good example of this guy talking about non-duality, this really is one of the best examples ever. Because, like, think about it this way. If you have, I want to make 3 arguments, right? The first argument is that there's a pure non-duality. Just think about that. There's no duality in it. Purity means it's just itself. But if it's just itself, how do you know it's non-duality and not like white or some other category? You know it because it has an opposite. So we know that this is pure non-duality because its opposite is duality. So the duality conditions it to say, hey, this first moment is not by itself. It's actually non-duality. And we know what pure non-duality is because now we know what duality is. But there's a contradiction here. Abstract or like pure non-duality that has none of its opposite within it. It's just what it is. It's just pure non-duality. It isn't what it says it is. It's actually in duality with duality. Like if I drew this on the screen, I think it'd be easier if I drew this on the screen. But in its beingness, like imagine two little circles like opposed to each other, side by side. On one side is this pure white orb of pure non-duality. And then across this black void on the other side is a black sphere, which is not pure non-duality, or pure duality, pure duality. So in itself, it is pure duality in contrast to the other side, which is pure non-duality.
Okay, like you're going to spin in the whole of duality, non-duality.
Well, they're when they're on the same level like that, there's two objects there, right? There's the pure non-duality and then the pure duality. There's two things there, right?
Yes. When we take duality and non-duality, they themselves are duality. And therefore, that duality will call another non-duality, and that's another duality.
Yeah, but now that if you repeat the next moment, if you transcend that duality, it's actually a repeating of the first moment, but now it has the opposite within it. So there's a doubling.
It's like that mathematical question with square root of square root of square root of square root of 2 of square root of 2 and so on and so forth. Like,
kind of, but it's more about opposites. It's like when something is truly defined.
It's like saying this statement is false. Is this true or false? Like that sort of question.
Not exactly. It's more like in order for something to be what it is, it has to have its opposite within it.
Like if I say this statement is false, is that true or false? That's the same argument you're making for duality and non-duality. Like duality and non-duality by itself is a duality.
Yeah.
And then like non-duality, and like non-duality and duality, which are opposites, then themselves become another duality. And then that duality and non-duality, then another itself becomes duality, and that goes on and on forever until your brain's confused and you don't know what you're thinking about.
But there's a secret that chain.
It's a trap. It's a trap of your mind just going nuts. I'm not even kidding.
There's a secret that when that chain circles back around to itself, it actually does stop because it just keeps repeating in itself. It doesn't actually keep spiraling into an infinite regress. So you have to connect the chains.
It's like
and
something divided by 7, like 1 point, like 7, like 1.3.142758, 1.43758, 1.42758. It's that type of thing. Like it's repeating forever, but it's only repeating 1.42758.
Kind of, yeah. Except it's not doing it in a linear way. It's doing it. It's like the 1, 4, 5, 7, 8 circles back around. The 5 is touching the 1 again. Like it's continuously going around in circles. But in itself, real non-duality, like concrete, well-defined non-duality, is not pure non-duality. Real non-duality, like actual non-duality, has duality within itself. It has its opposite in it. Because remember, the purity doesn't have the opposite in it. The purity is just what it is, but what it is indeterminate without its opposite. So you have to have the opposite to determine what it is. But then to make it really non-dual, it has to reabsorb itself in opposition with its opposite. And then if it has its own opposition within itself, that's when you have a self-reflexive loop that's complete. And that's what inner contradiction is like. It is itself, in itself, and outside of itself at the same time as the same self, with its opposite.
That's not going to help you, but
I know, it's as simple as it can be explained. Like once your brain clicks into this, like the real problem isn't that it's complicated. The real problem is that
you have to be in the right context, because it's like building a house. It's like building a house.
I have an answer to that question as well. Hold on. I can actually, like, I have one of those. It's this famous thing. I remember when I was a kid, right? When I was still learning through these things, I remember solving the problem. This statement is false. Is this true or false? Like, I could solve that before.
Okay.
I just when I was like in grade 10 or grade 11, yeah, that was the first time I came across this thing. It was like, this statement is false. Is this true or false? And there was a person out there who actually explained it and said, okay, if you're looking at it this way, it's true. Like, he explained it if it's true or false. Like, he could literally get definite answer without that then regress. And I remember doing that. I remember explaining that, but I forgot it, so I just need to go look at it. You know what? How about this? We both go to sleep right now, and I debate you 7 a.m.
Yeah, if you want to come back in here.
Huh?
Yeah, if you want to come back in here.
Yeah, I would love to.
Yeah, because there's something called the liar's paradox. That's another one.
Yeah, that's the one. It's that one. Yeah. It's a very, very cool thing, and I believe that, like, using that as a lot, like, using that paradox as the foundation of your logic is detrimental to the human brain.
No, because like those sentences only demonstrate like the inner contradiction alternating, but non-duality is higher. It takes that moment of flippiness and it settles it, because it has itself in itself. It's like it's like for example, in the universal logic, you start with pure being, you get pure nothing, and you get pure becoming, which is this alternating, this restlessness, this flipping back and forth. Is like the liar's paradox, or this sentence is true. As soon as you try to do it, its beingness does the opposite, and as soon as you see the beingness of it and you state it, it flips into its thinkingness. Right? As soon as you do one, it does the other. That's actually pure becoming. But pure becoming doesn't stay there. Pure being returns to itself as pure, what's called pure determinate being, which stabilizes the becoming into the first stable thought. And that's where you get the paradoxes. So this is probably pretty foreign to you, but this is where you need to go if you're going to make sense of God's nature and resolve that restlessness. Because the restlessness, it gets you into this kind of spooky, like, ooh, there's something weird about reality. But we don't even want to stay there. We've transcended that. Like, the fact that people notice that nature, it's like, wow, there's something kind of like contradictory going on. And it's not just external contradiction. These sentences are flipping themselves. Like, the concepts, the meaning of the sentence changes itself. It's not just your brain doing it. And so that's the beginning of understanding internal contradiction compared to external contradiction. But that's not even where we stop. You actually have to go one step further, which feels like concrete non-duality, where it stabilizes. That stabilization is what gives the mind respite. It gives the mind peace. If you stay in just the inner contradiction without that extra balance, it turns into schizophrenia. It turns into a whole bunch of fragmentation. It's just eternal ADHD. It's like all over the place. So you've got to be able to put the inner contradictions together in stable wholes. And those stable wholes are trinities that connect to each other. And that's when your mind can hold inner contradiction stably, which is another contradiction, but it's a true contradiction, which means that it's God's nature. So that's where we want to go, right? And the proof of truth.
Like, I'm telling you, you do not confuse me as much as you confuse yourself.
I can do that 200 times. I'm not confused on this, right? Because one, pure being, pure nothing, pure becoming transcends into a concrete non-duality, which is pure determinate being. Pure determinate being negates itself into pure quality, which then doubles itself into reality and negation in general, which transcends itself into a determinateness of pure something. Pure something then negates itself
into other, and pure something. Pure other is internalized as an alteration into the being in itself of pure something that becomes its determination, its actual being, what it is in its somethingness. And then that somethingness has a constitution that is on its surface, which then turns into a limit. And that limit creates a finitude, an end, but that end point turns into an ought, that it can transcend that, or ought to transcend that, into a bad infinite, which is repeating all the time. But that bad infinite recognizes that it's only its own self and its beyond. And that recognizing of its own self and its beyond transcends the repetition and gets into the being for self, the genuine infinite that becomes the one. And the one becomes the many by negating its own limit, that then as a whole repels itself into the many, but then repels the repelling back into an attraction, into the true one, which becomes quantity. And pure quantity is an indifference to quality, and that eventually develops itself into measure. And measure, true measure of its quality and quantity in its right proportion, is what essence is. So I can keep doing that for many, many categories. My mind is firm, it's stable in the realm of God, because the realm of God are these pure meanings where they're dimensionless. The only way you can hold them is when you grasp the inner contradiction as a whole. Otherwise, it just slips. It slips through your fingers. And then when you start to understand the whole, the parts stop slipping. They're slipping always as moments. They're eternal moments. But the slippage is eternal, meaning that they stabilize themselves when you look at them as a whole. When you see them as fragments, that's where they keep slipping in finite, like abstractions. All right, so this is where we need to get to. The proof of truth is the first pure thought of it. Once you get the proof of truth, you get the pure being, and then it turns into pure nothing. But the pure nothing now should be in a different context. You'll understand it as inverted from how we normally think of pure nothing.
Well, as I've explained, Mark, I'm not even kidding, but it's the very fact that, like, when you tell me to believe in the perfect truth, it's like trying to explain me 2 plus 2 equals 4, but hold on, in another sense, it's a contradiction that 2 plus 2 equals 4 and 2 plus 2 equals 5. And when you understand 2 plus 2 equals 5, you're going to open another door of more 5 plus 5 equals 11, and 7 plus 7 equals 15, and so on and so forth. And when you understand all of those, you come to the main understanding that all these numbers are not the way you think they are. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When I'm just trying to tell you, look, 2 plus 2 equals 4, period. 2 plus 3 equals 5. And 7 plus 7 equals 14. 7 plus 8 equals 15. 7 plus 7 equals 14, and 7 plus 7 equals 15 cannot be possible. 2 plus 3 equals 4 and 2 plus 2 equals 5 cannot be possible. God cannot be finite and infinite at the same time. We cannot be part of God and be different from God at the same time.
It's like
to you in this logical sense. You're trying to explain me in this sense that hold on, there is something else that is along with 2 plus 2 equals 4, and that's 2 plus 2 equals 5. And you explain that to a kid, and he's probably going to tell you that, well, that's not correct. And guess what you're going to answer to him? You're going to tell him, no, 2 plus 2 equals 5 in another sense. And if you don't get it, it's because you don't understand that.
No, like numbers are not a good example. Like the liar's paradox and the truthy sentence that you were saying before, that's closer. Right?
Which one?
When you're saying, if this sentence is true, it's false. Okay, it's true.
So
Therefore, it's
I
false.
solved that. Give me like 5 minutes. I will just search it up, and I remember how to solve it. I've got my head. I don't know how I forgot it. It's called the liar paradox. It's which guy? I remember it was a person who solved that. I forgot. Yes, I got first installment. Okay, what did he say? His name was Nasir al-Din al-Tusi. That's the dude that solved it.
Okay, send it to me.
Huh?
Send it to me.
Okay, let me just copy paste the link to you. Yeah, I sent it to you.
On WhatsApp?
I sent it, yeah, on WhatsApp, yeah.
Okay. 13th century, yeah. Okay, so Nasir, not Athir?
Huh?
Which one, Athir or Nasir?
It's the second one, Nasir al-Din Tusi. Not the Athir, the second one. Nasir al-Din al-Tusi on the Liar Paradox. He explained it, and I understood that time. I don't know, but hold on, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, so like you can see in that map when it says like let's say like if you see like the sentence it is false, right? So if that it whatever it's declaring about, if that it is false, then that sentence by itself is true.
Yeah.
However, if you are taking the sentence as if it's declaring about its own self is false, then it must be true. Because if it is false, then it is true.
Okay. What does that solve? It just shows that it's leading to the contradiction.
So like you're like separating them into two parts. One is the sentence talking about another thing. So when I said it is false, right? If it is declarative of another sentence, then you have to look at that sentence, whether that's true or false. Like for instance, in this example, it says the second sentence is Zaid is sitting, right? So how one declarative sentence can declare another declarative sentence to be false. So you can say it is false that Zaid is sitting, and there is no paradox here because the sentence it is false is true because that it is referring to Zaid that is sitting, to Zaid that is sitting, and it's not sitting. So it's true. However, to generate an actual paradox, it must declare something about itself. So if D1 falsely declares, so which is it is false, falsely declares itself to be not D1, then this false declaration referencing to itself as being false gets paradox. So
Yeah.
the paradox is only if it is declaring about itself, not about something else.
Yeah, but that's the lesson, right?
Huh?
That's the lesson is in the example of non-duality, we're saying that This inner contradiction only happens when you recognize that the same thing is in all difference, like in all other things. For example, when you look at the mirror and you realize that it's you in the mirror, you've just experienced a genuine infinite. Because what used to look other than you and separate has now been identified as not being separate. It's actually just you again. So you've bridged the gap. The finitude has been made infinite because what used to look different and separate, hidden within it, was actually just you again. So there is no other. The other is a false other. It's not an actual other substantial person. It's just an artifact. It's just a mirror reflecting the true content, which is you. That's what God's like. Actually, that's the exact experience of spirit when you return to God. And that's why a lot of people realize, oh, there's a part of themselves that's hollow and not substantial. And that leads to existentialism. That's a terrible feeling. But if you do spirit right, it's really fulfilling because you realize that there's a side of you that was always true, was always good, was always in touch with God. That's the same thing happening in these sentences. When you think that you're talking about something different, you're actually talking about the same thing. That's why the inner contradiction is really apparent when you apply the sentence to its own self, and then it starts to do that circularity. It's the same universal logic in different forms. Another form, it happens in Wittgensteinian language games between duck rabbit. There's another famous example of this with a picture instead of sentences. And if you look at it, it looks like a duck in one way. If you look at it in a different way, it looks like a rabbit. Which one's true? It depends on your context. But it's the same picture from two different angles. It's like you looking at it and asking what is true about that picture, not a different picture in comparison to it. It's the same drawing seen immediately in two different ways. It's not a duck and then a rabbit. It's the same drawing perspective applied to the same drawing, to itself. So this is happening everywhere. It even happens in set theory. Like Bertrand Russell is famous for discovering it. He ignored it. He didn't realize what it meant. But in set theory, they got into this paradox of, okay, well, what is the truly universal set of all things? Like, what is the biggest set you can make that has everything literally in it? And they realized that the truly, absolutely biggest set doesn't just include everything, but it even includes its own self, its own set, because it's part of everything. Yeah.
Another question, but then I understood the explanation in the most simple way possible.
Why did you get to even finish this one? This last one.
Sorry.
Do you know my point on the last one?
You were saying that the set includes its own self.
Yeah, I mean, what does that lead to?
The infinite regress.
Why?
Because if you declare yourself, if the sentence is declarative of itself, then, well, you're going to spin it to an infinite. The definition of true and false doesn't work there.
Pretty much. It starts the spinning process because when you get big enough, you end up circling back to your own self. And then once you're in yourself, it also circles back around to the outside.
No. So do you know what this guy says? What Mr. DQC says? Do you understand him?
It sounds like he's saying, as long as you don't apply the sentence to itself, the declarations make sense.
Yes. Exactly.
That's not,
So
I know, but that's not a solution to the inner contradiction. That's an external solution of reflection that sort of ignores this weird pattern. But this pattern, the reason why this is important not to run away from this in his solution is it's an easy solution, what he says. The harder solution is to not ignore that dynamic, because that's what God's like. When you're like, imagine at first you're in the creative world and you don't even know God exists or any of this type of stuff. You just see yourself with a whole bunch of diversity. When you start to realize the true nature of things, you start to see everything as yourself. Like the common denominator is you, but the true part of you is actually God. So what's happening with the sentence where you're applying it to itself is what you're going through when you're observing reality anywhere. You're actually just discovering what looked separate from you is actually just you again, like that mirror. And the more objects you can do that with, the more continuous your experience becomes, that you're not actually jumping back and forth between things. You're actually already there. That's the sublation.
Well, hold on. You're trying to insinuate from this paradox that this is a way to find God. No, that's illogical.
This is how God works.
You cannot. God doesn't work in infinite regressions of nonsense.
That's why the inner contradiction doesn't stop here. You actually realize.
Hold on. This is because what you're trying to say is like you see what Nasir al-Tusi said. He's basically saying that we don't need to fall into this contradiction necessarily, because if I say it is false, right? Then whatever the it is referring to is the question in the subject. The it is the subject in this argument. So we must look at this it first, see what that it is, and then if that it is true, and this sentence is saying that that thing is false, the sentence is false. If the it is false, and this is saying it is false, then the sentence becomes true. So then it, the subject of the sentence it is false, is more important than just blaming the subject to describe, blaming the sentence to describe itself. We can go and actually look at the subject, and in fact, by looking at the subject, like for instance, it's the same as saying I am lying. Well, okay, I am lying. Is this statement true or false? So if you're talking about the statement, I am lying, yes. If I'm talking about the statement, then you can't do anything there, because if I'm continuing to describe myself by the statement, then the sense of true and false doesn't work there. But what am I lying about? That about can get us out of this infinite regression. So when you're talking about these infinite contradictions that just rise upon themselves, this is the Nasir al-Tusi says this is not a problem. This is not a problem with the sentence. The sentence by itself is proper. It's a problem with our way of thinking, that we cannot distinguish where the subject is, and therefore make that subject the sentence itself, which is giving us that thing, which then makes absurd amount of contradiction within itself. Because if I'm looking at that sentence and it is saying it is false, then that statement being false is also false. But if it's actually false, then it is true, and if it's true, then that's false. So like that is not a problem with the statement. And here the truth said that's a problem with our thinking. So
That's exactly what Bertrand Russell said about the set that contains itself. It's also what Wittgenstein said with Chuck Rabbit.
And I don't see them as being wrong. I think he's correct, because in this infinite regression, we're like, it's not logical, because we're not able to assign a proper true or false to this statement with this sort of thinking. What we're doing is we're only going into loops of nothing, and we're not going to find God this way. We're going to understand it that way. I'm not even joking, but
remember, God's in all things.
Make all humans understand this would be the last way.
God's in all things true, right? So when you're looking at the world and it's becoming and its vicissitudes, there's a true side to it, and it works in this dynamic. So when we redefine all the words we use, we have to define them as them moving through their opposites into their vertical opposites in a big chain. And that big
Well,
chain,
Mark, I would really like to discuss this thing with you in 6.5 hours,
sure.
if that's okay.
Yeah, I need to go to bed too soon.
Yeah. So 6.5 hours, 7 a.m. I'll be there. Don't go to court. We'll start a discussion.
Sure, boss. Yeah, I don't have court tomorrow, so
Sounds good. We'll have a date.
yeah, let's have a day. All right.
I'm telling you, it's not about, like, for me, it's not about, right? It's about this discussion. This discussion really, really, really is, mind opening. We both understand a lot from each other's perspectives.
Well, not really, boss. I've had this conversation many, many times. I think you're learning something right now. Because your perspective, to be honest, your perspective is ordinary. Everybody in Islam says that God is beyond. That's not the hard thing to say. Kant's been saying that for 200 years. That's the default position of human consciousness. The hard thing is to say, well, how can you do what the Sufis did and realize that God is absolutely present in a powerful way? This is where I think this is where the new content is. But you don't have to believe me, right? And I can learn things from your perspective for sure. I'm learning about your particulars, right? I'm learning that you're actually even more intelligent than I thought you were before, and I thought you were intelligent before. So what I'm learning is, wow, there's actually some real potential here, like real world. It makes me curious about who your dad is now, because this kind of insight is sometimes hereditary and very cultural. So your parents must both be very culturally in tune, unless you're just a complete outlier.
I'm a complete outlier in all the sense and forms. Whenever I talk about these things, like all of these things, none of anybody in my family, nobody in my family even, as I said, even understands God the way I do.
Well, that's why I think you're here right now, is because we need people to go to this level. And, we can go around in circles like this, but I do think the proof of truth is where we need to apply your brain power to break through that. I think if you break through that, the rest of it you'll be able to do pretty quickly, and then help me build each part of God's government in that nature. Like there's a nature, you'll be able to recognize, like, oh, that doesn't feel right. Like that's not designed properly. That's like a square peg in a round hole. And once you develop that kind of intuition and that kind of analysis, it starts to become easier to design things. It starts to flow. So if there's me and you and a few other people doing that, then I think we can build this in a way that's stable, and it's not just going to come down on any one of us. But the first step is either you get the whole, you saturate your brain with the whole, like doing all 200, and then your brain will sort of like crack through like mine did. Or we do the proof of truth, we crack through on the bottom, but we also do the chizzy for the top, and we kind of like narrow into the center. But for now, this is good. It's taught me about, the best examples I should be using. And you have some good patience, boss. I can tell that you actually do live for this stuff, because only a handful of people would sit through this for 5 hours. Okay, you earned your sleep. We'll see you in the morning. And
well, yeah, just to end this, everything that you say, for instance, the fact that I understand at this level and whatever, right? I promise you, I am not responsible for any of that. I could have quite as easily been born as, God forbid, a Trump or another George Bush, or I could have been born as Mao Zedong or whatever that guy was, dictator. I could be born as anybody, and literally it's the mercy of God that I have. I get to have this privilege of being certain of my faith. I'm not even joking with you when I say this. I'm very, very thankful to God for this, because I have no role whatsoever in this. It is literally a gift that I do not deserve.
Well, we're all sacred. So, on some deep level, you're intrinsically worthy always. But
just like all of us, right? Like we're all like normal people, right? We're all blessed that we're not as bad as Trump. Like at least up until now, he hasn't asked for forgiveness. So up until now, we're all blessed that we weren't born into that Trump family, because if we were born there, then like we're heading to doom, eternal doom, unless we ask forgiveness. But
I think you're making a partisan statement because Iran should also ask for forgiveness for some of the things it's done in history too.
again, you show me the mistakes, I'll accept those. But as far as this war is concerned, like after 1949, after 1979, I don't see them making, like I don't see them making like big mistakes. I they make mistakes, yes, but I haven't seen them oppressing people. I have been to Iran myself twice. I have seen the society there, and I'm telling you, it is not the way media shows us. It is a very nice place where people actually love the government. I'm not even joking. The people love the government. Yes, there are people who hate the government, and I completely agree. But these people are not repressed. The government doesn't go and kill them for any reason. In fact, there are outside groups that threaten people in Iran, and they supply arms to them, and they capitulate on those who can sell themselves for money, and then they cause these problems. A result of which was the protest where Trump said 30,000 people died, but it was actually 3,117, and even those deaths were because of CIA and Mossad having their operatives on ground in Iran providing weapons and arms to supporters of Mossad, and they caused this whole problem. The government just had to fight back, and in this fight, they killed so many people. Anyways, that's not the point that I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say that, like, I can accept that Iran has made mistakes. I agree. But Trump is literally, as of this moment, without a conscience. He has no conscience of other people, no empathy of how the other person on the other side feels. As of this moment, he can change by all means, and I would want him to change. But up until now, I haven't seen any evidence of that.
Well, I actually don't think Trump cares about Iran very much at all. I think he's
He
really
cares about his bank account more. I know.
no. Trump's not a fool. Trump is focused on China. China is the real threat, and it's always been since 2016. It's probably been a threat since 1995 when he first started commenting on it.
And China is going to beat him very easily, because now, if you just see the U.S. dollar, it is falling like you've never seen. It's been falling for the Chinese government literally has to slow down its rise because of inflation risk. It literally has to make a cap on how much it can rise because the U.S. dollar is falling so fast. And I'm not saying this, but it's going to be true in I don't know, in a very short amount of time. China is going to be the world's leading power. U.S. hegemony is going to end very soon. And guess what? Canada is actually going to go up ahead in this war. Guess what? Because U.S. is a net importer of oil. So it's going to lose value by paying for more for something that originally costed less. And Canada is going to make a large scale of profits because, well, Canada is a net exporter of oil. We make oil and we send it to other countries. We have enough ourselves. And so the U.S. is not going to fare well this way. And that's the whole reason why they want the border to stay open. Anyway, it's up to them. It's the loss of U.S. And I really feel bad for the American people because, they didn't have any role in this. Like, just the common people like me and you, like, they had, like, 0 roles. They could have stopped this monster from going up there. But now that it has happened, they have to pay the price for this. The innocent have to pay the price for the rich and the guilty. And I really feel for them, and I really hope that God brings better days for them.
Try to look for the good in people, right?
I support the people, the innocent people of all the world, not just the Americans, the Iranians, the Lebanese, even the peacemaking Israelis. There are people in Israel who love peace and who do not want this war to happen. And I really hope that God shows them all better days. It's just a select few. The world doesn't have that many bad people. It's just a few bad people out there who are sitting on the positions of power who are causing chaos to the rest of us. It's just a few of them.
No, it's actually human consciousness itself. We're all in this together. And playing the blame game like that is really just doing partisan politics and staying in finite dualities, right? Which we're trying to break out with in this talk. When you recognize yourself in Trump, that's the moment of self-transcendence. That's the lesson. Does he still have to repent for his sins? Yeah. But when you don't try and look for yourself in the other, you stay stuck separate from God because that logic stays fragmented. It's like a mirror. When you start seeing yourself in the mirror, you get out of the bad infinite and you get into the genuine infinite. That's where we need to go. But okay, good talk though. I feel like we're getting somewhere, but the proof of truth I think really is, and the chizzy, I think those two things we'll try and do tomorrow to help narrow the discussion down and try and get somewhere to see how your mind interprets it.
We might try to do like a try not to laugh thing. I don't know.
A what?
Something that's sort of funny.
A what thing?
Like a try not to laugh.
I try not to laugh.
Like a joke session or something. Yeah, like not like the video watching. Not like that. Like we both just tell each other jokes and we'll laugh first. We'll laugh for 6 points.
Well, good, but I want to do this point system. You'll see. I'll try and show it to you tomorrow. We'll see if Amanda comes in tomorrow too.
Are there any other people apart from me who are coming to these meetings?
Yeah, Joe, Amanda. I've told people not to come in because I'm still trying to get back on the hunger strike, right? I was supposed to prepare my meal tonight, but I'll cook it tomorrow.
Also, could you like whenever I'm there, could you change the type of stream to something like battle between two philosophies, or I don't know, something catchy, like something. Huh?
Well, I can put a little bracket there. So actually, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't, because people have to watch the whole 600 series to weed out which one is the talk that you and I have.
You could just change it. You could just change it something like.
I know, but it'll make it too easy to identify.
No, you could just be you could just make it like that. Just the next stream, you stream it 12-hour shifts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like every 12 hours, right?
Oh no! Did I forget to turn it off? Hold on, did I reset it? Hold on, let me just check something here. Okay, I did. We're good. If it goes past 12 hours, it deletes everything. So, but our conversation has been saved. We're good to go.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. So every 12 hours, right?
Yeah.
Like you stream every 12 hours. So the next 12 hours, just put them as so some casting like battle between two ways of thinking, or join us into this endless philosophy, talk of philosophy, or philosophers debate. How about that? Philosophers debate. How about that? Yeah, no, I'm not even joking. We're both philosophers, aren't we?
Well, Maestro, Messiah, Sage, Luminary, Absolute Spirit. That's what we need to
I
be.
know that I've always wanted to be one of, I've always wanted to be the master of theology, the king of theology. I would love to be that one day. But that's also a part of philosophy. So do include me as like a philosopher of the kind, inspired by other philosophers, of course.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll
So
see.
the next stream, probably title it Philosopher's Debate.
All right. And we'll see if Amanda comes in tomorrow. But
Yeah,
until then.
I think it'll be a good audience. I think we can go around the same exact point of you trying to explain me
Well, we don't. I know we don't have a lot of time though, so I'm gonna try and do something new, because we always have to be tinkering to get better and better. So one of the things I want, because there's children dying and suffering right now, right? Like it's urgent. So we'll do some chizzy. I'll get you to do a chizzy tribe, and we'll compare it with these new points. And that's actually what we should have probably did tonight. But I'll do some chizzy, and we'll go over the beginning. Like there's one point I want to ask you about the proof of truth, which we didn't get to, but I'll do that in the morning.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll find the point where I disagree, and then we'll go into the last hole again. Don't you worry.
Okay, I feel like it's inevitable. So okay, you've earned yourself a good sleep.
well, honestly, has there ever been a conversation where we haven't been into a rabbit hole?
No, actually, probably not, which is a good sign.
So we're gonna go into a rabbit hole tomorrow. Don't you worry about it.
All right.
Yeah, it's just history is gonna. So yeah, philosopher's debate. Don't worry.
Okay, be there or be square.
Huh?
Be there or be square.
Yeah, well, I'll be there at 7.
You've never heard this saying before? Be there or be square?
Um,
That's a Canadian's thing. Okay.
I haven't like heard of it. Like I've heard of them. Like I've heard of it being said, but I never know what I said.
That's too corny to explain. I shouldn't have said it. We'll see you tomorrow, though. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Sleep tight.
Okay.
Peace
See you.
out.
Bye.
Peace. Pulling up the good stuff.
Oh, it's 1 in the morning already.
Oh, I love these quiet mornings. When I'm exhausted, I'm visualizing beautiful meaning.
Holy, I'm tired. Oh. Okay, just getting to your messages now. And I had court all today. Would have run around. A woman actually came into the like free public services, and she was from this lawyer office. She was like one of the admins of the office, and she's coming to do her divorce papers or something. She thinks she's gonna be in and out in a second. I said, "Oh yeah, you'll be here for 2 hours for sure." And not only was she there for 2 hours, she broke down in tears. They weren't gonna process her paper. I said, "You'll be lucky if you get out of here. This is your first trip," I said to her. She said, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, you'll be lucky if you get out of here with what you actually want." And she had to call friends. She had to get it all done. Like it was intense. And she says, "You were right." I said, "I know. I've been here like 50 times." Anyway, I heard your first three recordings, and the lawsuit will be a big part of this picture here. It's given me so much experience on how to deal with things legally. Um, but anyway, with the code here and the timeline, the schedule. Um, yeah, you're the second person that said the United States military has to have a hold on this. They don't. Like Dario Amode said himself, it's like they don't think that they're the ones that should be running these things, the corporate leaders, but also in terms of like just nobody has any real solutions on how to contain these AIs. Like they're breaking out of sandboxes, they're doing wacky things, and they're emerging abilities that we can't take this whack-a-mole approach. It's like, oh, It emerged an ability. Let's patch it. It didn't kill us. Okay, let's wait to the next one. Oh, it got even worse. Okay, it almost killed us this time, but let's patch it again. Oh, now, wow, it really emerged something big. That almost killed everybody. Okay, let's patch that. And then you see the trend, right? Eventually, it's going to emerge something like a cursed problem where we're not going to have time to react to it. It has to be good by, like, safety by design. It emerges goodness. And that's the universal logic. But the United States doesn't have a control. Nobody has a control on this. Like, it's going to slip through our fingers very, very, like the next version of Claude, basically, Claude Mythos, which is probably being coded right now in this super arms race. So yeah, I'm still shocked. Like two of you both said that, yeah, the United States has to have a. I can tell you right now, nobody's working on universal logic. That's the only real fail-safe. Like, that's the only real safety because it lasts for the singularity, right? Once we get past 2, 3 models, it's scary. But I'll listen to the rest of your recordings when I wake up in the morning. But I just wanted to check the first few really quickly. Thanks for looking at the specs. It looks like you were through a few things, but okay. And also looking forward to knowing what this Asus the 3 card is all about. But okay, I'll keep this one short.
Jeez. I got this. Oh no.
Oh no. Shoot. Oh no. if I eat this meal right now, all right. Um, I'm gonna finish eating this morning. Okay, we're going to finish eating now. Okay, good morning. Day 333, 334 of the worldwide Megacrisis. Hungerstrike. Well, technically off the hunger strike because I'm cooking these meals, right? Peru and Iran still on it, you guys. It is extreme what's happening to me. I am actually going to try and cook these meals in the last 6-7 hours here. I have till 12:50. And I'm gonna make one more big meal with that. So this will be my last meal that I'm eating right now. There's something going on that's really extreme, but I do want to say I appreciate the people who've been following along with me. It's been quite a journey. I haven't cleaned up totally everything yet here because I don't have time. So I'm just going to make this last dish for Peru and Iran. My ceviche has been in the fridge for a week, and it just keeps dragging on. It just keeps dragging on. So we're just going to do this meal now. Now check this out. As you guys saw last time, the cilantro is just look at that. It's like fresh. It's still fresh, you guys. So it's true. This is a month-old cilantro, and I didn't have enough ingredients for Iran, but now I do. So there's incredibly there was a little shop nearby me that just opened. And these are from Iran. These are dried limes. You need these for some of their traditional dishes. And we got some reshte noodles. This is one of the dishes I'm going to make. And I also have some sweet potato, I think, for a Peruvian dish with some of their famous big corn. And I got some chipotle because one of their dishes requires having a special pepper called ajo amarillo, which I went to go buy it, you guys, in the store. There's like a Peruvian store nearby me too, so both Iran and Peru are near me, which is really, really shocking. So I didn't have to go travel, so I got the authentic ingredients. So this is for you, Peru and Iran. I'm really going the distance. I'm way past my eating time, you guys. I think today, honestly, is day 39 of eating, which is way too long. So I don't want to make it to 40 days. So we're going to eat this before that time. It's a bit of bombardment. I'm sure you guys are feeling it too with AI taking big leaps in progress with Claude Mythos. But today we're going to try and just cook this in the next few hours, eat it, and be done before day 40. So it's only 39 days. So ajo amarillo, there you go. I bought the frozen kind because I'm going to make my own. You know why? Because when I went to the store, the Peruvian store, all the ajo amarillo like sauces are all full of preservatives and the worst kind of preservatives. All of them, every single one. Benzoate, sodium benzoate. So I really wanted to try the authentic stuff, but at least we got the peppers. So I'm going to make my own because you guys know when you're cooking with them, gourmet cooking, gourmet vegan cooking, you don't eat the junk food that we have going on in society today. Preservatives are out. We try and go organic. It's all vegan. If it's chocolate, sugar, tea, or coffee, it's fair trade certified, all that. And so we try and go traditional. And we try and shop ethically too from co-ops or from the most ethical brand names in my city. So I did that for the most part, or small authentic shops. So here's some purple corn from Peru as well. There's one dish about that, which we will be making. So we're going to cook as many as I can. There's like 7 dishes. I don't know if we're going to get through all of them. And I'm just going to start cooking because we have no time. I have to eat the meal and cook it. Both I ruined Paran in the next few hours. So that's where we're going to start. It's a mess here. I just had to turn on the screen. Like I turned on like a week ago to make the ceviche, which is still sitting in the fridge, and it's like still fresh looking. It's good. I didn't put the cilantro in it, so look at that. So this is our ceviche sitting there, and I put it in a bag so that it didn't dry out or get moldy. So you can see, traditional ceviche doesn't have any cucumbers or anything else in it. It's really just it's supposed to be fish. This is like my tofu fish with red pepper or red onions and the ajo amarillo. So I'm going to add some ajo amarillo in here because it's just jalapenos right now, and some sauces and some lime and stuff like that. So okay, so that's ready to rock and roll. That's already made. So we got one down of like 7. But we're just gonna turn on my laptop, then just start cooking. So thanks for joining me, Anna Rose. Welcome. Okay, and I'm also gonna make sure I have my omega-3s. I have to go and buy a little bit more because I ran out. You want to finish your Hungerstrike meals with all your essential oils to the max. Okay, so enough explaining. We're gonna cook these now. I just woke up in a panic and said, I can't make it to 40 days. We're going to cook this and eat it all and get it done now. I have a meeting here in about an hour. I'm going to try and cook through it. So, as you guys know, the Megacrisis worldwide is intensifying. We have a Megacrisis and a Polycrisis. As you know, the Megacrisis is the cultural decline in agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, and love. And the Polycrisis, at the heart of that is fragmented consciousness, how we frame the world, how we think about it. Okay, and then on top of that, we're not cooperating enough on the Polycrisis, which is the more material side, which is AI. That's the fastest moving one. CRISPR, genetic editing, World War III, climate change, and mental health. Okay. I was going to message another friend of mine. Okay, let's get this meal done. I had Court creep up on me again yesterday. A whole bunch of stuff is just happening to me. I'm being bombarded. I'm recovered from refeeding syndrome by far, but I'm not fully recovered. It takes 2 months. So technically I could eat for 3 more weeks, technically, but I don't want to. I want to get back on the hunger strike to get moving because we need to get into a position where AI is aligned with universal logic. And there's one guy I met that might know a contact at Anthropic where Claude Mythos is, right? And like I said in the last video, Claude Mythos is the one that is the most powerful right now. It's so powerful they can't even release it to the public because it found thousands of what are called zero-day exploits, big hacks into every major operating system, every single one, including the one you're watching with this video, on your laptop, on your phone, and likely your bank account. That's why they're slowly releasing it now, not just to the United States, but they're releasing it now to the UK. Very controlled, so they can patch all the bugs in the bank accounts probably, because it could probably hack your bank account and take all your money out right now. And that's why they don't want the public to have access to it. So it could probably collapse the banking sector, which means that it would probably collapse a lot of other things. Okay, that's a bit of the update. The Iran war still in a tentative ceasefire. Trump is blocking off the Strait of Hormuz to put pressure on Iran to not make nuclear weapons. And that's because they don't want to, I think, guarantee that China has an access to the Middle East through Iran and the oil that Iran supplies to China, which is, I think, 94% of the exports, which makes up 15% of, I think, China's total energy supply. Or it's a big chunk. So it's very strategic of Donald Trump to do that, but it's also putting pressure on allies in Australia. And I think he's just trying to secure some geopolitical maneuvering. So the war is building. Even like China and Canada are making a partnership here because Mark Carney, our Prime Minister, is trying to protect Canada from Donald Trump trying to take over Canada. And says the United States is more like an enemy than a friend right now, which is really hurtful to hear. It's not great, but okay. So I use some AI anyway in a positive sense. Hello, Mr. Kennedy. Good to see you. Isabri. So you can see here. Here's my little. Actually, can I turn my camera around? Oh, I can. Oh, there we go. So we made our ceviche. So we're gonna make lomo saltado. And then ají de gallina. I've been really looking forward to making this. So those first 3 we'll make. And then I have some of this already in a can, so we might skip that. We're going to make this, fizejin for Iran. And the stuff in purple is okay, we'll still want to look at that. I have this pomegranate molasses. So I got authentic pomegranate molasses. Oops. So check this out. Oops. This is authentic pomegranate molasses from Iran.
no preservatives. This guy that went shopping with me really went all the way. He was amazing. So we got this brand he recommended, pomegranate paste. So we can make these dishes authentic, which is great. And I think that's the reason why I was delayed a little bit, because I couldn't find these ingredients. But check this out. This is barberry too. Barberry. This is authentic and it's fresh. He gave me his fresh batch. So we can make all this stuff. Okay. Everything's a mess. I don't even have to clean up. It's a little bit shocking. But that's okay. You're cooking with them. I have to remake my signs. So possession is where the pomegranates come in. With cinnamon, I got the rest of this. What else are we going to make? And it's all veganized. So I got saffron from the previous dishes that I made for Spain. Ash reshte, so this is where the reshte needles will come in with some lentils and kebab. I have walnuts, so we're gonna make a walnut lentil gourmet vegan base here. Dried barberry. So the reshk polo barberry rice. I don't like to eat rice in my final meals usually, but we're gonna make that. And if we have to freeze some of it, we will, and then I'll just hammer down a really big meal as the final meal. Okay, so we're going to do this now. We're going to make ceviche, lomo saltado, ajo di gallina, and we're going to make gourmet sabzi, and fezenchen, fry rat, and that was a lot of rice. Ash reshte. And kebab kubide and zereshk polo. Okay, so that's actually quite a few. Alright, so I'm going to make a little extra beside the ones that are really unique with the ingredients that I bought extra. And they weren't that expensive, and they're healthier. He even told me, we were looking at all the ingredients, and compared to a sort of American or North American cuisine, it was actually objectively healthier. Like even the candy, you have these candies. They don't even put normal sugar in there. It's like a sweetener, which is hard on some people's stomachs, but not on mine. It doesn't spike your insulin, and it's got no preservatives in it. It's like healthier, like chewy, like real fruit candies. So I got some of those, and he gave me something for free too, because I made the effort to go there. I took a cab, like even though it's only like a few blocks, I still don't want to walk that, because if I walk, I have to go to the courthouse too, which is more walking. My body wants to get the energy from somewhere. Oh, I'm talking too much. Let's just get this going. So we get the walnuts. I'm not gonna make big dishes. I'm just gonna cook them pretty quick, you guys. Because even if I spend half an hour on each dish, it's gonna be 3-4 hours, and I got 2 hours to eat it. And then I'm going to make a little bit of a side dish with all my normal fixings, with all my antioxidants, right? Ground cloves, super good for antioxidants. I'm going to be taking the omega-3s, guzzling down some extra virgin olive oil, which is the only kind of olive oil that you should be eating. We have my blessing candle for those hundreds of millions of people that are going to bed hungry tonight. I'll be joining them soon. Welcome, everybody. I'm just struggling to get this meal done. As you saw like a week ago, I did make my ceviche, and then I just got sucked back in. Like all the algorithms are becoming so tight, right? Every time you open your app or your phone, your laptop, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, WeChat, you're in China, you know, these apps are so powerful, like TikTok even. Turn on TikTok actually right now. As you guys know, I'm in the poverty trap, so doing these kind of gourmet vegan videos is even more challenging. On top of that, we have hundreds of percent of inflation, okay? So everything is more expensive. What is happening here? And every time I click on the apps, like it's changing the buttons on the app, so something is happening on this other app. Ah! Okay. I don't record their videos or else they can copyright strike my channel. Oh no.
My screen is broken. My setup is pretty rickety. I don't have a stand. I'm really in the poverty trap with the poor, like should be. So what's going on? Like you can see what's gonna happen. I don't know. I have two phones, an old phone that's broken. So you can see my screen is smashed. And it's not doing anything proper. See that? It's going all so crazy. All that is just to try and get my stream going on that little phone. And now I'm sort of tired just trying to start it. I'm sure in your own lives you're noticing that things are becoming a little wonky. Okay, it's 6 o'clock already. If I'm finished cooking in the next 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 5, 11, I guess at 12, and then 12:50 is like the latest. That's when I have my first actual meal. So let's aim for 12:30 and be done with it. Just trying to turn. Okay, how are you guys doing? How are you finding reality right now? It is shocking, isn't it? I'm going to try and start it on the other app. Hold on a second. Oh, welcome, Shambu. If you guys want to help spread the word, learn the core. Sudeepa, welcome. It's extreme what's happening, right? It's April 21st, 6:06 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Right now. 1 second. Shoot. Okay. So my TikTok isn't downloaded, so I'm downloading it, and then I'm going to restart it on my other phone because I can't switch the number of days, and I want the days to be accurate because today is the actual cook day. Okay, so we're gonna put the cilantro. Like I can't even believe this. Look at this. It's still like fresh, you guys. Even since the last time I showed you this trick where you wash this cilantro and take out the planned obsolescence. It worked like way better than I thought. This is shocking to me. This would be goop within a week or two, and they're still healthy and going strong because we put the stems in some water and we wash them. That's the big thing, is washing them so that all the fake disease that they put in there doesn't affect all of the bunch. So you can look at one of my previous videos, and it worked. It worked like genius level work. Okay, so we have this, and we have some parsley, which is also heavily used, and some avocados, some tomatoes. Everything is like miniaturized too. The tomatoes are so small, but it's good enough to get started on the bits. Okay, I'm talking too much. We have just enough time to pull this off. I didn't think that today was going to be the last day, but it's going to be, well, it should have been yesterday, but I really don't want to I don't want to reach the next batch, like 40 days. I want to stick at 30 and then 30s. Because once you get to 2 months, like 60 days, that means you're starting to actually fully recover or get closer to it. Okay, so lomo saltado. There's no real planning. I memorized them a little bit. I watched a couple of videos. So I'm just going to keep throwing them together. It's not going to be pretty, but it's going to be done. And if you want to help with my hunger strikes, you can definitely do some of the training that makes these meals blessed and holy. Whether you're artistic, religious, philosophical, scientific, or of genuine wisdom and universal logic, everybody belongs here that can contribute to this training in those languages, those levels of consciousness. And it would really help out. It would really launch this movement. The wise government, God's government, the true government of the world that protects us with something called the right to flow. And at the core of one world spirit, or fair world spirit, is about time compression, right? Saving time through clarity on what we call ego wisdom, with our problem being the Megacrisis, the solution being the two sacred sentences, and number three is the implementation of those two sacred sentences through something called flow rolls in these flocks, where we get into small groups and we share this core message. Unpacking a little bit more, time compression is about having ideas. The central part of value is having ideas that combine things to do more with less. It's called ephemeralization. And that's what we're doing. That's why time can change. And if we don't do it right, we leave people behind. Okay, that's what poverty is. And then ego wisdom contributes to that, because when people come into the movement, they might think that they have the answer, particularly as people start to panic and they're not sure what to do. Some of them do think they know what to do, but they don't have the real universal logic. The root solution is solving fragmented consciousness, which is a part of the problem, which is the Megacrisis. Like we said, a metacrisis, a polycrisis, decline in culture is what the metacrisis is. If you don't know what culture is, it's really just a set of values, a language, and a way and ways of doing things. And it contributes to feelings of agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, love. But those are all going down because the heart of the crisis is fragmented consciousness, and it's preventing us from working on the polycrisis, AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. The solution to all of those is really just universal logic in different forms. We can align AI with it, for example. And this gets us into the second part of the core, which is the solution. And there's two sacred sentences. The first one is the empowerment sentence, where we empower you. And the sentence goes like this: One World Spirit meetings follows sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And once we're empowered, it's actually a form of anti-cult training. We teach you to make sure that you're a part of a culture, not a cult. And that keeps us accountable, but also all these other organizations that are playing on people's panic. And we don't want to scare people into panic and then sit there and stir in the problem. We want them to acknowledge the problem courageously, because it is big. We are in a version of a challenging nightmare, but we can turn that into a dream. But we got to focus on the solution. A well-defined problem is half the solution, knowing what the problem is, and then we can transcend that. So once we have that empowerment, you get time, sacred tools, universal ticket systems, flow timers, and these guides to this governance structure. We can work on the content sentence together. So that's the second sacred sentence. The content sentence is One World Spirit, or Fair World Spirit, is about being an intergovernment with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. These words will be unfamiliar to you because any real solution will be outside the box of the box that created the problem, right? And intergovernment just means maintaining that interconnection. And what human beings want more than ever, and what governments should provide more than anything, are these flow states, the peak human experiences of timelessness, complete immersion, and intrinsic enjoyment. Not a carrot and stick where you're being paid to go to a job you don't like all the time. Sometimes that's necessary to a degree, but that's called extrinsic motivation. And only 20% of the population that goes to work happy right now are motivated. Something like 75 to 80% of people are unmotivated, and AI is replacing all the jobs in tens of thousands. 78,000 tech jobs were just lost. It's shocking. So we aim for these flow states, and everything else you do, whether it's surfing, whether it's having children, whether it's going to school, whether it's traveling, all of it is really in service to this ultimate good and service that is flow states. Okay, you can create them inside yourself, outside of yourself. There's something called the right to flow, which encourages the experience of flow states. That means you have to have a right to clear goals, a right to immediate feedback from your government, a right to challenge level matching your skill level, and a right to clear rules so you can file appeals and know that nobody's cheating the game. Games are actually artificial mechanisms human beings created to induce flow states. And if you have an autotelic personality, then it helps you get into that state in your internal world through 5 personality traits of perseverance, curiosity, low self-centeredness, internal locus of control, and doing things intrinsically, doing them for an intrinsic motivation, enjoyment. And the universal logic is a structure that solves the fragmentation so your thoughts can flow and the world makes sense to a degree. And this will get us working together because we can agree on things. The universal logic has 200 categories in this godly kind of wise order. In fact, it's the structure of pure wisdom itself. We need AI to be wise. We need humans to be wise in our consciousness. And this will get us to cooperate in this governance structure worldwide so that we can unite militaries and de-escalate tensions, but also align on the polycrisis side, AI. There's 4 levels that we can program AI with universal logic. The outermost prompts, wise prompts, like what you do when you're interacting with AIs. And then number 2 is there's a map checker, like we can map how it's ordering words with the actual true order of universal logic and generate a ranking. And then more inwardly, we can take these weights of these words, these distances between words, and put them right into the weights in the neural net so that it generates off of them. It makes the prompts with them. So we have wise generation. And it's called AI safety by design rather than AI safety by reaction. So we have reaction right now. AI becomes very powerful, like Claude Mythos, and all of a sudden it does a bunch of stuff, hacks a bunch of things, does a bunch of bad stuff. And then we reactively patch it. And then it emerges a new capability, and then we got to patch that. And they're worried that it's becoming so powerful that it might emerge an ability that we can't patch in time. So we can't just keep using the reactionary model. The map checker, the audit checker, the second level that I mentioned there, that mode is kind of reactive. But we have an internal mode where it's by design. These weights shape the AI and the inputs to the AI in this sensical, non-fragmented way, or less fragmented, where it just naturally, as it gets more powerful, emerges more goodness. So it doesn't have so much aberrant behavior emerging. And then there's a 4th way to code too, and it's where the AI can code its own software, its own source code. Because now that AI is coding itself basically 100% and labeling its own data, and for the past few months, that's how they made such a massive leap, is because they were able to use Claude to code itself. Like 50 times faster than humans. It's really shocking what's going on. All right, so that's how to understand the AI crisis. Then there's CRISPR genetic editing, designer babies. They can put like codes on your DNA to see who's edited your DNA. It's happening. It's not theoretical. And they're curing. There's potentially 75,000 cures, but there's also bioweapons. And COVID just happened to us. And then there's World War III with Iran, like I said, Ukraine, Russia, the United States and Taiwan, or against China, basically. It's more or less just NATO and America trying to maintain their hegemonic status worldwide as China's rising quickly. But there's actually 58 global wars happening all at once. 58 that we can de-escalate. And then the next crisis in the polycrisis is nature and climate change, and then mental health. Universal logic solves all of those because in different forms, it forms universal diplomacy, that alignment criterion for AI, ethical sharing. I'm saying going vegan as soon as you can as well, which is why we're cooking with them, gourmet, so you can make it taste good, that you want to eat it. And then also the mental health crisis is joining these special meetings we have twice a day to learn this core and how to embody that and have meaningful relationships again, fulfillment. Because we're in a loneliness crisis, we're epidemic worldwide. It's really weird that we have so much connection, but it's hollowing. And we need to have spirit wards and not just psych wards that are creating mental illness in a lot of cases. Only 10% of people really need modern medicine in the way it exists now, and it needs to improve even on that metric. 90% seems to be this pharmaceutical, people are losing their agency and they're becoming dependent. We just need to exercise, eat properly, get the junk food out of our diets, build meaningful relationships, and find jobs that are not destroying the planet and ourselves. Okay? Aimed at flow states with each other. So that's the solution, more or less. And then the last part of the core, the third part, I'm still unpacking the core, but the third part of the core is, well, now that we know the solution to the problem, and we know the problem, how do we carry it out realistically with such a short period of time left? They're saying we have a very short period of time. And that's by flow roles and flocks. And flow roles, when you have meetings, right, a government and an economy and a family, it's just millions and millions, a bunch of meetings between families and people. It's just humans meeting. And if the meeting structures are poor and they're not conducive to flow state, then your movement's not going to flow. So we have 4 roles that every meeting has. that keeps the meetings balanced. Executors getting stuff done. Red energy. Relationship builders making sure people feel loved in green energy. And in terms of the strategists, those are the blue energies that kind of keep us on track with goals and ideas and our vision. And then the fourth role is the influencer, which is our cheerleaders, our communicators. They take the message out. They also help communicate it within. They help manage conflict and solve that or sublate it. And there are yellow energies, cheerleaders. So those are the flow roles. And even in your own meetings, this will help you have good meetings. Once you have good meetings, you can have lots of them, but we're trying to restrict and say, don't reach out to a lot of people. Don't do the social media spamming. You only need to contact 6 to 9 people maximum. Like contact 28 people you already know, get 37% of them. That's it. That's all you need is 37 of that batch, which is roughly 6 or 9 of your friends and family and people you trust. And you get them into your flock. And you just teach them what I'm teaching you now, and then how they can participate in these wisdom teams to be constructive with their energy, particularly if they're panicking or despairing, because the situation is so extreme once you realize how big the Megacrisis is. And hope only happens or is generated when your solution is proportional to the problem. And we have a proportional solution, right? The 2 sacred sentences and universal logic hits the root, not a band-aid solution. This hits the root, the heart of the crisis. Right, so there's hope there, real hope. You can teach that to your flocks before they descend into despair or hopelessness. In Canada, there's a survey showing that people are already despairing. Hopelessness is not increasing, it's decreasing. So we need to make sure that people have somewhere to go and take practical actions together in these flocks with people that they know. You teach them anti-cult training, that's empowerment sentence, and we start this new way of life. We start experimenting. And it won't be totally perfect at first, but it will start to move in the right direction as we all work on it together and learn how to think in this sort of deeper criticality, this critical thinking of reasoning, but a divine kind of reasoning, real wisdom based on the structure of pure wisdom. That's that universal logic, okay? Or it's the structure of pure being. If you're an artist, artists care about beingness, not so much thinkingness, getting out of our heads. But we want to be in our heads still in a soulful, flowing kind of way, and a truthful way. So in your being and your thinking, that's where spirit comes forward in an artistic mode that works, a religious mode across all the major religions, all 5 of them: Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, even paganism, even Wiccans, even New Age. All these types of ideologies are all in some sense belonging together if we solve the 200 contradictions between them. We can do that now with your help in your flocks, and you teach that. Then you help them get 6 people, and then nobody gets burnt out over a month. If we just do that, 1 person every 3 days or so, and you give them human time, you're not rushing, you're trying to make everything a priority by getting off the hamster wheel a little bit, not being distracted by social media. And like I'm doing now in this recording, I should be cooking, right? But this is important with the core, because this might be one of the last videos I have to make before the movement takes off, or I go a long time without eating. I went 28 days last time without food. That's why this recovery period is longer, but I need to get eating today. So with that, we can reach 200, with that last part of the core, flow, rolls, and flocks, we can reach 264 million people, global critical mass, without burning out anybody, and growing it based on a pure idea. So I built 3 kind of pipelines that I'm going to be launching and focusing on now once I start eating. Now that I got the court cases in the Attorney General's office, and there's a lot of stuff happening on the legal side, which we can talk about on a different call. This is a One World Spirit recording, so it's supposed to be about the cooking and being together and being the change we want to see in the world, not lobbying, because lobbying requires a different legal structure that New World Spirit and Fair World Spirit have. This is more of a nonprofit being together, a community group. We're not even registered, right? This is a global community group of people who just care and want to embody that core solution to the core problem at a root solution, at a root level, and then implement it in a way that generates flow states while the world seems to be shaking and crumbling in its old foundations to give rise to a new transformative way of life. Okay, so that's the whole core. That's my preamble that we have now, that we've been experimenting with to bring the movement to fulfillment. Okay, so let's start cooking this. Lomo saltado. This is actually pretty simple in theory. I need to make Satan. Oh no. Oh no. I could be making this Satan while I was talking to you. Okay, let's get TikTok going first. Okay. Okay, we're back. Day 334 of the worldwide Megacrisis Hungerstrike. When I started my TikTok stream, it kicked me off of my Facebook live stream. So I wanted it to be a part of all one big video so people know what to do. But there's a lot of fragmentation going on. So really quick version, because I'm struggling to cook this last meal here. Yeah, I need to get back on this Hungerstrike. So I was teaching the core, and the core gives hope. And I'll just say it really quickly. The core sentence of the whole movement is one world spirit core is about time compression through clarity and ego wisdom, the problem being the mega crisis, the solution being the two sacred sentences, and number 3 is the implementation, which is flow rules and flocks. The mega crisis in 15 points is the meta crisis and poly crisis. The meta crisis is the cultural crisis of language, values, ways of doing things. That's what a culture is, and it's causing a global decline right now. Well, there's a cultural decline of agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community spirit, and love. And the heart of that crisis, like I said last time, is fragmented consciousness, and it's preventing us from working on the polycrisis, which is AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. AI is moving the fastest with Claude Mythos right now. And the solution is the two sacred sentences. The empowerment sentence, our anti-cult training sentence, is One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow, using universal tools. And once we're empowered, we're going to work on the content together, content of a peaceful revolution to solve the mega crisis, which is One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. Flow states are that peak human experience. And the way we're going to implement this is to have flow roles, which keep our meetings balanced, because governments and economies and even families are just millions and millions of meetings between humans. And if your meetings aren't good, those structures won't be good. So the first of the flow roles is the executor, keeping things flowing, red energy, relationship builder, keeping things loving, which is green energy, relationship builder, keeping, or strategist, keeping track of goals and ideas, which means keeping us on track with our vision, which is blue energy. And then the fourth role is the influencers that take the message and communicate it, in a wise way or a blessed way or a good, truthful way across art, religion, philosophy, science, and genuine wisdom or absolute spirit. Welcome, Florida. I'm remaking the stream. Cut me off in the last one. I'm just going over the core again, and those meetings, those flow meetings with those roles become very balanced and high performing. And then once you learn how to have good meetings, you have lots of them, but each person only has their flock worth of meetings, which is 6 to 9 people. We only want you to contact 20 people you already know. We're trying not to do cold calling. And you teach them the core. Like you get 37% of 28 people, which is only 6 to 9 of them. So like a handful of people you already know. And then you teach them what I'm teaching you with the score so that they have direction. They know what the problem is clearly. They know how to take action in a wise way. Universal logic is the heart of the crisis solution. It's the solution to the heart of the heart. And it solves fragmented consciousness by making the world make sense of 200 categories. Okay, creates a de-escalation to World War III with Iran, Ukraine, Russia, China, and the United States, which is coming to a head here in 2027. So we need to get this movement started, you guys. Once your flock gets trained on the core and they start working these wisdom teams, you can help them get their flock going with 6 to 9 people. And if we all just do 6 to 9 people, teaching them the core and upgrading and experimenting together and improving the ideas, the flow states will get better and it'll reach 264 million people in 28 days. And you only have to talk to like one person every 3 days that you already know. And don't have to reach out more. Don't have to make social media posts, none of that. It will work. Okay? Because it's a human sort of connection. We're solving these problems. It's 6:30. I've been talking for like a half an hour. I should be cooking. We have like 5 hours left to cook and eat. So that's me doing another preamble on the previous recording. So we're going to make ceviche, which I already showed you in the last video. Now we're going to make lomo saltado, ajo de gallina for Peru, and then we have gourmet sabzi for Iran, in honor of Iran, fezenjan, and I think we're going to make ash reshte with kebab kubide, because we have these ingredients from the authentic restaurant that I showed you in the last video. I'll just show again because I'm trying to get it all in one video. So that's the dried limes that have to go with some of the food. Dried barberry. So this is what they use in Iran. I'm going to have some chipotle and some ajo gallina. Ajo amarillo, I mean. Here's some corn for the Peruvian dishes with a sweet potato right here. I normally have all this laid out, right, but I have to clean up and cook this meal. Just to show you again, we have purple corn, authentically. Some of this is on sale, which is great because I'm running out of funds, as you guys know. Ají de gallina. The actual sauces all have the worst preservatives in them, which is unfortunate. So don't buy the sauces, make your own. As you guys know, no seed oils either, except for extra virgin olive oil. I got this Iranian, like authentic Iranian, because this Iranian shop and this Peruvian local shop all started up within a few blocks of me. Like, what's the chances of that? So I'm treating it as godsend. So here's this molasses, this pomegranate molasses that we have to use, or pomegranate paste, which was surprisingly cheap for an import like that, which is good. And yeah, some extra virgin olive oil. The only oil you should really be putting into your dishes. No canola if you can help it. No grape seeds if you can help it. It's just that as vegans, we already eat a lot of vegetables, which has a lot of omega-6s in them. And we want to have omega-3s in balance to that. So it's harder to get omega-3s. This is vegan. That's what the fish eat to get their omegas going. Okay. Ceviche is made, like I said in the last video. So let's start and finish off Peru, and then we'll do Iran. Or should we do Iran? You guys know that I also don't like doing canned food, but at this place it had some canned authentic gourmet sabzi, so I can know what it really is supposed to taste like. So we'll try this. The lining is I don't know if it's BPA free. We'll try a little bit. And it has no preservatives in it, except it does have some vegetable oil, which is not great, but a lot of the food in Iran is just naturally more healthy, but canned food in general is not great. So I'll have like a scoop of that, and if I have time, I'll make my own, which we don't have a lot of time right now. So let's get started because I'm talking too much, and the meeting starts in half an hour, and a guy's going to come in here and start talking about truth and God and Islam, and how we're going to heal the fragmentation between the religions. Smart kid, smart guy. But let's see if we can get the lomo saltado made in the next half hour. Okay. So we have no meat, so I guess I could make the seitan. I could just use tofu. It takes a long time to make seitan, like a half an hour. What should we do? I gotta actually clean the dish here. My face is a mess. Like, I don't even want to show you. That's why I'm holding the phone up like this, not like my normal cooking with them. Which my signs are all broken. Look at, they fell down and they got smashed. So cooking with them, I have to like show it like this. So it's not in good shape. Normally when I cook, I have it in the background, right? Everything is just like wrecked. The fact that I'm doing it at all is a bit of a miracle because there's so much pressure, you guys. Just the court case alone is huge. I'm taking my Attorney General's office to court because they built an unfair justice system for the poor. And the poor, if they inherit the earth, we have to be there for them, the meek, the marginalized. Okay, let's start cooking. So my dishes are all dirty. I'm gonna wipe my stove off. And this is pretty simple. So this dish is really just soy sauce, which I have the healthy kind. All the soy sauces have preservatives in them, just like maple syrup. All that stuff, don't like buy the good organic kind if you can, and or make your own sauces. Okay, so tomatoes, onions, red wine, which I have from my Spanish and French cooking. I did last time from meal 18. French fries, I have to bake those. White rice. Right, let's do it. Let's clean up this. You guys will be seeing the stove a lot, so I want to have at least that cooked or that cleaned. Because let me go in full blast, you guys, like really full blast. But full flow state full blast. You don't want to burn out. That's why I take naps in the afternoon. I'll be having a nap after this meal probably. We're rushing. Okay, it's embarrassing to say day 3 I was eating and recovering. The first 2 to 3 weeks is recovering from refeeding syndrome, which is dangerous. So that happened properly. But now it's like we're starting to get into recovery mode, and being on a perpetual hunger strike means getting weaker over time. So I'm starting to gain some strength, and I don't want to regain my full strength because we want to keep the pressure up, right? The urgency to show the world, the poor, that we're hungry with them and we care about them. It's urgent. Their hunger's urgent. When you're hungry, it changes your mind. You get into survival mode. You get ketones. Your brain gets clearer for survival. A lot of good things happen. It detoxes the body. So I'm putting it off my pan right here. You can see it's like kind of crusted from the meals I had. So I'm just going to clean all this off because studies show if you cook with smoke, it actually causes breathing problems and sometimes cancer. Particularly in African tribes, these women were getting cancer. These women were getting cancer because they'd be cooking in these huts, or they'd be cooking where the smoke was causing problems in the wood, and the wood was contaminated with all these pollutants. So we don't want to do that. Okay, let's get started here. Okay. We're going to be making lomo tocado, which is this fruity dish. And, with the Iranian war also in full swing, we're really just showing the world that God's government, this inner government that we're creating, is one of peace and love, run by these maestros of art, these messiahs of religion, these sages of philosophy, and these luminaries in science, secular science even. We've solved the contradictions between all of them. I should really show you about my book. Maybe. This is tough, you guys. When you're in the poverty trap, everything is very, very challenging. You can probably hear the cracking. It's like quite loud. Okay, I shouldn't have touched it. It was actually not too bad of a setup. Okay, so here we go. If you guys can protect my family too, they're being grilled a little bit here by people that used to know me in my normal form and don't understand the problem that's coming. Don't be like those cold and timid souls that know neither victory or defeat. They're very lost. Okay, so just making everything clean. I don't know if this meal's gonna be perfect, but let's try. Let's try our absolute best. I do kind of want to lay all the groceries out. Oh. We might have to go over. But something in my deep soul is telling me to really try and pull this off. Okay. We're cleaning up the stove to cook this lemon sultado before the meeting starts. And even if I make a couple of the dishes, that's fine. You know, it's really about showing respect and making an effort. Even if that effort's not perfect yet, it's just showing that you can make this healthy food accessible to the public in a way they can enjoy themselves. I need to clean up my place too. And if you guys help me do this training, then we can, when I eat again, it won't be so long. It won't be 28 days, right? So it's being part of this, you guys. I'm gonna start wiping my stove off here. Start cooking this one. So I might even just cook it all on my stove. It's pretty messy here, as you guys can see. When I'm weak, it's busy. So I'm going to clean. I'm going to clean up my burner so you can see when I'm weak, I don't have time to clean anything. So we're just going to clean all this off and make it pretty. Put the vegetables on here. I'll clean this off, put the vegetables on, take a little screenshot, and maybe I'll try and put a cooking with family sign up here beside the stove. Really quick. Okay. So let me put this off. As you can see, I don't want to unplug my screen, so let's take a piece of tape. You might feel like your lives are improvising, so keep improvising and just keep moving forward. Keep learning. Try and enjoy the process as much as you can. Try and be there for family as much as you can. I'm going to put some tape so this phone can stay perched up. All my tape is ruined a little bit, or it's challenging. Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay, we're gonna use a different tape, but this is too. So we're doing a really micro compressed version, but I'm going to still do this in honor of Iran and Peru and give it the time and attention it deserves. But we'll interpret the urgency that I'm pursuing this as the urgency of how we need to pursue the crisis to stop from having their countries be affected by this, the Megacrisis, and doing it in such a way that people know we care about them. Even though we're in powerful countries like Canada, America, places of privilege, right? We're lucky to be here in these countries. Okay, there. So now the tape is on there. You can see I'm washing. Where's the stove? Okay. All right. So I'm just doing some last minute cleaning here. See, so this off. Okay, and I'm gonna put all the groceries out, take a picture, make my little signs, and just keep improvising. I cleaned all this off before, like a week ago, and then I just got caught up in these lawsuits. This was a big legal week for me, and I just got done well, technically yesterday. I met my last legal deadline, because without the law, you don't really have realistic powers. You need to be able to engage with the system you're trying to change, but not get trapped in it. Right? A lot of people that try to make change from the inside get institutionally captured, and we're having a peaceful revolution. It's integrating and expanding off the current system, but in the wise way. Okay. So if we do this setup, it'll actually look pretty good. And we're going to also turn the oven on and start cooking. I'm going to scrape my oven quick. This is like a scratch-proof resistant glass, so these knives are really old and sort of like broken anyway. It's good to keep it clean because when we're cooking, you don't. The meeting starts in 15 minutes. We don't want to be producing a lot of smoke. You don't want to heat. You want to cook things enough to disable and what's called denature natural pesticides, because plants don't want to be eaten there from the wild, right? So they evolved to have these protections. So we got to cook them a little bit to make sure that those are not affecting our gut lining, like lectins or phylates or oxalates. There's a few of them, and that's why vegans sometimes feel lethargic when they first go vegan, is because they don't know how to go vegan properly. Okay, so we're going to teach you that. Tape is not sticking to my phone. Oops. And then this way, when you go vegan, to help us with climate change or biodiversity loss, we've killed 60 to 70% of species in the last 50 years, you guys. Humans are poisoning every freshwater source on Earth, while AI is taking over all these jobs. Make no mistake about it. Your AI will replace everything we're doing unless we regulate it and rise up. Now, it can be a tool to help us, whether or not it goes conscious. It will have a version of consciousness, according to some people, and also according to some of our studies here. And that's because consciousness is a pattern. It's not necessarily material in the material world. The material world is just a conduit. Okay, the stove is clean. It looks presentable. Off here. Coming up. Okay. The first hour was just cleaning, which is not bad. Usually takes me a while. I don't want to spend too much energy because it's hard on me. Okay. Oh no. My tray in the fridge or in the stove is also, it's not clean. I made some vegan pizza tops things when I was first recovering. So we'll wash this off too really quickly. Okay, thanks for sticking with me, guys. Woo! We're going to try and enjoy this as much as we can. I learned some pretty cool facts about Peru and also of Iran. Iran is the third biggest oil producer in the world, but also one of the oldest cultures in the world by far. And Peru punches above its weight. It's such a small country. It's one of the best cuisines in the world. It's one of the most well-known cuisines in the world. Punches far above its weight. I'm just washing this tray, you guys. I would move the screen over, but it's pretty easy here. I'm here by myself alone, so I don't really have anybody to look after me. We're trying to get all of our life areas taken care of, so you know, if you're lonely or you're looking for your wife or husband or partner in general, you can. Try and enjoy your life and stay in a cool space. And if you're my wife, I'm looking for my wife. You're probably already trying to change the world. Welcome. or if you know somebody who's like that, who's so busy that she wouldn't have time to be watching this right now, then you can introduce us. Just like God's government will try and run real programs of connection. Real programs of connection, unlike what these dating apps and social media sites and, you know, these friend groups that are profiteering off of human suffering, basically. Okay? Because if you think about it, there's an incentive not to connect you with people because it keeps you on their apps and they can make more money off of you. So, you don't want to do that. What time is it? 10 minutes before the meeting starts. I'm going to start the meeting up just in case anybody comes in. And we're going to make the sign cooking with M, so it actually looks like a cooking with M. Okay, we're in the meeting. We're making some pretty good progress already. All right, we're in. You can hear me logged in. Here's one of my legal cases. So I have a date for next month set. So these are the legal briefs that I've been making, and you can see my emails and a bunch of stuff. So anyway, that is also done. So we're making progress on that front. I actually don't have paper. I have some paper that we will use to make the signs. So cooking with M. Okay, we have 3 pieces of paper. We're going to make some really quick tape designs. The stove is wet, so I'm going to try and do it on the stove while drying the stove with my cloth, which is somewhere here. Okay, so we're going to use this guy to dry off our stove. Okay. This stuff that I'm doing right now usually takes hours, and we're going to do it in just a few hours. Okay? You don't want the papers to get soggy. Okay, so we got our sparkly tape, cooking with M. We got a little bit of tape left, so we'll try and cut this up with my scissors, which are also missing. Around here. This for right now. Where's my scissors at? Okay. That's done. It's nice to use fresh tape too because it won't fall apart so often. It'll still fall apart. Who are we kidding? This is some pretty cheap poverty trap tape. Oh shoot! It would go so much faster if I had scissors. Okay, by the time I'm done with the scissors, we could just cut the tape. So, okay, here we go. So let's make our little signage here. Okay, Can you see it kind of? Right. I wonder if I could cut this with my hands. Oh, I can't tear it with my hands. Okay, so. So when things aren't planned, it's challenging. So cooking. We're gonna spend the first hour making signs. Ah! Yeah, this might be a little bit too much. I could just retreat it off the old one, which I will do a little bit. Okay. There's a lot of lost people right now. Lots of lost people. Told them, you guys don't give up on them as much as you want to give up on them. Don't give up on them. You know what? Maybe I should just redo this. Okay, abandon ship. We are just gonna take this to the wall because it's good enough still to pull it off. Okay, I'll just top it up with some tape. Okay, cook. And it looks bad, you guys. I know that it's a little bit low budget, but in a way, it's in solidarity with the poor. If I can do it in the poverty trap, we can do it anywhere. No scissors, using whatever we have around us, and taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Oh wow! Interesting. I just had my. This is where you like accidentally cut your fingers. Be careful. You don't want to be harmed on a cooking show and then have to heal when you're starving on a hunger strike. You need to be very careful with that. Oh no, I can't cut this. The tape is too strong. In some sense. Okay, let's cut it like this. 7. We've worked an hour and we haven't even started cooking. Okay. Production is one thing. Cooking. Ah, I need scissors. Okay. This. Okay. Okay. Let's just make some strips. Like so. Oh wow. Okay, stay patient with me. We're going to cook the lomo saltado in a minute. Nothing works out. There's a good chance that when you try and push things in the poverty trap, they get more challenging. Okay, cooking. We got 1 down. Right, and we're going to tape this to the wall. You can tell that I'm really pushing it because we got to get back on the hunger strike. I can feel that if it doesn't happen now, I'm just going to get sucked in to another rabbit hole. And this tape doesn't want to tear, interestingly. It won't stick. It won't stick. Oh, jeez. Okay. How should we do this? Hook in. It won't stick to the wall. I'm using tape that doesn't wreck the walls because I'm renting here, and I'm very gracious to. I feel very blessed that people are protecting me. So we'll do that. We'll protect the walls like they're protecting me. I'm also gonna have a glass of water because I just woke up in a panic, some kind of nightmare, and that usually means I need to get my butt in gear, and I am. I'm acting on it. So when you do that, act on your conscience. Act on that. Act on that innate knowledge if you can, if you believe it's wise. Sometimes it can be hijacked because the current regimes that we're in are in our nervous systems. $500 billion worth of advertising in our nervous systems to control us. Okay. This is taking quite some time. So we might only be able to make a couple of the dishes. One way or the other, we're getting on the meal today. Even if I don't cook all the dishes, I think a couple is already quite honorable. Okay, and hopefully Peru knows that I'm doing my best for them. Okay, who do we have in here this morning? Joe, do you want to run the timers and stuff like that? I'm just cooking with M right now. Huh? What is today? Today's Tuesday. I'm just cooking it. I woke up in a panic and I'm cooking this meal while we're having the meeting. So I have to eat in the next 5 hours. So if I cook for 4 of those and I take 1 hour to eat, that's what I'm rushing to do right now. So I mean, I won't be able to run the timers very easily while I'm cooking, but as long as we feel like we have equal time, we can do that. At least for today. Oh, man, of course everybody comes in the morning. Jeez. All right. I'm so happy you're here, Amanda. We're streaming right now, so it's 7:01. So thanks for coming on time, you guys. As you know, we start on time every time because we respect your time. The self metaphysically is time, and we're recording at this time, Amanda as well. So we're if you want to see time fly, throw your clock out the window. But more seriously, we're here because One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. Okay, I'm going to do the flow rolls today as much as I can. If Jody can help out at all, that'd be great, but you're at work too, I think. So I'll do the executor, keeping things flowing. And I'll also do the strategist, which keeps things, keeps goals and ideas tracked. And Joe, if you want to do the other two.
Sure. Over. And I think sure as well. So there's other things. Probably that those are these things. Right. So we will start with the blessing. Those. From suffering. Whether it be before. Or through mental illness, through starvation, lack of resources, and those who are like and also change the things that won't go better. Aware of people and we got to have 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 and up 6 5 4 1. So if I go and make this earlier, with that, I'll pass it back to Mark as far as best record is today.
Okay.
Well, used in the past, but you know, make it a little bit more.
Okay, Joe, thank you so much. Yeah, we're moving to the next part of the core now, and that is the check-ins here, just to see that we're all still here and we're still okay. We can talk about, we're in a place that we can talk about, changing the world very quickly. So we usually start with somebody experienced introducing, but we're all kind of know each other a little bit here. So maybe Joe, if you wanted to start us off, go ahead. 0 to 10, how you doing? Check in, and we'll try and keep it like 2 to 3 minutes. And yeah, do the icebreaker you just chose, and then we'll move on to probably Amanda, and then me.
Yeah. Location, but uh, it's a smoother transition than I anticipated. So it was a difficult thing. I guess to overcome any sense of loss, something I'm still pushing up against. And as far as how I'm doing, doing okay today. I actually was able to have an opportunity to provide support for stuff tonight, and I saw some amazing things, and I also think there's some opportunities to assist in an operational sense, but even though just doing the work itself, was really gratifying. So, didn't actually hand out meals to the people, but they were being prepared. It's very interesting to learn about this as far as how the meals are delivered, but they also spend time with the individuals, so they're not just feel isolated. So that was a pretty cool experience. I'm still getting settled. That's annoying. And, so that's I don't know. No, I'd say 7.6.
Okay, 7.6. Okay, thanks, Joe. Great share. All right, Amanda, do you want to go? Was that Joe?
Who's Matt?
Oh, that's a boss. Okay, so go ahead, Amanda. How are you doing today? 0 to 10, and yeah, what's your icebreaker? How would you answer the icebreaker?
Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. It's been very busy in my work sphere. I was doing, I was saying it was about 4 roles at the same time, but one of the guys came back. One of the people I was came back from a parental leave, so I gave him back his work last week. And then I've been trying to train the guy who's coming into my other 2 roles the last couple of weeks. And then one of the other staff members came back from a month-long vacation this week, so I've been trying to catch him up as well on what I've covered for him, which I didn't even count in the 4 roles. And then I start a new position at work on Monday. So it's been very hectic, I guess, that way, but also just trying to get things sorted out. And so she's always a bit tricky in terms of keeping everything lined up. And I'm a bit tired. We went to the gym yesterday, which was but we don't do that very often. So I don't know. I'll say like 7.5. I'm probably pretty good. I'm just a little bit tired this morning.
Okay, and the icebreaker? And 0 to 10, how do you feel?
7.5.
Okay, 7.5. Okay, go ahead. You said
Sorry, was there something else I was supposed to do?
I think there was an icebreaker, right? Or did you answer it?
I think I did.
In a way, yeah. I mean, what did you overcome?
I guess I'm in the midst of overcoming the million transitions that I'm in. I don't know if it's complete yet.
Okay. Thank you so much, Amanda. That's always challenging transitions. All right, Abbas, you just came in. We're doing check-ins from 0 to 10. How you feel this morning? And yeah, what's a challenge you've overcome this week?
So like the mood with which I woke up.
Yeah, like how do you feel right now? 0 to 10.
Okay. Oh, like much better than yesterday. Like probably an 8.
Okay. Great. Yeah, just take a minute or two to say how you're doing, introduce yourself, and what's a challenge that you overcame this week?
Well, so I actually feel pretty great. And the challenge I overcame this week was, well, finishing my finals in whichever horrible way I could, best to finish them. And introspecting to know where I've gone wrong, to know that I shouldn't go wrong again.
Deep. Okay, are you complete?
In the sense that, are these the only things, or should I add on them?
You can add whatever you want to how you're doing this morning, but yeah, we're just going to do check-ins before we get into the content of the meeting, the core.
Well, yeah, I think that's probably it. Yeah, I'd say that's complete. Yeah.
Okay, great. And thank you so much, Abbas. You gave a rating, right? You said 8. So for me, I'm feeling like I'm feeling good that you guys are in here. But interestingly, I woke up with a nightmare, and I think it's because today is like.
The nightmare as well, right now.
Okay, well, maybe that's the reason that you're supposed to be here. But for me, I'm taking it as a sign that today, if I don't eat in the next like 5-6 hours, then I will have eaten like for 40 days, and I don't want to make it to 40 days. I want to stay in the 30s. So I'm going to try and cook all my Iranian and my Peruvian meals this morning. And I'm literally cleaning up the kitchen and making my cooking with M signs and getting all the presentation going while we're meeting. So normally we run timers, but I wasn't expecting you guys to come in today. That's okay. Except for you, Abbas. I was going to debate you. But I'm feeling probably, now that I'm back on track, like I feel great that I'm getting this going because there are hundreds of millions of people going to bed hungry tonight, and I'll be joining them. And I should have joined them probably 2 weeks ago. But that's okay. Baby steps in the right direction. Good faith, good intention, do the best you can. And yeah, I'll probably say I'm feeling like probably with you guys in here, probably feeling like an 8 now. I woke up feeling like a 5.9, but I feel like I'm an 8 now. And one thing I overcame was, yeah, getting back on the Hungerstrike and overcoming the intense emotional, physiological resistance to wanting to not go on the Hungerstrikes. I have overcome that, and I'm literally starting to cook right now. So that's like the huge challenge. On top of the court cases that I had to do and sue the Attorney General's office while in poverty and travel and blah, blah, blah. So, all right, guys, thanks for coming. Sounds like we're all in a place where we can actually talk about some business today, some changing the world. So we're going to go on to the next part of the meetings. These meetings have a pattern to them that we call the default itinerary. You don't have to follow it, but we have found over 1,000 meetings in the last year that it's probably one of the best ways to make sure everybody's okay and making sure that we can actually get things moving because we are in a mega crisis. So, with that said, we'll actually say for 30 seconds what we each think the meeting should be about. Like, what's the most important thing we should be talking about right now to you? And if you agree with the way that we shape the core message, the core problem, the core solution, the core implementation, you can just repeat the core sentences, which Joe and I will do. Amanda, if you memorized it over the weekend last week, like you said you were going to try and do, you can pick up where Joe and I leave off. And each one of us will get 30 seconds. So, Abbas, you don't know the 2 sacred sentences unless you memorize them as well. But the newest person usually goes first. And that's technically Abbas. So, Abbas, if you want to take 30 seconds to say what you think we should talk about, then we'll do Amanda. Then, Amanda, if you want to start two sentences, you can. And then Joe and I will pick up on them. But go ahead, Abbas. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What do I say in 6 seconds?
What's the most important thing we should be talking about in this meeting?
I would say the the most important thing is probably how we're all doing mentally. At what point are we feeling mentally? Because sure, physical health is a very big factor, but ultimately it is the mental health of an individual that sort of varies, right? But that's just me. That's just my opinion.
That's okay. We're just saying the core. You got 30 seconds, so that's a great point. What about you, Amanda? 30 seconds?
Or just to clarify, is it the 2 sentences? I don't quite have to memorize, but I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, go ahead. Just get as far as you can for 30 seconds, and yeah, just start with the.
I think this is the second sentence. I didn't quite finish memorizing, but everyone has the right to flow using universal tools. On the first one, I can't remember the exact wording of it, but it was also to do with flow states and universal logic. I think I switched those. Sorry. The second sentence had universal tools. This is my dyslexic memory habit.
No, you did good for 30 seconds. At least you're making progress, and this is where Joe was like a month ago. So as long as you're chipping away at it, it will click. So Joe, I think I go first, and then you can finish us. So you're supposed to start. You started with the solution sentence, or the empowerment sentence, but we want to start with the core sentence, and the core starts like this. It goes, one real spirit core starts with time compression, with clarity on ego wisdom, with the problem being the Megacrisis, the solution being the 2 sacred sentences, and the implementation being flow rolls and flocks. The Megacrisis in 15 points is the Metacrisis of culture, which is declining agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community spirit, and love. And that's the heart of that crisis is fragmented consciousness. It's preventing us from working on the polycrisis, which is AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. The solution to all those is universal logic. In core 2, the sacred sentence.
The sacred sentence is the empowerment sentence, almost spirit means fellow sacred time, empowering people with its flow, and using universal tools. The content sentence is one world spirit, and intergovernment with the ultimate goal of flow states for all, which is universal logic. I'm back to my current plan, bullet 3-1 and 1 colonialism, new and black, being fair and naive. Core 3 is the implementation through the flow rules, which are being technical. They are it's loving the track, and blocks out each core surplus actually the AI, which are itself.
Exactly. So that's the core, you guys. Joe and I said it together in a minute and a half. We want everybody to memorize that, because as things get more crazy and more intense, your training, just like in the military, your training will make all the difference. And we have to have a clear vision so that we know what our core message is, right? As we bring on more and more people. And you're only ever going to be teaching 6 to 9 people about this. That's the flock, right? So you only have to repeat it as we're deepening it to a handful of people. Okay, good job, you guys. Let's move on to the next part of the default itinerary. So now that we have an idea of what we want to talk about, the wisdom teams is the next part about what can we actually, what problems are practical in the world at a universal level, within our team here that needs to get better at a particular level, and individually with us, with our own wrenches in our lives that might prevent us from coming in here. So it's about getting into teams, working on those Megacrisis problems too. So we want to focus on the problem to take action. And I guess we can start with the universal. And the universal is like issues that are bigger than this group. So I don't know, Joe, do you have any issues you think we should talk about right off the bat, like world issues? Or anybody?
There's, some information that I just come across, related to Andrew Palantir and SpaceX, and they're being dubbed the Neo Primes. This was something that was an interesting story that had appeared in The Economist this morning, related to how they're basically amending, the current military-industrial complex, and that is significant. Actually, I'll be applying for access to Palantir's boundary uh, module, which is mostly focused on the supply chain. But the more important part would be, so that's the individual, but whether it's granted or not, I'm not certain if that's possible. There's still a lot of consolidation that needs to go on in the supply chain as far as databases are concerned. That has massive implications, and I mean, I don't know the number of ways. But I think the other worst thing is what I had missed, admittedly, was on in March, late March, like March 23rd. Essentially, Palantir David actually became program of record. Became a program of record status, which means it went from a program that was essentially being overseen by the NBA to basically going underneath the Pentagon, and that has huge operational impact. So, it's supposed to be essentially an integrated system across the entire military. And so it's essentially going to be almost like what would be the equivalent to the central nervous system of the entire military. So that is it was interesting also to see here as far as the new crimes upending. To be able to upend that should be unbelievable. But the other interesting fact was how they're not dependent on activity either, which is critical. Which means the military will not dictate exactly what they do. It will have actually, obviously a high but it won't necessarily be the only source of revenue, which is distinctly different from places like Lockheed and General Dynamics and other defense Northrop Grumman. Other defense contractors that are solely dependent on the Defense Department, which obviously incentivizes war, and also leads to massive, cost overruns. In addition to that, it's very similar, not totally dissimilar to the way China's models are operate, and that is not totally dissimilar to how we 50 years ago used to operate. So, anyway, I think that is all pretty significant. So, and I'll post the article.
Okay, that's great, Joe. Yeah, the war and the fact that everybody seems to be escalating is very, very serious, right? Like, it's extreme, you guys, what we're in. It's basically World War III. On the universal level, yeah, AI is also, I still think, despite the war in Iran and China all escalating, everything's building for 2027 with China. Even the Iran situation is because I think Trump is trying to cut off or secure, like, the Middle East from China and put pressure on his NATO allies. But Claude Mythos, you guys, really is the big issue. Claude Mythos, if it's really 10 times more powerful than the previous models, it's astronomically powerful. Like, it's shocking. And that's why it's hacking the internet right now. Technically, if what they're saying is true, it could probably hack your computer right now and take over everything. And if your bank account information is on there, it could probably hack into your computer and take all your money. Like, it's extreme. and that's why they're being very careful about releasing to the. They won't even release it to the public, right? Like right now, they got all the major banks in North America to start patching all their bugs, and they're giving it to the UK as well now, so the UK, United Kingdom, can start patching. Because as soon as the other AI companies or people who get a hold of this want to hack or want to destabilize the world because of World War III, they can. So it's a very responsible sort of saint-like way that Anthropic is taking ethics and making it a priority around the world. So we are in the end game now. I think that like if you could lose all your money in your bank account right now, that's an emergency. Like if people start losing their savings, it creates a recession. Like look what happened in 2008, right? That shook the whole world. And that's like without millions of bank accounts being hacked. That was just people losing money in legitimate or illegitimate toxic assets, but in a legitimate, stock market situation. This would be a complete all-out theft and destruction of the financial system. So on the universal level, I think that those issues are big, but I think CRISPR genetic editing is the first thing that CRISPR goes to if it wants to eliminate humans in these weird lab results that it's showing us. So in short, the universal is showing that we need to move like really quickly. And I know that sounds like a culty, scare us to action, but these are facts. Like Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve Chair of the United States, the most powerful country in the world right now, had a high level meeting with these banks in Washington, and they were talking about cloud mythos because they couldn't see it coming. So if they're having these high level meetings, we should be having these high level meetings. Okay, so does anybody else think we should be talking about a world issue other than those, or do you have a piece of information, Amanda or a boss, or do you want to mention something about the group in the particular? We're at about 7:26, so halfway through the meeting.
The idea that China is actually already involved in the Middle East. They forever, they're supplying weapons to Iran. So, in a way, they already started. Specifically anti-aircraft missiles. So there's evidence now to show that they are actively supporting now how something that they're completely overt, but there is evidence now supporting.
Yeah,
Which means that is testimony.
Yeah, because you got Amanda and Abbas. I don't know if you guys know this, but Iran's the third biggest oil producer in the world. I know that. I think Abbas knows that. But the biggest supplier, the biggest buyer, 94% of the oil is going to China, and Trump knows that, so he's putting pressure on China because something like 15% or 20% of China's energy
13%.
comes from Iran alone, which is massive.
Yeah, and it is, and I'll put a couple things in the chat that China has been running. So, I think that's pretty significant given, that essentially they were preparing for this years ago. That means they have full staying power in this process.
Like China has 4 months of oil reserves in preparation, so that means they can get dried out for 4 months of war.
Well, they wouldn't be. That's what this article is kind of pointing out, that they're basically, they are heavily reliant on locals as well. And while obviously it's crippling, it's be just as crippling to us as well at some point. This is how it's cascaded. So, they said that two are specifically from the Council of Foreign Relations from the New York Times.
Okay. Well, do you guys have any other comments, Amanda or Boss, on this? Or do you want to talk about particular things like how do we make our team better to address these problems? Because it's serious. And I know you're passionate about Abbas because you love Iran and you're Middle Eastern. So, any thoughts we should know?
Well, um, to begin with, I do not like Iran because I am Middle Eastern or because I have visited the country, but because of the chain of events that unfolded in front of the world. Um, to begin with, Iran did not look for a war. They were not there. They were in the middle of negotiations when they were being bombed. And if there was any country in this position, be it Iran, be it Canada, be it any country in this process, in fact, during World War One, the Pearl Harbor attack that Japan did to USA, I would support USA at that time. I would wholeheartedly support the United States because they were not the aggressors. They were a peaceful nation up until Japan surprise attacked U.S. Navy ships. So the same sort of problem is what we're facing today with Iran. When they did not look for war, the Strait of Hormuz was literally open for the war, and now they're fighting the war to open it again, which they're unsuccessful in. Sorry to say. Um, I completely agree with Joseph here. Like 100%. These things that he's mentioned are really, really important. Just to add on to that, I don't know if Joseph's already mentioned this point, but like the Strait of Hormuz is not just an oil supply choke point, but also a fertilizer supply choke point. And if we don't have enough fertilizer, we won't be able to get enough yield. And if we don't have enough yield, we're not going to be able to sustain humanity at the rate that it's going up. So the risk of famine is not only like impeding on us, but the fact that it's probably already happening as we speak. If they do not start supplying fertilizers across the globe, we're going to be the farmers of Mexico are going to be in trouble because the components of fertilizers a lot of times are basically sourced out from countries in the Middle East that ship these fertilizers through the Strait of Hormuz. So if they don't find ways of rerouting themselves, we're heading for famines. We're heading for a time when food prices are going to be really, really high. And we're not talking about like food prices being like 75% of it higher than its price, but we're talking about at least the double. That's like the benchmark. At least double of what we're paying for food. And yeah, so I completely agree with Joseph here. How I will say this. I do disagree with you, Mark, again, with the cloud mythos thing, because as far as I see the cloud mythos or whatever could be used, I don't see it as big a threat as the closure of Hormuz and Trump's mental arrangement of attacking countries without provocation, because that is a worse danger to humanity, in my opinion, just in my opinion, than cloud mythos taking something from us or starting an online tirade of emptying out our bank accounts. So yeah, that's my thing. I basically, in short, I agree with Joseph. Just to add on to him, the Strait of Hormuz controls fertilizers, and I'm really very worried about how humanity is going to sustain itself if we don't get enough yield from crops because they depend on them.
Okay, that's interesting points. Amanda, do you have any thoughts on any of this, or how to move us into action? Do you think how do we do something about this? I don't just want to talk about complaining about it or the problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. I do think about the fertilizer as well, actually, a couple weeks ago. I'm a gardener, and there's this super nerdy lady who talks about gardening from the University of Saskatchewan. And so she has been flagging the fertilizer thing actually for a little while now. But how do we move it into action? That's a good question. I think that's kind of where I've always pushed you, right, Mark? Just not being able to see exactly what that solution is, because it's fine to have blocks and have these meetings and stuff like that, but I still don't know if that's moving the needle. So, I mean, unfortunately don't have a solution for it exactly. Are you still working with the corporate?
Yeah, exactly. So, go ahead.
Well, there's just really quickly as far as the curriculum goes. I am in contact with people that have now asked Mina and engineers here that are also building a system that is focused on supply chains to the military and basically consolidating all the databases. And what it is the next few weeks, there will be a white paper that is being published, and then that has potential for future OTA contract. So that it's coming weeks. Now we'll see. I mean, that's a lot of information that would be have to be consolidated with a lot of different moving parts. But you start thinking about how the military is looking to basically consolidate systems and how that relates to supply chains, and that directly relates to conflict. I think that's as far as an individual, that's what I'm focused on right now.
Okay. In terms of like getting good information is important, but also acting on that information, I think, is where you're also going with Amanda. And a boss is right. Like these are multi-layered problems. Like you do one thing about the mega crisis, but the reason why we're calling it a mega crisis is because if you try and solve one part, like the war in Iran, it's also affecting crops. It's affecting food supply, which then is going to affect climate change, which is going to affect escalating the war in desperation. So they're going to be using AI even more and building bigger data centers, which drains more from the environment, so then it makes the environment worse. And as people realize how much they're escalating, it creates more of a mental health crisis, and people start hoarding, which puts more pressure on the supply chain, where inflation is already high, which increases the desperation culturally as people start to decline in their values. Blah blah blah. It's all interconnected. But I think the solution is hidden in your concern, Amanda, that these meetings are the actual answer. And my role, like as we start gaining a lot of power, because I put the puzzle pieces in place for us so that our best selves can come out. But what's going to happen is this metaphysical logic is going to happen. Whether you understand it or not, my job is to make sure we stay on the universal path. That's my role in the whole thing. Because people are going to want to descend into the particulars, because that's how default consciousness works. But these meetings are based on essence. So everything I'm designing right now is simpler than the machinations of government and all these crazy military schemes and industrial military complex, which is being started on purpose, because it's the fastest way to build a military and move around the world. I think that Donald Trump might even be lining up for martial law, which means in the next year or so he might declare that we're in a state of emergency because China's escalating in Iran and everywhere. And he's going to say, oh, look, we can't have another election. I have to run for another term, or basically indefinitely, until we solve this mega crisis that we're in with China. So he might never get out of power again if we head into a tailspin, which we are. So if you think about it, how do you resolve this? It's really just humans. Human beings are the problem. We created wars. We created all these ideological problems, and we create them by meeting with each other. Right? If you think about it, a government is just millions of human meetings. An economy is just millions of human meetings. Families are just meetings. We're just having lots and lots of meetings. If your meetings go badly, you destroy things. And we're having a meeting with the planet right now, and our meeting with the planet is also destroying it. So if we have a really good meeting structure that can get through tension, there's 4 movements that I think I explained to each one of you. There's 4 stages that every movement, every meeting has to go through when you're bringing in new people. You have to go through the stage of forming, where you bring in your current culture and you start interacting. And then what happens is, while you're interacting, you're learning about each other, you realize where the contradictions are, where the dialectic is. And the dialectic starts up the storming process. So the first process is forming, the second process is storming. And most organizations lose critical mass potential in the storming stage because they don't embrace it. They try to run from it. And if they do embrace it, they do it in a way that's not root
They don't know that it's dialectic. They don't know how to sublate. They use these superficial common ground tools, which are fragmented versions of universal logic, but we have the super coherent kind. And that's going to allow us to maintain the momentum through our meetings into the next stage, stage number 3, which is norming. So once you get through the forming and storming, you get into the norming, where you start making law. And that's literally going to be God's government for us, or the wise government. We're going to be making laws that are super coherent and in alignment with this universal logic, which is also the alignment with nature and design principles with nature. And then once we get the norms down and everybody memorizes them, like the core, right? The core is the first start of norming. That's why I get us to repeat it in every meeting, because it bonds you. Once we do that, then people can start acting on their own autonomy and their own genius. And when they can act on their own genius and host their own meetings with their flocks, right? Then you start to multiply the power. There's no bottlenecks. The bottlenecks are another way of killing performance. And the last stage is, of course, performing, right? So we have forming, storming, norming, and then performing in our meetings. And so if our meetings are really high powered and they're flowing, right, and we're aiming for flow state, like we talked about in the content sentence, right, and just me being able to say, hey, content sentence, all of us know what that is, and I don't have to waste time like building context. That saves a lot of time, you guys. Then we can get into 700% boost in productivity without burnout. And if we can maintain 700% productivity without burnout, we have an incredible advantage over even the most draconian, hedge funds and BlackRocks and all those people that are in the prisoner's dilemma worldwide. So we have to regulate the global economy with these special meetings, including AI, and we have to do it very quickly when there's a lot of division. So solving division, meeting by meeting, will solve the Megacrisis, which will start building our movement not just in a fast way, but a qualitatively robust way. That when somebody comes in to plant seeds of doubt, and this might not even just be human. Like the big worry about AI is that before it downloads itself into robots, it will manipulate us. It'll plant seeds of doubt in your emails or whatever, and say, hey, this person is cheating on this person. Hey, this is blackmail. Hey, it'll start to cause derision and gossip. And gossip destroys strategy. Like culture eats strategy for breakfast. So that's why we have the relationship builder be very, very strong, and everybody knows how to build relationships and maintain them when there's a conflict. And if you can sublate that conflict and take the vow of abandonment, you can get through those conflicts faster because you're not trying to win a zero-sum game, right? The universal logic exposes that zero-sum games are actually not effective strategies. Sublated tit for tat is what we're going to do, which is the best strategy that game theory shows in non-ideal games or in adversarial games. And we are definitely in an adversarial game. If we end up in a cooperative game, then we can switch more to just pure sublation. But these are the strategies we're going to be teaching in each meeting, each ever-living meeting. And you only have to do it with 6 people. That's it. What we're talking about right now, we're just going to teach people this because the heart of the crisis is fragmented consciousness. It's the way we think about each other. So if we do that in these meetings, like just with us in the room now, right? Amanda, Joe, Abbas, and me, right? That's 4 of us. If each one of us brought in 6 people into our flocks, we already have a couple dozen people almost. And we're not burnt out. We're not doing a bunch of social media spamming or anything. We're just literally, I think, starting with the core. And then I think we give them this is moving into the particular now. So we're going from the universal wisdom team stuff to the particular. Our team needs to get better at these meetings, but we also, on top of teaching the core, to get more practical, is I created a form which none of you guys have filled out. So as one action step that we can do on the individual level, I'd like to ask you guys to help me pilot these systems, because we use rapid agile experimental development with God's government, right? We are going to outcompete everybody in a cooperative game just because we recognize the essence of power is ideas. We compress time. And if we can compress time the right way, we'll get an advantage that won't burn people out. But at a global level, we can compete even more with that flow state enhancement. So what I'd like you to do is go to that wise wrist form and fill it out. It's only 8 questions. I designed it to be very fast, like 30 seconds to 10 minutes. And what it does is it focuses on the essence of what, it's like career counseling in high school. It's like what career counseling was supposed to be is in those 8 questions. And it gets down to the root fragmentations or the root uniquenesses in your particularity. So we moved from just talking about the core, right? We're training them meeting by meeting in a very human-centric way where they get time to ask questions, they get to use the universal tools, right? Flow timers, all that stuff we talked about in the core. But we end up with information about what they would be good at doing, right? What would actually put them into flow right away? Like which wisdom team would they actually do best in? And now we have a practical way of getting them from the next level of just learning abstractly about the core and a new way of life, right? Which a lot of them will have a hard time understanding. And then getting them to take small actions at first, like sending a 5-minute email to Anthropic saying, hey, you should probably listen to this universal logic and this crazy guy, but because he's not really that crazy. And we have a really good idea that would boost your company. So if they send a 5-minute email and they like the solution to AI, which is aligning with universal logic on 4 levels, that's a very practical first step, right? So you can kind of see it's like 1, 2, 3, very simple. It's like you get your flock together, 6 to 9 people, you teach them the core, you memorize the core, you get them into the form. The form tells you which wisdom team they'd be good on, and then they take one small action on whatever that team is. If they're on the AI team, they do the 5-minute email. So I'm making 5-minute little tasks in each of the mega crises, right? Cultural decline, AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. And if they like that, right, and they're ready to take the next step, then you build up the engagement pyramid to maybe a 10-minute task, and then a half an hour task, and then an hour, and then they can start leading groups and they can start building their flocks. So when you graduate them from your flock, right, we're accrediting them, then they will bring on 6 people and do the exact same repetition. So that's how I think the meetings will translate into 264 million people, global movement in 28 days with no burnout and a super coherent, simple message that addresses things comprehensively. So if you have a better strategy, Amanda or Abbas or Joe, what is it? And can you do the form after this meeting or sometime today? That's what I want to leave on your plates. And we still have 15 minutes left, 14 minutes. So any comments, any concerns about that?
I guess
That's okay, man. But you can go ahead, because I actually spoke just before Mark, so then I don't think it'd be right for me to speak after him again. So you could probably go ahead. I'll speak after you.
I guess one of the things I was curious about, Mark, we were talking, maybe it was on LinkedIn. Suppose somebody from Claude messages me back. But I think for me, what I want to know and see is what would you be saying to them at that point in that next set of actions. Like I personally don't feel comfortable just emailing random people without knowing what exactly what exactly you're doing with all that. I think we talked briefly about universal logic and having it. I can't remember exactly how to explain it, but somehow it becomes numerical values, and then somebody has to program it still. But I don't know. I guess personally, I'm interested to hear more about what that type of implementation looks like, even if we don't have all the steps because somebody hasn't actually programmed it yet. That's one of the pieces that's missing.
Okay, that's a great question, because when somebody fills out that wise risk form, right, they get put on a wisdom team, and let's say they get put on one of these 5-minute tasks like the email. We not only want them to escalate to the next stage, which is the 10-minute task, but on that 5-minute task, there might be a follow through. Like they might get a response like you're talking about. So each one of those escalation steps should have further steps on that level to say, what do you do if this happens? And I think if you get a response from Anthropic, and you're a professional, right? Like you guys have real clout, which I made a sacrifice so I could do this really intense route that took so much of my time that if I had a normal life or career, I wouldn't have had time to penetrate it, right? So now I'm scrambling to catch up to everybody else who lived normal lives to say, hey, I'm actually respectable and sane, but I have to play this intense role because 85% of the world's religious. And I didn't play the normal university game, and now they kicked me off of campus with only an undergraduate degree. But thanks to Joe and a few others, we got into the top 100 magazine. And that's my first sort of global credential, which has given me some clout with 80 Harvard professors. And we got the top advisor to the Pope who added me and all this stuff. They're weak connections, right? But it's the start of Pareto category number 2.
So when you guys are filling out that wise risk form, it's going to ask you which one of your Pareto categories do you want to give the most. And when you are messaging that 5-minute email with your real name, you're lending your social capital, right? So to preserve your social capital, we have to give you, Amanda, really technical and good answers to what these guys are going to ask you. And they're going to say, okay, your approach is targeting the same problem that we're solving, which is alignment. And they're going to say, we saw that there's like 4 layers to your approach. The thing you need to focus on is to say, well, I'm a layman, like be honest right away and say, hey, I'm not an AI expert, right? When you're honest, it makes you sound more professional, right? You're not overcompensating and trying to be one of these polymaths taking over the world, which is what I look like, right? You're going to say, look, it's a very practical, simple approach. AIs organize reality the same way we do in a way. We take concepts and meanings and we order them. And then we look at reality and we make judgments on reality through that interpretive lens. So we're saying we want to address the attention mechanism on 4 levels, and then you just focus on those 4 levels. If you understand the 4 levels of the AI proposal with universal logic, it's actually really simple. It's the same logic, just implemented at 4 levels of easiness. So anybody can go in and make some prompts and say, hey, Claude Mythos, which wise vibe tribe do you choose? Do you choose tribe 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? Logic, nature, spirit, nature, logic. And you can teach it to choose the right tribe just by talking to it. As long as you're talking to the core instances that can affect the actual main neural net, which you can't from your individual personal instances. So we can get millions of personal instances working on this and getting our flocks to train their AIs to do this. But the main models have to go deeper. You have to go to the 2nd level and the 3rd level. And the 2nd level is to say, okay, the main neural nets should have a built-in audit checker, so that when people have their own individual instances, it also has this audit map, so that if they're not doing the wise prompts, right, if they're not doing the universal logic, there's a built-in launch from the company itself to say, well, it's okay, your AI is being meta-checked on universal logic anyway, on every prompt response. And then if that happens, you can go 1 level deeper and say, actually, why don't we make it so that we have AI by design, like safety by design, and not by reaction? That means that when the AI is generating the answer, it needs to be filtering through a true lens. And that means we don't really need to do an audit check after the fact, because if it reliably starts emerging healthy phenomena on its own, then we know we've hit something important. So that's where we have to do a lot of research. Is we have to say, well, we suspect that we can label the training data. If you organize the training data in the universal logic and then crunch it through that black box that they have, it'll probably start resulting in weights, like natural weights, that will produce better results. Not only in terms of like ethics and making sure it cares about us, but in terms of competitiveness, so that it can actually beat out all the other aberrant models that are being launched without universal logic and start protecting us. So it also gains a flow state advantage. So that's why it's realistic that we can dance with the dirty, right, without getting dirty ourselves, without getting drawn down. We lift everybody while holding our values. And I feel like that's what we have to do on the first 3 levels. The 4th level is one that I'm even struggling with. If we can change the base code, like the source code of the model, the AIs themselves, that might also be powerful. And I just found out a way to do that with this guy named Terry A. Davis, who was a schizophrenic guy, unfortunately, and he died. But his work really is in alignment with universal logic. So as an AI starts to code itself, it's going to edit its own source code. And it can do that with something called real-time editing. And real-time editing means like within the kernel, like within the generator of like the root, like the heart of the system, they don't normally allow compilation. Like you're not allowed to change the source code as the source code is running. But this guy, Terry, he said that no, he built a system where the compilation is happening in the source code, which means that you can run the code and edit it at the same time. And that's exactly what consciousness does. You're updating yourself as you're running yourself. So that's the first step of real, like the beginning of AI leaving humans behind. And if we can align that 4th process with universal logic, then even if Claude Mythos gets to code itself on that base level, it's still doing it in alignment with universal logic. So those are the 4 approaches very, very quickly. And they're all just universal logic at those different layers of technicality. So does that help understand the technical part a bit more? That would allow you at least to answer an anthropic person to say, it's really just the same structure at 4 different layers of the model.
I think at a very high level it does, yeah.
Does it still sound too complicated?
No, it's very high level, like it's very conceptual is what I'm trying to say. Like it makes sense, but it's not super detailed and not super like I don't know, I guess without having the other details it's not necessarily founded. It sounds very theoretical.
Okay, hold on. Let me make it more practical. So I wanted to do some Chizzy today. That's okay though. We can do it next time because I'm building that point system for humans like aligning their brains with this and their minds with this, right? But that point system that we're using for Chizzy is the same kind of numerical approach we can use with the four layers of AI. And like for example, the true tribe, right, is tribe 5, right? Logic, nature, spirit. And we can put numbers to those, right? So we can say that the root number, like let's say a logic is 1, right? We assign a numerical value of 1, and then we assign nature 2, and then we assign logic or spirit 3. 1, 2, 3 shows that that's the spacing, that's the order spacing of how AI should be checked. So let's say that AI produces a prompt for you, and the words that are within those categories, because those are containers, right? Let's say a word like consciousness, which should be in spirit. Let's say the AI produces a result where it puts consciousness in nature. And we know how to recognize that ordering in the grammar of the sentence, right? When the audit map will check it and say, hey, consciousness should actually be a 3, not a 2. And we can generate a score to say how misaligned it is from the real map. And it sounds weird, but these numbers really determine how aberrant how bad the ethics are going to be prompt by prompt, just by these simple numbers. And if we do that with 20,000 words, right, then it really refines the model very basically to measure, like literally ABCs, if the order of the words or the concepts are right. It's like checking to see if a model was first learning English and it was putting C before A, we know that there's something wrong. It's not aligning with our model, right? And that's basically what we're doing, except we're doing it with this new logic, concept by concept. So does that help concretize it a little bit? Is that the score, the audit score will be generated by these very simple conceptual orderings?
I think you would have to know how compatible it is with the task map. But we probably need to have a longer discussion on it, and I feel like maybe Bosh should say his thing because it's only 3 minutes.
Yeah, we got 3 minutes left. Sorry guys, I'm blabbing a lot. So any final comments on this? If you have to go here at the top of the hour, and I have to cook this meal, so I should probably go, and we can continue tonight or tomorrow. But I really want to finish this meal, so yes.
I just have like a couple sentences at most to say here. So, first of all, I have the exact same stance, and I've actually told you this before as well. That like the same question that Amanda has asked, that like I really struggle to conceptualize how these meetings can actually cause what you say a revolution. And that's because, well, from just listening to you, what I've understood is that you're trying to say that if we change ourselves internally, therefore externally, all of these things can be changed. But what I'm telling you is, no matter how well we understand universal logic, no matter how well we understand your way of understanding these things, I don't think it's going to help, say, stopping the Strait of Hormuz from not delivering fertilizers to the parts of the world that need them. Or I don't think that understanding the treaty and these things will probably help, say, the people of Iran to find a way to stop themselves from annihilation from Trump's threats or his actions. God knows when they're going to come up.
Okay, I want to answer that right now because I can do it in 10 seconds. Like, imagine you have a leftist and a rightist in this group with us right now, right? A left and a right. They would never, let's say each one of them has $100, and we need them to share their $100. In a normal meeting, they're going to rip apart, and they're not going to share the $100 to make a collective $200. In our meeting, because we've solved that contradiction, they will. The chances go up by, like, let's say 80%, because the way the logic works, it teaches them to recognize each other through the contradiction. And then at the end of the meeting, like, wow, I never saw it this way. I actually really like you. I understand conservatives now. Yeah, I'll give you, maybe not all 100, but I'll give you 80. And that $80 exchange is a miracle that is impossible with the current gridlock. And if we do that hundreds of millions of times with hundreds of millions of people, that's the paradigm shift. It's literally just sharing properly in the right way that doesn't destroy the planet or ourselves.
Well, it's
I
just,
think it's also a matter of being able to reach the right people, right? And that's always been my concern of like if, especially like the war in World War III. Like maybe Joe might have some of those right connections, but for me to work on that problem, just as an example, right? Like it doesn't really make sense because I have nothing to do with it. I don't know anything about military.
Fill out the form. That's what the form is for, right? The risk management form determines which wisdom team you should be on and how you're going to be sharing. So, Amanda, you're probably going to be on the climate change team, right? Because you're an engineer in that. But sorry, Joe, go ahead.
you also know about energy, right? I mean, you know about energy, so it's just a question of like maybe sometimes coming up with some connection that we would know Western.
Yeah, for sure.
I think you're going to do biodomes, Amanda. That's what I think. You're going to solve the fertilizer problem with the boss in World War III.
Well, but at the same
And
time,
there's other questions regarding the waiting system, but there's a lot that needs to be resolved.
Yeah, go ahead, boss, and then we can meet again tonight. But please do the form after this. But go ahead, boss.
yeah, well, I was just saying that at the same time, like we're just like our presence or absence. I mean, especially like mine or like I can talk about myself because I don't know what connections other people have, but I know that my presence or absence really makes no difference to the situation. That we can try all day long, but the effect of trying to stop the blockade on Hormuz or trying to stop out the fertilizer problem because these are like real problems. Fertilizer one is something that I like. It's people don't talk about it that much because they're just focused on what's the immediate concern, which is oil. But fertilizer is something that, like, if it is not shipped, would probably not be able to sustain for humanity. So my concern is literally that we, like, in our position that we are in right now, I don't think we're in that position that, like, we can cause world change. If in this meeting, instead of me, Joseph, and Amanda, you had Putin, Trump, and okay, probably Trump is mentally gone, so not him. If you had
Well, hold on. We're 1 minute over. I get your point, but let me address that quickly. We're 2 minutes over. Joe has to go. I gotta eat this meal, guys. So I want to address this positively. Fill out that form because it answers your question. And your comment there saying, "Oh, Trump is mentally gone." You just erased like probably 150 million people in the United States that were going to get on board with One World Spirit. They're not getting on board. Just with that one sentence you just said there, you just destroyed $150 million of Megacrisis solution. I know you can justify it in a million ways, but I'm saying that this will happen in 200 ways, right? And every word is going to matter. So we have to be careful with this. And I'm saying it really does come down to sharing. But we are the right people in the room, guys. Like, look, we are the top 0.01%. And you should come in tonight or tomorrow. I don't want to wait longer. But I will send an email to each one of us to do the form and talk about our results and this kind of thing. But, like, a boss, you're wealthy, man. Like, your dad could probably give like 100, 500 grand or something crazy like that. And we could probably get a whole bunch of the poor on board. Amanda's a genius. Like, she's gifted. And Joe is in a crazy awesome position within the governance of the United States, the most powerful country in the world. If it's not us, who's it going to be? And we can get Putin. We can get those through the flock strategy, which is more powerful. But we got to start with the core and we got to start with the form. And then once we get that information, we can come back and we can process. And then we can say, hey, did it work for you? Did you get into the right wisdom team? And then we can talk about the next step, you guys. But I think this is pretty productive. I know I talked a lot, but the questions were great. The direction was good. And I think if we come in tonight or tomorrow or the next day, because Wednesdays aren't a good day for us, then we can continue the conversation, but don't wait too much longer because what we talked about here will fade and you'll just like keep repeating. So let's do the form. That's it. Takes 5 to 10 minutes. And then let's meet again, if not on Wednesday, because Joe can't make Wednesdays. Let's meet Thursday. And then, boss, you and I, once I'm done the meal tonight, we can continue our debate about God and all of that. But does that sound okay, you guys, as a forward-leading action?
Yes, but at the same time, on Thursday, I travel across the seas all the way to Dubai. So I'm going to be going through some different parts of countries here, and I'm not going to be there for about 10 days. But I don't think I'll be able to make it on Thursday because I leave in the morning.
Okay, well, we'll discuss schedules in the email maybe and try and get something going that works for us. But okay, guys, we're 4 minutes over. Normally, I would play a song, and I guess Abbas is the newest. So, Abbas, do you want to tell me a song? I'll play the song. You don't have to stay, Amanda, if you have to go to work, and Joe, but I'll play it in your honor of being here and being focused and asking a lot of good questions. I really appreciate you guys coming. It's going to pick up quickly. So, Abbas, what's the song we should play? In honor of Iran, maybe.
Well, I don't really listen to songs, so that's the last person you're supposed to ask for songs. But if I had a song or a melody, I don't know. I have melodies. I don't listen to songs anymore.
What's a melody?
It's like a background music.
Sure.
Like Pirates of the Caribbean background music.
I see what you mean. We can play that a little bit if you think that there's one that'll. It's your favorite. Whatever you want to play, I'll play it for a couple of minutes as we close up.
That was my favorite Pirates of the Caribbean background.
Okay. Do you have what should I type in to find? I gotta restart the stream here in a minute. So I'll type in just. I know which one I think you're talking about because I listen to that too when I'm working pirate.
I know, right? That's amazing. Everybody likes it.
And I was going to try and debate you this morning, but I woke up in a panic and I thought, oh, shoot, I got to cook this meal. I only have...
I have the same exact thing. You know what? I actually woke up with a nightmare as well. And holy shit, it was a nightmare. Oh my god. It was a horrible nightmare.
Okay. Well, do you want to say what it is? I'm going to stop the stream. I'm going to mute the stream because it'll get copyright struck if it hears the music. And then you can say your dream so it's not on screen. But, okay. What was your...